Hi there, I'm Dr. Zeeshan Bhatti and I'm excited to welcome you to our brand new adventure in web development. Today, I want to introduce you to the course that's going to make CSS a breeze for absolute beginners. CSS for Dummies. This is an absolute beginner's course that will start from the basics of CSS, from ABC to the latest version and to all the advanced features of CSS, creating advanced level websites using HTML and CSS only. Now, you might be wondering what exactly is CSS? Well, CSS stands for Cascading Style Sheet, and it's a fundamental technology that allows us to make websites look amazing. In this course, we will start from the very basics, catering to those who are taking their first step into the world of web development. Don't worry if you have not done HTML or CSS before. I will be guiding you step by step throughout the way, using programmings as an example codes to make you understand all that is to know about CSS and HTML in creating websites. So this will be a course for absolute beginners. No matter what age you are, I would recommend anyone above 10 can start this course, understand the web programming very easily, because this is one of the basic things and we can start creating websites. So I will be guiding you from the first step to the all advanced level course to the end, creating more advanced websites using frameworks like Bootstraps and Tailwind CSS, creating and working on Flexbox and Box Models within CSS. Before we dive into the course, let me introduce you a bit about myself. I'm a PhD in information technology with a focus on computer graphics, animation. I have more than 18 years of teaching experience and I have had the pleasure of countless students throughout my journey. I have been teaching, like I said, from 18 years along with the research of more than 15 years of research experience. I have been teaching web development specifically for more than 14 years, starting from 2005 when we started working on web development along with something called Java. Okay, so I have a vast experience of programming. I have had many courses online as well as offline and teaching in various different universities. I am the PhD, so I have an extensive research understanding of how technology works and how things works online as well. Like I said, I have been teaching for a very long time, so I know exactly how a student feels when they start absolutely new course, especially courses that are driven towards industry and through their career as becoming a professionals in that particular field. So I will be guiding step by step and helping you to understand how this course basically works. I have published numerous amount of articles, and additionally I have certifications in various different technologies as well, used from web development to Flutter to mobile to JavaScript, PHP, CSS and so on and so forth. Just to let you know that I'm experienced enough to understand how to deal with the students and how to ensure that you follow me, understand me, and my way of explanation is usually very subtle and very to the point, so that it explains and gives a brief description of what exactly I'm trying to say, and I would be using huge and tons of examples. So don't worry about that, it won't be more theoretical. Everything that I do will be shown through the code. So I will be coding all the way along and explaining things through my code to give you all the basic concepts that we go through in CSS. So we will be covering everything from basics of CSS syntax to creating stunning responsive websites. But enough about me. Let's talk about what you can expect from CSS for Dummies course. In this course, the course is specifically tailor-made for absolute beginners, with the goal of taking you from zero to hero in a web development and making sure that you become a profound web developer or full stack web developer. We will cover everything from the basics of CSS syntax to creating stunning responsive websites. Okay, enough talk, and so let's dive into the course and see what's covered in this course and what we will be dealing in terms of more detail. So if you have opted for this course, welcome. Don't worry, we will be creating a Discord group in which not only in the online course, but you can communicate through me, and I will be guiding the students through my Discord group. So once you opt for the course, you will be presented with a Discord link as well, and the email will be sent to you, so you can join the Discord group. And once you follow the lectures, if anything you don't understand, the Discord group is there to help you out. I will be there, many other my students would be there, and we can easily join and communicate with each other as well. So this course is not only going to be just a fundamental video lecture, it is supposed to be two-way sessions. You are supposed to do lots of tasks, assignments within this course. There will be projects given to you. You are to submit those projects to me through Discord and through on the platform. Okay, so we will be evaluating and judging, and we will be discussing everything together and try to learn this thing as soon as and as wonderfully and easily as possible. So without further ado, let's dive in. Thank you for watching. Good morning. Hello. So, welcome to this course, CSS for Dummies. And today, basically, we're starting this new course, and we'll talk more about CSS. Now, if you have done HTML and CSS a little bit before, excellent. Even if you haven't done anything, the basic idea is that we will be talking with absolutely basics, and I'll guide you from basics to absolute advanced. So if you have done CSS before, again this course would be helpful because we will be covering the absolute fundamental to an advanced level, and it will develop your understanding to a greater level of how we use CSS, how we use every single element within the CSS. So this basic course is for creating and becoming a professional web developer. So we will be covering all the aspects that are basically needed for becoming a good web developer using HTML, CSS, and so on and so forth. So if you want to learn, because this course is purely about CSS, so if you want to learn HTML as well, because this course assumes that you know basics of HTML. If you don't, doesn't matter, because we will be talking about HTML all the way along, and how CSS works with respect to HTML as well. But if you don't know much about that as well, I already have a course on HTML that's purely dedicated to HTML and how HTML works and about all that text. I will leave the link in your resources. You can find it, and the link within the Udemy as well. You can find this entire course on HTML as well. So you might just want to go through that course first before jumping right into CSS. But again, as I said, if you have no basics of HTML, still we would be talking CSS with respect to HTML anyway. So all the tags will be covered in this course to a certain extent as well. Obviously not in that, but it will be discussed, so don't worry about that. Now, talking more about CSS, again, CSS is a very must language that we use for designing our HTML web pages. Okay, so in this basic course, we will be talking all the basic elements of CSS. Now, before I forget, my name is Dr. Zeeshan Bhatti, and I hope you have entitled yourself in becoming a web developer. You have taken this course because you are interested in becoming a professional web developer and a front-end web developer, or to a full stack web developer. So this course assumes that you are seriously interested and seriously want to follow, and we will be doing lots of things regarding CSS within this particular course. Just to go through a brief of what basic topics are to be covered. As you can see, the list is huge and it's not limited. This is just as much as I can put in one slide. Now, we would be starting with understanding HTML and CSS. Again, letting you know in depth that if you know HTML, how we use CSS, and to learn CSS, why we still need HTML. So if you know a little bit about HTML, don't matter. We will be using HTML throughout this course anyway. So most of the tags and syntax will be covered. But still, it's recommended that you become profound in HTML. If your long-term goal is to become a professional web developer, this is something that we recommend to everybody. Understand the fundamentals of HTML. It's absolutely essential that you do that. Okay, so do check out my HTML course as well if you want to do that. Then moving further, we will be going into CSS Introduction. We will understand the CSS Syntax, selectors, and ways we use CSS within our HTML code. So we will be going into from very basics, from the very first step. We refer to this as the basic course for absolute beginners. From beginners to complete professional, we will be talking and going through all these topics here. Okay, so we will be going into these as the first basics, and we will be covering all these course elements that basically talk about our CSS fundamentals. Then from comments to colors to backgrounds to borders, all these are different tags that we use in CSS, that how we set borders, how we set margins, and the most essential one being the margins, the padding, the height and width, and this box model. Okay, so these are one of the most essential concepts that allow us to customize our web layouts and arrange our elements appropriately within our web layouts. Okay, so setting up the margins, paddings, height, and then this basically becomes what we call a box model, from setting the backgrounds to borders and everything. Okay, so obviously I would also include these things as well. Then we will be talk about how we can customize text, how we customize fonts, icons, and links within our CSS. We will also talking about something called tables and display settings within CSS. So you can see that almost every concept of CSS will be covered throughout this course. Moving on to the setting the maximum width and height of components, setting up the position, Z flow, overflow. This becomes the second most essential concept so that we use within our CSS. Okay, so setting the margins, paddings allows us to use the box model and customize, and then the position, the Z index, the overflow, and the float attributes allows us to control again the components and how they are positioned and their layouts and the layering within our content. So these things all will be covered individually in depth and all will with examples and codes, everything. So there won't be many presentations, it won't be theoretical, it will all be practical, and we will be talking about practically every single concept of these things. We will be moving into inline blocks, alignments, combinators, pseudo classes, pseudo elements within the CSS, how we set opacity of an elements, how we do navigation, how we use drop down, image gallery, sprites. Then this becomes more examples oriented CSS, that how we use menu systems using all these techno tools and the syntax that we have studied previously. We will be going into CNC consoles and website layouts, creating web page designs, creating more web page designs and web layouts, and understanding how responsive behavior works, everything. So almost all major topic that you see basically are here regarding CSS, and they all will be discussed individually in depth with examples throughout this particular course. Then there will be bonus lectures including Tailwind CSS. It's a CSS framework for designing beautiful web pages very quickly and easily, along with Bootstrap as well. So if you have heard of Bootstrap, fantastic. If you don't have it, don't worry. Bootstrap is a CSS framework. It allows us to work with CSS, and it has amazing features with creating responsive behavior websites with a very cool designs very quickly and very easily. So this is an entire framework, and we will be talking about this in this course as well. Along with, then there are many more examples. Okay, examples like creating menus, example like creating icons, horizontal menus, left side menus, right side menus, creating design pages, creating many of the web page components. So small examples and exercises are all there. There will be tests throughout this course. You will find there are exercises and assignments given to you throughout this course as well. So this is a very heavily packed complete course of CSS that ensures that you complete. Once you complete it, you basically become profound with all the major concepts of CSS and understand everything, how it works and how it goes inside CSS within it. Okay, so I hope you enjoy this course. Do leave your comments, the messages. Hello, welcome to the third session of this CSS for Dummies course. It's an absolute basic course for beginners. In this course, now we're going to talk about something called understanding between HTML and CSS. Now, the idea here is very simple. We have been using HTML, but why we need CSS and how we differentiate between what content we create using HTML and what content we create between CSS. So this is something that we need to understand. So before we go further, we need to be very clear about exactly what HTML is and what CSS is, and how we basically differentiate between these together. Only then we would be able to understand, okay, what the advantage and benefits of CSS are. So basically, let's just clarify very quickly what exactly we mean by HTML and what exactly we mean by CSS. Okay, and then we will go and discuss more about what CSS is. Okay, so now when we talk about HTML, basically HTML we use for structuring the data. We have been using the word we call structuring the data. Now, what do we mean by structuring? Structuring means we have used tags. Okay, and those tags basically allow us to create and structure the content on a web page. However, the design element was missing from the day one. Designing like color, like backgrounds, like foregrounds, like borders, like alignment, like placement. CSS does that. CSS adds that design elements to our basic structure. Now, why these two are important eventually is because CSS does not structure the content. The data itself, it's provided by HTML. So data goes inside HTML. HTML structures that data, and then that structural element is going to CSS for design purpose. So we use primarily CSS for design purpose, not structuring the data. Data itself is done by HTML. This is what the key thing that we have to understand, that no matter what, we would still be using HTML. HTML is something that we consider as irreplaceable. What we mean by that is that you cannot replace HTML. You need eventually HTML to structure your data. Okay, so data is basically being structured using HTML tags. So we structure the data, we put the data on our HTML, and then we use CSS. So CSS will read this HTML content and design it. Okay, so it will design those content area. It will give that color, it will give that border, it will give that life to that HTML data. Okay, so this is why CSS is quite important. CSS does not create the data. CSS does not work with the data. It is only there to design your data. What exactly we mean by design? Let me show you in another example. So if I come to this particular web page, now you would notice this is a very simple HTML web page, but notice the design of it. This design, the background color, the menu items, the sidebar, the page themes, the alignment, everything is basically designed using CSS. Okay, however, this text as welcome to my homepage is HTML. This is an HTML tag. These links have been created using HTML tag, but the design itself is what we refer to as CSS. So if I click on no sheet, now this is pure HTML. So what you see now here is what we call a pure HTML design content area. So we use a heading tag, we use the list items, we use another heading tag, and we create simple tags. So this is what HTML looks like without any CSS. Okay, so this is a simple HTML without any CSS. This is what we say. We need HTML to create and structure our data, put the data on a web page, but we use CSS purely to create this design. So this same content has been changed into something called CSS, and this CSS will give us that design. So without CSS, we cannot design our web page properly. So that's what two things that we need to understand. Whenever we work with HTML or web development as a general, we use HTML to put the data on a web page, then we come to CSS. Then we learn about CSS that, okay, how do I create this menu item? How do I create this sidebar? So we just use HTML and we put the text here. This is like a heading, this is like paragraph, but then we use CSS to design this into a sidebar. Then if I scroll down, this is like a footer area. So how do we design it? We use HTML to create a paragraph, but then giving a border around it, giving a background around it, this is where CSS comes into play. Then we can switch between different styles. Now see what happens. Same HTML, the tags did not change, the content did not change, same HTML page, exactly same. We did not even change, we just told it that use this different style now. So using the same style, this same HTML page now has a different style to it. Exactly same HTML, same tags, no change in the HTML. We just change the way it looks. We change the background color. We change the fonts. We change the layout. Now there's no sidebar. The menus are now appearing on the right side instead of the left side. The bars are completely different. The footer is completely different. This is what CSS does. Then if we go inside this, another idea, look at now the menus are appearing on the top. It has a green text, these headings, the texts are different. This sidebar is appearing at the bottom, which has a certain different text, and the footer is there. See, this is what CSS does for us. We create a simple HTML and then we apply different styles to it. This is what our CSS looks like. This is what CSS or the power of CSS is. Okay, so this is what we do. So we take a simple HTML and then we apply various different styles to it. So HTML is there. We're learning HTML as we go along. I have already uploaded a complete course. So if you haven't understood HTML, go through that course. The link would be in your description or in your resources link. You can find that course. HTML is must. So you have to understand how we put the content, because only then we would be able to properly style the content. Okay, so that's one thing. So I hope you understand the difference. Okay, HTML is there for structuring the data. We write the HTML tags to create a simple structure. Then we use styles. CSS is going to style this content in a way. So throughout this course, we're going to learn how we create these menus, how we're going to use CSS to create these wonderful different styles for our particular web page. Okay, so let's start learning more about CSS from next class. Hello, welcome to this fourth session of this course. Now we're going to talk a little bit more about exactly what CSS is and what are its basic fundamental concepts that you need to understand before we dive into the CSS code and its syntax and how we use it and integrate it with HTML. My name is Dr. Zeeshan Bhatti. Let's begin. So CSS is basically a web page styling tool or code or a language. It's a technology that allows us to design our web page in an interactive, beautiful manner. HTML is whereas in last discussion previous session was just for structuring the data. However, we use CSS for designing the content of our page. Everything within CSS is focused around how you design your page. All the attributes, parameters, all the content that we discussed in the first introduction was basically how you design this web page. CSS itself stands for Cascading Style Sheet. Okay, CSS describes how HTML elements are to be displayed on a screen or on your media devices. Okay. CSS allows us to control how your web page displays on different devices as well, of different screen sizes. So for example, you can view a web page on a large screen, 23-inch screen desktop, or you are viewing it on a small mobile device. How your web page should behave, how your web page should be responsible to different screen sizes. This is something that CSS allows us to control. HTML is just there to structuring the data. CSS will allow us to have that customized behavior of your web content based on the screen size as well, which we call responsive behavior. CSS saves a lot of work it controls the layout of multiple web pages all at once. So now, for example, if I have this web page and there are 500 web pages throughout my website. For example, the customer says that, oh, I don't like this green background, I want to change it. Now we have already created 500 pages, all with green background. Even though we have approved it, we did everything. At the end, he said, no, I don't like it, we want to change it. What we need to do? Then it's some chaos. So we have to go inside our every single web page and change the background. This becomes a nightmare. This is where CSS comes into play. What CSS does, it allows us to control our entire web page using single line of code. Okay, so using single file. So we have 500 pages, we can control those 500 pages, the background of those 500 pages in this case, for example, for the header from a single line, or the entire layout of my web page from a single file. This is the beauty of CSS, that it allows us to manage and manipulate entire website's design elements, not the content. We don't change the content, we change its design. Okay, so this is the design. This is the design. So if I change this, now the design has changed. The contents are exactly the same. The contents are there, but we are just changing the design now. So as we change the design, basically the appearance, the look and feel is being changed. This is what CSS allows us to do. We have various ways of using CSS. Using internal, external, or inline CSS, we control the design layout of our CSS. And the major aspect is that now we create two separate files. One being HTML, which has the control of your tags and the data. The CSS controls the style. So we have a separate style which basically controls our style of our sheets. Okay, so this is another demo I showed you in previous class as well. Simple HTML page, we have it. Now we are controlling the different design of our page. So the HTML is there, the tags is there, it's same. By just changing the style, I'm completely changing the look and feel of my code. This is what the beauty of CSS is. So this is just CSS. So you see this complete design, we are not changing the HTML tag. The tags are there, the text is there, everything is same. It's just the design. This is the without the design. So if I look at it, now I get HTML page without any CSS. So this is pure simple HTML layout, not very interesting. Right, but when we apply CSS to it, this is what we get. So CSS allows us to add that design feature within our HTML page. It allows us to control entire website's look and feel from just single source. So if you need to update your design, if you need to update your idea, if you need to update your concepts and colors and themes and layouts within your web page, within your website, within your web portal, you don't need to go inside every single page. You just change the 1 or 2 files from your CSS, and voila, everything gets changed, everything gets updated automatically. That's the pure beauty of CSS. Okay, so why we use CSS? Basically, we say we use CSS to define the styles of our web page, including the design, the layout, and the variations and displays for different devices and for different screens. That becomes the pure beauty of it. Okay, so CSS basically solves a huge problem that previously was never existed. What was that problem? That problem is basically what we refer to here. Then HTML never intended to contain tags for formatting web page. Okay, so HTML, when it was designed, was never there to basically allow us to format and design our web page. It was purely there for structuring purpose. So HTML only described the tags for structuring the content, that this is supposed to be heading, this is supposed to be paragraph, that's it. How the appearance of the paragraphs is supposed to be, it's what never job of HTML. This is where CSS comes into play. So when we use CSS, basically we use these tags to define our properties. We define CSS in a manner that we tell that, okay, what is going to be the background color of my page, what is going to be the heading color of my page. Okay, so the color in terms of its headings, its background, its alignment, its appearance in terms of its paragraph, and everything we do is basically design purpose. So every tag we discuss in our CSS is going to be able to allow us to control our appearance of our web page on devices. Okay, that's the primary purpose of CSS. Then CSS saves a lot of work. CSS saves tons and tons and tons and amount of work, especially if you are working on a larger project. If you have a huge size website, CSS allows us to control the entire design from a single source of file, which we basically call external web sheet. So from that external web sheet, we basically control the entire design of our website. Okay, so now you hopefully understand, okay, what we use CSS, why we use CSS, how we differentiate HTML and CSS. So let's just dive into CSS and see the exact syntax of CSS and how CSS is actually used in our web page through examples. See you next session. Hello, welcome to the next session of CSS. Now we're going to talk about CSS syntax. What is the syntax and how we use CSS with our HTML. So let's dive into it and start learning about the basic syntax and structure of how we use CSS with our HTML. Okay, so I'm going to show you this example now within our VS Code. So let's just go and dive into the coding and start working with CSS. So I have opened my VS Code. Let me create a new file here, and now I'm going to type in the basic command here. So this basic command, for example, I'm going to say HTML. Remember, I talked about that we need HTML content, so \HTML. So this is going to be my simple HTML. So let me just save this file, Control S, and we're going to go inside my source code folder within projects, and I'm going to say, for example, this is supposed to be my 4th lesson, I believe. So we're going to say CSS syntax.html. Now do remember, I'm still saving this file as a CSS syntax.html. Okay, and let me hit save. So now we have a simple HTML file that contains the basic code. So let's just say like a head tag. Okay, and then within the after the head tag, let me write the body tag. Okay, if you know HTML, you know that these are the basic tags that we need to write every single time. Within the head tag, we write something called title. Okay, and then I say CSS S1 syntax. Oops, and then we go inside body and I give a H1 and I say lesson, I think this is 4, 5, I forgot, 5, right? So lesson 5 CSS syntax. Okay, and then I can create a paragraph tag and I can say, hey, syntax is blah 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 things. Okay, so I have this basic code already for me done. So now what we did is we created a very simple HTML page, and then let's just view this HTML page, Control S. Let me view it in a browser and see how the output is. Okay, so now once we run the code, now you can see lesson 5 CSS code, and this is some basic explanation of how basically CSS works. So each declaration blah 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 things, this is just a simple text. This is a simple HTML without any design elements. This is something we have been talking about. How do we add CSS to it? So what we do is we have added this something called in CSS we use something called selectors and tags. So in HTML, let me write style and I say, for example, color, and then let me give it color as red. Okay, so what did I do now? Now I have written a simple CSS code with HTML. So we wrote an attribute called style. This is HTML's attribute. Remember, this is not CSS attribute. This is an HTML attribute telling this tag that I'm going to use a CSS code for you. And then we have used a code CSS called color, colon, and a property name. Okay, so this is basically what we say, color and its value red semicolon. If I save it, okay, go back to my code, now you note it's red. How did that happen? Because we used something called CSS. Okay, this is what simply a CSS looks like. This is telling our browser that H1 has a style. This style tag is basically attribute is basically an HTML attribute associated with CSS, telling our browser that this CSS style is called color. Now this is what we call a CSS style and its value. In CSS terms, we refer it to as a property. The other way of quickly doing it is called inline CSS. So for example, let me explain it in a better way. So what if I use a style tag here? Oops, style style, and then I can give a tag and come here and I can say here's a paragraph, and then I want to apply a style to it, and for example this paragraph can be and this thing. So we specify certain attributes to our CSS. Now what we did this time, what I did something different. First of all, I used the style tag in a head. Okay, this is one way of telling our HTML that how we are going to use CSS. Don't worry, I'm going to explain this little bit more in detail. So one way was I used the style attribute in a heading. Second way was that I use the style tag itself in a head tag. I'm going to talk more about this in a separate session. Next session will be basically exactly telling you how we're going to use it. Then what we did here is we specified P. The P stands for the tag name. So this is a selector which specifies this P here. So we use the paragraph tag here. Now we're telling our CSS that this is my paragraph. Then block start, block close. This is basically what we call our block code. Then these are what we refer to in terms of our CSS. So this is actually CSS. Okay, this entire code here is CSS. This is telling our browser that I have a paragraph tag and I want to apply these styles on my paragraph. As simple as that. In order to use CSS, you have to have HTML. Underlying HTML is there. Second, we're going to tell our HTML how you're going to look by using CSS, and that is going to be done using something called CSS properties. These CSS properties are color and its value, font size, again another property, its value, font family, another property name, its value. These are what we call CSS. That's it. This is all CSS is. All we do in CSS is we specify what styles we want to apply. Remember previous session I told you that CSS is nothing more than design elements. So for design we just use design properties. In CSS we call them that this is what I call a property, okay, and then colon and its value, then a semicolon. That's it. This is basically a CSS for me. These are what we refer to as CSS styles. Now there are hundreds of different styles we apply, but the way we apply it is exactly like the same. So we go for property. So font size is again a property. So font family, again a property, background color, foreground color, alignment, margin, everything we do becomes a property, and then it has a specific value. And then how we apply that, we give it a tag name. Okay, this is the tag name. So in terms of paragraph, we apply this tag name, Control S. Let me just remove this property here so that we don't cause any error. Control S, go back to our code, and now you notice that my font is different, my font size is different, and my color is different. How did that happen? Because I told my HTML that I'm going to apply a style which is referring to a CSS, and then this is the style. Okay, this is the style that I'm going to apply. On which tag I'm going to apply? I'm going to apply on a paragraph tag. This is basically what CSS is. This is how we apply the tags. That's it. You apply, and we obviously use semicolon to separate multiple styles. So this indicates this is style 1, this is style 2, font 1, and then the style 3 is there. Okay, so this is style 3, so this is style 1, this is style 2, simple as that. Okay, so this is how simply we apply CSS, as simple as that. So this P becomes our selector. This P is my selector that I'm going to specify. So this is basically the tag name that I've used. Here's my tag P. I'm going to apply style on tag. Similarly, if I want to apply tag on H1, so I can say, hey, here's an H1 for you, bracket close, bracket start, and then I can apply various different styles to H1. Or for example, and let me add a background color to it, and then background color can be, let me say, light gray. Oops, LIGHT, light, and let me style gray. Okay, and there we go. So now what we did, we apply same thing. So now I said, here's a selector H1. What is H1? H1 is the tag name that we just created below. So here's my H1 tag 1 name. H1 is there. Now I'm going to say on this H1 apply these different styles. So apply color, apply font, apply family, apply background, and then I will go through different things. So as soon as I save this code, go back here, now you note that it has a red, larger font size, and a background color gray. Wonderful. For example, you want to make it to the center. I said, okay, let's have it as a center. So I can say alignment center. So I can say align, ALIGN, align center. Control S, come here, hit a refresh. Nothing happens. Why didn't it center? And then you notice the background is gone. Why? What happened? The only thing we will be working about is this semicolon now. Remember we told about with this semicolon here indicates property 1 ended. This is the second property. This is the third property. At the end of every property, I have a semicolon. This one I didn't give a semicolon. Previously it worked because this was the last property. So it was no problem. So if I give a semicolon now, Control S, now it should work. So if I come back here, hit a reset, and you know we get this. So because this is aligned in center, it's not working. I think it will test text align. Yes, Control S, come here. Now we get at center point. Okay, so this is what we're doing, CSS. So this is what simply CSS is. We apply various different styles on a CSS. Now don't worry, I'm going to talk about selectors in detail. I'm going to talk about these styles in detail. I'm going to talk about this style tag in detail, this inline style in detail. Everything is going to be in a separate detailed sessions. So just to give you a brief introduction of what CSS is and how we write the syntax. So this is the certain syntax points. We give a selector, we start a block, we close a block. Inside a block, we write a property name, colon and property value, then a semicolon. Make it a habit of giving a semicolon after every property. It simplifies lots of things. Okay, so hopefully that's clear. And next we will talk more about these selectors in detail and then how we apply these selectors with these tags. See you in the next session. Hello, welcome to the next session of CSS. Now we're going to talk about CSS selectors. Okay, so remember last session we talked a little bit about how we use CSS and its basic syntax. The key major part within the syntax is called a selector. Now selector allows us to identify which tag to apply the CSS style on. HTML has many tags, and to know which tag we are going to use for our styling and which style is going to be used for which particular tag is quite important. How do we do that? Let's go and see an example and VS Code, and I will show you. So inside my VS Code, this is the file that we created for our previous code. I just copied the same code here. So this will shows us that okay, this is our simple thing. If I save it and go back and run it somewhere around here, where is it, my code? Here it is. So this is now I have a file that's basically running, and so here's my output. So basically we get the simple thing. So if I come back here in my code and I just hide these issues with my VS Code. So let me just say VS6 lesson 6 is supposed to be selectors. Okay, so now we're going to talk a little bit more about CSS selectors. So CSS selectors basically mean these things. So remember we created an h1 tag. So this is the heading 1 tag. This heading 1 tag specifies that I have a heading in my page, then I have a paragraph in my page. Then when we use CSS, we use these same tags as the style name. So here paragraph becomes the style name, here h1 becomes the style name. This is basically what we refer to as a selector, as simple as that. So typically if we go and define the CSS syntax, this is how we say we use something called a selector, then we say block start, block close, we specify property, and then use a colon, and then we use it something called a value and a block close. So this is typically CSS syntax. So this is how we say my CSS syntax is going to be used. Okay, so I can say okay, here's my CSS SYN syntax. So this is my CSS syntax. Don't worry, I've used a comment. I will talk more about comments later on. So basically now it won't be executed this line. So this is my CSS selector. So if I comment this as well, so what this selector means, that this is my selector. Now there are 2 to 3 different types of ways we define selectors. Let me go into it. But we start a block and then we start CSS properties. Then if I'm going to apply on h2, I apply an h1, I apply h1. So in this case, let me just say how if I for example have another tag. So if I can use for example h2, and I can say welcome to CSS for DUMMIS dummy. So this is my another tag here. Well, how about if I use h3 again here, and I can say CSS course for absolute beginner. So this becomes my tagline. So I've used the 3 tags here. Then I specified a BR tag here, or maybe I can specify an HR for a horizontal ruler. Then I have a paragraph tags here. Okay, so within this paragraph tag I have specified certain text here, and then I can use this text multiple different times. And for example Control C, and then I can have Control V as another paragraph tag. Okay, and let me just align it properly. So now note what we have multiple different tags in our code. If I go and view it, this is what basically it looks like. We have a simple heading which is CSS6, we have heading 2, heading 3, and a paragraph tag being duplicated. Now at the same time we can come back here and we can say if I duplicate this paragraph tag one more time, and if I come, or let's just not even duplicate it to make things even more interesting. Let's just say I create another paragraph tag called P, and I can say that here we are learning about CSS selectors. Okay, and then I can say there are 3 types of CSS selectors. Okay, SELECTORS selectors. Control S. So now we saved it. Go back here. We get this text here. Wonderful. Excellent. How do we differentiate now? Now see what's happening. Okay. Paragraph 1, paragraph 2, paragraph 3 all have exactly same style. Heading 2, heading 3 they don't have. Okay. So this is where selectors come into play. Because we have only specified here that my CSS is to be applied on h1 and h2. So if I come here, oops. Okay, my style is going to be applied on paragraph tag, and then my style is going to be applied on h1. These are 2 tags that are currently being used to apply the CSS style. The styles have not been applied on h2 and h3. Why not? Because there is no tags here. So this is what selectors initially basically mean. So we have to write the selector that okay, now I want a style on a CSS2, and then I can have a different style for it. So for example, I specify some style for it, Control S. So now what I've done is, now I've told my CSS that apply style on H2, and this is my style. Then I can go ahead and I can say H3, this becomes my selector, and I can say, okay, here's H3 and apply certain styles to it. So this is, styles are now applied to this tag. Control S, go back, and now you can see that all three tags have a specific style applied to it. Okay, so this is something that we do with respect to selectors. So these, what basically we mean selector is, or how we apply style on a CSS, is very simple logic that you need to understand. Write the tag name that you want to apply style on and give the tag name style. That's it. So if you have a tag, this is HTML, we just create a simple HTML structuring. Then we, in CSS, within the style tag in our head, we specify the selector. The selector is actually the tag name itself. So we say H2 is the tag name, H3 is the tag name, paragraph is the tag name. That's it. This is how we apply the style. The second way is that, what if I want to apply a different style on different paragraph tags? Currently what's happening is that the same style has been applied on all three paragraph tags. Okay, so paragraph 1, paragraph 2, paragraph 3 all appear exactly same. What if I don't want that? Okay, I said I don't want this to appear. I want each paragraph to look different from each other. Okay, so what to do that? For example, in this case, if I have H2, H2, what if I make this as H1? Okay, so if this becomes H1, now what happens is that both these have exactly same thing. What if I want this to H1, this one to be H1 but have a different style to it? Because we already have something called H2, so it becomes a lot easier for us, for in terms of heading, to just make it H2 and then customize it, and it becomes same. So now H2 is there. The beauty here is that because we have used style above in my header, if I come down here after this paragraph, for example, and I use H2 again, and I say types of CSS selectors, Control S. So I gave a subheading. Come here, see this style is already applied. Types of CSS. Now this H2, both have exactly same. So now I have defined the style for it, but now I want a different style for my paragraphs. How do I do that? This is where the class comes into play. So in this case, I say this CSS, and I use a class. And then I can say that let's just use something called a different name for it. So for example, simple. Okay, so this becomes my class simple. Okay, nothing else. If I Control S, go back inside my code, and I see there's no change here. Why? Because now I have to specify a different style. So I say paragraph dot simple, simple is simple, and then apply a simple style to it. So this color can be, for example, color can be black. Okay, and then I can say, okay, let me use font size to be, for example, previously it was big, now I want to just 14 font size to be there. And then text alignment can be, for example, left. This is the simple back, and the background color can be, for example, background can be of simple white. Okay, so I don't want anything specific. Now what I've done is I've created, or told my browser that I have a paragraph tag that has a class called simple. This simple class will basically mean that in my CSS I have defined a class called simple and specified as unique attributes to it. So Control S, go back in my code, and now note this paragraph has a completely different style as compared to other paragraphs. Why? Because again, if I go back inside my code, note what we did. We gave it a class. By giving a class, we segregated this paragraph from this. We separated, and we told it that this paragraph belongs to a completely different class. And then in my CSS, I use this dot operator with the class name. This dot operator is basically a connection operator telling my CSS that this paragraph having this class will be using these style. Okay, so in this case, this paragraph here is for all. So every simple paragraph tag that does not have a class will be using these attributes. So I can go here back. I can say, let's use another paragraph tag here. So let me create another paragraph tag, paragraph. So this is another paragraph tag with no class. Control S, go back here, and note this paragraph again has this blue. Because we did not specify any class here, The same style has now been applied on every single paragraph tag that we create on our web page. That's the beauty of CSS. So we can have 200 paragraph tags in our page. All will have exactly same style, controlled using this simple CSS. So this is a CSS controlling the design of entire paragraph tag now. But if you want to customize it, we start using class. So we say, here's a class. So for example, in this case, I said, I don't like this. So let me give it a class, and I want to make it simple. So now I just simply use a simple class. If I go back inside my code, note this also becomes a simple. Why did that happen? Because we gave it this simple. So now every paragraph tag that has a simple class, it will have this style to it. What if I want to say, now I want this to be different? So for example, I can say this can be news. I gave it a news class. Go back inside my code, nothing happened. Okay, this changed into blue. Why I changed it to blue? Even though we said it's having a news class, because now browser went and it's looking for a news class. Where's the news class? News class, news class. There's no definition of a news class style. Okay, so there's a definition of simple class. There's a definition of a paragraph class, but there's no definition of a news class. So it said, wait a second. Because I don't have a definition of a news class, I will apply the default standard style of paragraph. Okay, got it? So you say, nah, I don't like it. So what we need to do is we need to say paragraph dot news. We're going to tell this guy, wait a second, bro, there is a separate class called this. Now it will have a separate styles. It can have a background color, for example, red. Okay, so it will have, control Z, red as a background color. The font color will be, for example, white, and the alignment can be, for example, right, and then I can have other attributes associated with it. But for now, let's just go back here and check this out. Now it's appearing on the right alignment with white text and background. This is blue, this is black, this is red. Why? Because we have specified a class. This class is now associated with this. So this is a way of associating selectors to it. The third way is by using anonymous class. So what if I don't use this p tag here? Da-da! I deleted the p. Now it means that I have a class called dot. So this dot news now becomes a class name. By using this, we have specified that if I use any other tag, so I can use unordered list, and I can have a list items inside it, list items, and I can say use tag name as selector. I can say list item, use class for selector. Okay, I can say list item, use class name without the tag name as selector as. Okay, so now what happens? Control C, come here, it says, oh, the text is there, we get unordered list. Wonderful, no problem with that. However, what if I give this as, yes, I give a class and I say news, Control S. Notice what happened. This tag has the same red background, white text, right alignment. How did that happen? This news was supposed to be for paragraph, and I have that news here. What happened? Because I deleted the p, now I have made this class as a general class. Now I have told this guy that there is a general class called news. It does not belong to any tag. This has become an absolute general public open class. Any tag that is going to go and use this class, you apply the same style on it. So any class, regardless of its tag name, regardless of whatever tag you're using, we can go inside our heading as well. So for example, this H3, I said, let me use a class, and I said news, bro. Let me make it news as well. Come back here and notice this is also using the same thing now. That's the beauty of CSS, that now because I'm using a class as a selector, I'm telling this guy that this is what you are supposed to do. What you are supposed to apply this class style on any tag that uses this class name called news. Regardless of what class name you regardless of what tag you have, as long as you use this as a selector, this is going to be basically applying the same CSS on every single tag. So this is how we use CSS class as a tag name, as a selector. Okay, so I hope this clarifies it. We will be doing more examples of this in future as we go along, so don't worry about it. Now the next is called ID selector. I will talk this in next session. So next session, let's talk about ID as a selector. Hello, welcome to the next session of CSS for Dummies. In this session, we're going to talk about something called CSS selector called ID. Now, previously, we talked about the simple name tag selector and the class selector. Okay, this is similar to that, but this time we're going to use something called ID as a selector to identify various tags on which CSS needs to be applied. Let me show you how we do that. So, if I jump inside my VS Code, okay, so this is the file we used previously. Let me try to resave it in terms of now session 7, and then CSS selector id.html. Again, we are saving all our files as HTML so that we work with that. Even though we are working with CSS, all our basic root file goes as HTML. Now, once we have that available, in previous session we talked about this .news as a class name. Okay, and then we use an attribute called class in our CSS. Okay, so we use attribute called class. However, there's one other attribute that we can use. For example, in this list item, I can use an attribute called ID, and ID I can specify, for example, my list. Okay, so now this list item has an attribute associated with it called ID, and we gave it a name called my list. Okay, this is same as giving it a class name or a name, but this time because we have used an ID here, and remember, ID is an attribute that we typically use to identify each indifferent list or tag name, and then this ID is most commonly used in terms of JavaScript. Class is something that we most commonly use with CSS for styling, but because ID is there, we can use ID with CSS as well. Again, ID is an attribute usually commonly associated or used with JavaScript, and class is basically we use with CSS. However, both can be used interchangeably, no problem with that. Okay, so if you use an ID tag for some reason, what we do, how we access this in our CSS? So again, under the style tag in our head, we use with the attribute, instead of using now hash, we use my list. So instead of using dot, we use something called my list. So now in our style tag, what we do is, previously in a class we use dot operator. This time we're going to use something called hash my list, and then we're going to specify some attribute names to it. Okay, so what we're going to tell this time is that there is an ID called my list. So this ID identifier is hash. So for a class identifier, we use the dot operator. The dot operator is used to identify that this is going to be a class, whereas if you want to use an ID, basically you have to use something called hash, and then the ID name, in this case my list. So basically it means that within our HTML there is a tag that has ID called my list. So what do? You apply these styles to it. So whatever styles we apply will be applied to any tag that has this my ID as a my list as an ID. Okay, so if I save it, go and view the code. So if I just go live again, and let me show this message again. So if I go back inside my code, and here, so you can see that this particular tag has now green color with white. So previously all was there. So I can even say alignment. This can be, for example, left. Control S, go to my code. So now this tag alone has a left alignment. So this is a list item that has an ID associated with it, and now I can control individual tags based on my ID or my class. So this becomes the second way of, or third way, sorry, of using it. So one is that we specify selector as a simple class name or tag name. Okay, so tag name is there. This tag name becomes a selector. Second is the using a class name dot with a dot operator. So class, if you are using class name, you specify the class. Now this class is something that is heavily relied on in Bootstrap framework or in Tailwind framework. We will be talking about this later throughout this course. So you would be coming across this course in which we will be talking about this thing. So keep an eye on that. I will be using class and ID now for all other reference examples throughout this course. So we will be revisiting and reusing it again and again. Don't worry about that. But this is what does. So what we do in Bootstrap is that there's a predefined classes created for us. We just give it a class name and boom, the effect is automatically applied. Here again, same thing has happened. So we have created a style that does this thing. Now wherever we want to apply that, we use in terms of either class or in terms of an ID. So if you use a hash, it basically becomes an ID. So any tag that has this hash. So for example, in this ID, I can go h2 ID and it can be, for example, my list. Control S. If I go back, so this h2 now has the same attribute as the this list item. So this is what CSS allows us to do. So if you use attributes, you use styles, you can apply styles on any tag. It doesn't concern which tag you're applying as long as you have provided the correct selector. Sometimes it's excellent, but sometimes it can get very confusing as well. So do ensure you provide a correct selector. So in this case, the selector is ID, not the h2. Okay, so now h2 is not there, it is ID, and my ID is my list. Okay, the final thing we can do in selector as well is that we can use same attributes or assign same style to multiple attributes as well. So for example, I can go and say list item space anchor a tag. Okay, and then I can specify certain attributes to it. Now I can use this as well. So what I've done here is that I've specified that there is a list item space and then anchor tag and space. For example, I can say, hey, it can be, for example, any other tag as well. So in this case, maybe I can use h5. Okay, so all these are going to have this thing. So I can use them as, for example, 50 as a font size, 150 as a font size, and color can be completely different, or whatever style I want to apply onto them, I can use with that. So what this basically means that every list item, every anchor, every 5 have the same attributes. So this is like sharing your selector attributes with multiple as well. So this is the fourth way of applying a selector. So you can use multiple tags, which is usually not recommended though, but if you want to just a generalized thing, you can use this in a simple way, but it's usually not applied. If you want to create a general tag behavior, sometimes we also have this thing available. You can use as a simple hash sign. Okay, so now this basically means that apply it on every tag. So this basically will mean that this becomes the default attribute of every single tag. Okay, again, to certain extent we use it, but sometimes we don't recommend it because now you have set a default tag style for all the tags. Okay, which basically not recommended. We want to customize everything, but certain times some people would have this behavior in terms of, for example, we setting a margin, for example. Okay, so I can say margin, maybe margin in terms of margin margin, and I want to apply a style 0 pixels. Okay, this basically means that remove all the margins of all the tags and just use this default 0 values for it. So maybe for every tag we want to start off with a default value of this tag, kind of a thing, that for every single tag by default set a margin to 0, and then you can further go and customize it. Because you want to further go and customize it, do ensure that if you are using it, we put it as a first style on our under the style tag. Okay, what this means that because HTML is an interpreter based, the browser will interpret our code line by line. So it will go and it will read the first and execute, then second and execute. So first it will set the margin to 0, then you can go inside each individual tag and set a custom margin. But again, it depends on how you basically use it. So you can use a hash to apply on every single attribute. You can use tag name, you can use the class name, you can use the list name, or you can have a nested or multi tag selectors where you can specify multiple attributes to your tags as well. And then there are a few other secret ways that we will go and explore with more advanced features of CSS as we go and explore CSS more in depth. So for now, these are 3 to 4 standard methods of using CSS selectors, and we will be exploring them much more detail in every single class from now on. So don't worry about that. So I hope you understand here that okay, you can use class, you can use ID, you can use a tag name to specify CSS, and then now let's start to explore this CSS much more in detail in next classes. Okay, so see you in next class. Hello, welcome to this 8th session of this course, CSS for Dummies. Now we're going to talk about something called 3 ways to use CSS. So typically we have talked a little bit about CSS already, and now it's a little bit more in detail how we exactly use CSS, or in other words, how do we actually integrate CSS with our HTML. What are the three standard ways? We have already talked about this, so slightly you might have an already idea, but let's explore these three ways much more detail. Okay, so let me jump to my VS Code. So here we are. So once we are in my VS Code, we have already this file created. So let me just use this as a reference and save this as, so that we have exactly our file. So let me just save it as this. 3 ways to use css.html. So again, I'm creating HTML. Keep an eye on that. Up till now, we have been creating HTML files. So now what are 3 standard ways of using CSS? Okay, so let's just come here, and if I say, for example, in this case, let's just make it lesson number 8. How to use CSS. So let me just change that. So now we have a bunch of redundant data within our CSS. I actually don't want to use it so much, so let me just get rid of some of the content so that it becomes very simple and easy. We can have a paragraph, we can have some of this line here, that should do the trick. Control S, and then all this other CSS, let me just get rid of it till this point, and then maybe be simple, because we just have 2 paragraphs, so maybe we can get rid of these 2 as well. And H3, H2, I've also got rid of it. So here we go. So the idea is just to make it simple, because I'm just copy pasting from the previous example and I don't want to have so much content here. Here we go, and let me just get rid of this as well. I don't like to use it. Now we have a simple HTML. Now there are basically 3 different ways of using CSS within your HTML. How do we do that? If I jump back to my presentation, just for your sake, now these are 3 different ways that we use our CSS. The 3 ways are known as inline CSS, internal CSS, and external CSS. Okay, when we use CSS, these are 3 different ways we can integrate CSS with HTML. Okay, one is known as inline CSS. Inline CSS means that you write the CSS right with the tag. So for example, we have a paragraph tag, and with the paragraph tag, I use a style attribute, and then I give a particular CSS code within the style attribute. Now style is an attribute, it's a CSS HTML attribute. That's why we use the word attribute. Keep an eye on that. Whenever we talk about something called attributes, basically we are talking in terms of HTML. Whenever we're talking in terms of CSS, we are talking in terms of properties. So whenever we use word property, basically means we are CSS. So this color is a property, this is CSS, this is a property value, so this becomes a CSS. Style is an attribute that is associated with a tag. So this, because it's an attribute, we use it for HTML. Technically same things, right? So you can use word attributes or properties or functions or parameters, whatever you call them, but because these are 2 different languages, we use these words in a different manner, just to identify what we are talking about or which tool we are talking about. Okay, so that's the clarification just there. So inline CSS is a CSS that we use within the tag itself. We use paragraph tag, and then within the tag we specify style attribute, and then we give a certain style. This becomes my inline CSS. Internal CSS is something that we use with the head tag. So within my head tag of a body, I write another tag called style. Now this is again something we used in previous example as well. Okay, so what we do is we use head tag. Inside a head tag we gave a style tag. Now here style behaves like an attribute, here style behaves like a tag. Within this style tag we gave a specific selector, block start, block close, and then we gave the attribute a property name and its property value. Here, because we are using inline CSS, there is no need of a style tag because we have already a style attribute. Then there is no name of selector because we are already using it inside a paragraph tag. So this will only be applied to this paragraph only. That's the inline CSS major property that we use. So this will not be shared across different paragraphs. However, if you use internal CSS, this attribute will now be shared across multiple attributes or multiple tags, sorry. So this property will be shared with multiple attributes. This becomes my internal CSS. The third way of doing it is called external CSS, where you actually write the CSS code in an external file and then link that external file with your HTML code using a link tag. So we use a link tag. We provided a relation, for example, called style sheet. This tells our browser that this is an external file that has a style sheet relation to my HTML file. And then we use hrefs and provide the path to the external CSS. Let me show you these three things how we do in VS Code. In my VS Code, we have this basic code written, a simple class file. Okay, so remember last time we did this code, so we have an h1 tag. Okay, if there's an h1 tag, I use the style attribute. We provided it a color, Control S. So we have this, for example, paragraph tag already. So what if I want to give a inline CSS here? So I use a style as an attribute, and then I can say, for example, alignment. Okay, or for example, I can say text align, and it can be center, Control S. Now remember, we have internal CSS as well. Okay, but this internal CSS does not have an align attribute associated with it. It just has color, which is supposed to be blue. However, we have given a color, or we don't have given any color here. Let me give you example what it means. So let me just show you exactly how, if I run this code first and show you what this behavior looks like. Okay, so let's just go live here from my VS Code, and here we go. So now you can see this, we have a basic attribute associated with my paragraph, and it is aligned center. So this is a center alignment for my paragraph 1 because I have provided it this text. Okay, so this is inline CSS. Inline CSS has there. Now remember, we have a blue color, but what if I don't like blue color here? So I come here and I say color, simple. So this is a CSS attribute, and let me make it, for example, let me choose this color here, Control S. So now what should happen? I have an inline CSS that says color is there, but remember, this paragraph has also a CSS in internal CSS, which we have defined inside the head tag. So inside the head tag, we have a style attribute. Inside the style attribute, we have this paragraph. So this becomes inline CSS. Inline CSS is basically internal CSS is basically written inside your HTML page, inside your head. Inline CSS you write inside the tag. If you save it, go back to your page, now this is green color. The second paragraph becomes blue. Okay, so why this is green? Because we have applied a green attribute here, a green property here. Why again is there green color whereas the second paragraph is blue? That's one main reason. The inline CSS, the CSS that we write with the tag, has a higher precedence. Whatever we write here will always be executed last and will be shown as a result. Whatever we write here will execute first, so the text will be converted to blue, but then when this tag is being executed, this will execute at the end, and the final style will be this. That's why we say the inline CSS has a higher precedence. Again, by higher precedence means no matter what the CSS is specified in internal line file, final result will always be overridden because of inline CSS. The final result will always be shown if there is an inline CSS. If there is no inline CSS, in this case, nothing is shown. Okay, so this becomes inline. So whenever we want to use CSS, this is the first way. We use style attribute, we give a CSS here. Second way, we use the style tag, style, and we specify this attributes here, and then we simply use the selector, and we bracket close bracket start bracket close, and then the CSS style goes here. So this is what basically CSS is. If it is internal, it has to have a selector, it has to have a block start, block close, it has to have this code here. Okay, then internal inline CSS is just very simple. You don't need any selector because we are already using inside a paragraph tag. It needs to have a semicolon, yes, because you are using multiple styles, multiple properties within our CSS, so you need to provide that. Okay, so that's a two way. The third way we discussed was called external. What happens if you are using multiple web pages? For example, in a website, typically you would have 5 to 10 different web pages or 100 pages. For example, CNN.com has thousands of pages. Your university website can contain hundreds of pages. News websites contain hundreds and thousands of pages. Blogs contains thousands of blogs. So how do we maintain the consistent style throughout hundreds and thousands of pages? Then if you need to change, how do you change it? If you use internal CSS, inline CSS, if I talk about first, inline CSS has to be written with every single tag. With every single tag, you need to write CSS. Okay, so you can control the design, but you can control it at a very micro level, at a tag level. Then we basically go to internal CSS. Internal CSS again has to be written inside every HTML file. If you have 100 HTML files, this same CSS needs to be copied and pasted in every single file. And then if you have to change something, again 100 files have to be opened and edited all the time, which is again a huge task. So this is where the third type of CSS comes into play. So what we do is we create a new file, blank, and then we specify a tag name, for example paragraph, and that's it. And then we write a style attributes, for example the color is equals to colon, and then it can be, for example, green. Okay, and then we say here's my green color, and then every tag or every attribute that you want to apply on a particular tag, you just write the selector name, give a block start, block close, and then you write its CSS attributes. Okay, that's it. So the code is exactly same as you write inside your style tag, however without the style tag, because now we are not writing HTML, we are giving it a CSS. So this becomes my external CSS. So idea here is very simple. You write the code in a separate file. The CSS code is basically written in a separate file. You go and you control S and save it. So wherever you have saved your main source code, inside this I write the file name, for example style.css. So now here the extension I have used CSS. Up till now we have been using .html as an extension, but because now we are changing the CSS, we are using .css as an extension. Click on save and voila, now this becomes my CSS code saved in a separate style sheet. The only thing is it's still not linked here. Okay, so I can just easily come here and I can copy this entire code and then I paste it here and remove it from here, no problem with that. Okay, but no need, sometimes we use internal as well to have that customization on a single page. Because we have used an external CSS, now we need to apply it. If I execute this code, nothing would happen because currently this is a separate file. The CSS is in a separate file. Because it's in a separate file, again remember, no style tag. All other CSS rules apply. You can use the tags as a selector, you can use a .class as a selector, you can use hash as an ID for a selector, all same. And then you need to block start, block close. You need to provide a property, semicolon, property its value, semicolon, it can have multiple properties. All the CSS basically goes exactly the same way. However, now the only thing is remaining is you need to use something called a link tag. So inside your head, before the head tag is closed, we use a tag called link. Now this is again HTML. This is not CSS. We use the HTML tag to write this style tag. Okay. So now what we have told our HTML page that hang on, this is a HTML page that is linked to a style sheet, and the path of that style sheet is style.css. Now because I have saved the style.css in same folder as my original HTML file, I don't need to provide any other path notation here. For now I just provided it the basic syntax. Okay, so I said okay, style.css. So this is what basically the link tag does. Now link is a tag of HTML. It has many purposes. It is used for many different purposes as well. It can use for linking your external JavaScript. It can be used to link your external fonts library or your bootstrap library and so on and so forth. So in this case, we are using it for CSS. So that's why we are telling our browser that, hey bro, we are using a link tag and we are linking a style sheet. So that's where the relation attribute is there for. It's like a metadata telling my browser that I'm going to link a style sheet and here's the path of that style sheet. So now this will link my CSS, this external CSS. Where's here? I don't want to save this. Where is it? Oh, here it is. So I want to link my external CSS with this page. So let me just control S and go back here, hit a refresh and see this. Now we have a different style. What's happening now here is, so if I go back here, because now we have used 3 CSS, so you need to understand exactly what's happening. Remember, there are 3 ways of using this CSS. So inline, internal and external. In terms of precedence, it's extremely important to understand that inline has the highest precedence. No matter what, this code will always have the final effect. Then internal CSS, then external has the lowest effect. So for example, if you have a paragraph tag that has a style in external, then you define an internal and you execute the code, whatever is the style defined in your internal will be shown in your paragraph, because internal will override the external. Okay. Then if the same paragraph now has an inline CSS as well, the final result will be shown of the inline CSS. Whatever attribute or property is being changed here will have that effect, because inline will override internal. So inline has the highest precedence, then internal, then external. If I go back inside my code, remember inside this I have a paragraph that has color this green color. Then I also have a paragraph in my inline that has a blue color. If I come here and in this paragraph tag, what if I say example, the color can be yellow, okay, and I can say let me use it as a yellow. Okay, so if I save it, go back inside my code, go back inside my code here. So now it has a yellow color. Why it has a yellow color? Because I have used a external CSS defining that this tag is supposed to have a yellow color. So now whatever attributes you define here will be basically properties you define here will be used here. So up till now we have discussed the basic syntax, the selectors, and how we use the CSS. Now finally what we need to learn about CSS are these CSS properties. That's it. Now all other CSS is basically concerned with knowing what you want to achieve using what different properties. So let's start exploring some of these properties in future classes. Okay, welcome to the class 9 of CSS. In this class we're going to talk about comments. Now comments are a very simple way of hiding the code or giving some comments in our code or writing a documentation or some piece of information to help us understand the code, but something that we don't want our browsers or users to know. So it's like developers instructions. So comments are basically not for the user, not for the output, but for the developers who are working on the code. It's for them. Okay, so this is what the basic purpose of comments are. Comments basically are not shown to the user on the browser. So when you write a comment, or it's not basically shown to the user, so it has no purpose in terms of its output. It's just as a backend way. So do remember with that. So comments are usually used to explain the code and will help you in understanding what you have written and what you're supposed to do, or sometimes some code doesn't work, so you can just hide it, but you don't want to delete it, so you can use that code for future reference or whatever purpose. So it's purely for developers. It's nothing to do with the user. Okay, so that's why we have it. So it's completely ignored by the browser. So whatever you write in this line of code will be completely ignored by the browser. We use comments with internal CSS and external CSS. We don't use it with inline CSS, because inline it's written inside the tag, so there's no point of writing comment there. If you need a comment, you might use it HTML comments. Okay, but for CSS it's written as internal CSS or external CSS files. Okay, so how we use it? Basically we use backslash static and then whatever content you want to write and static backslash. This is how we use it. There are two ways of using it. It's called a single line comment. So on a single line, if you need, you again use backslash static, write whatever string you want and then static backslash. Okay, this becomes our comment. The browser completely ignores this line. This line is not displayed to the user. This is again for a developer. Then you can even use it in a multi-line. So you can write this as a multi-line comment, have a static, define this as a comment. Browser will completely ignore this, and you can execute your code in a normal way for just instruction's sake. Okay, so this is what typically comment is. Let me show you one or two examples to make you understand exactly what I mean. So I have this file created. So I have this style paragraph defined. So I can write, for example, backslash comment, and I said this is my paragraph general style. Okay, so this becomes my comment. This line is, I can write anything, the browser won't execute it. Okay, I can even have, so for example, another tag here. I can say let me use paragraph, and then let me say color, and this time columns may be blue. Not columns, COL or color, and then color can be blah 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 things. I just leave it like that. Okay, so I have an error in the code, but I don't want to execute this. So what I do is I write backslash static in front of it, and then I come back here and I say static backslash to comment this entire code out. Okay, so now this code is commented out. I don't want to delete it. I want it to be there, but I don't want that to be shown to the user. So this is commented out. So it becomes a multi-line comment. In inline comment, inline again, if we have a paragraph and I have a style attribute to it, and I can specify some color, for example, in this case let me use blue. And if I want to write a comment here, we don't write here. So in this case I will be using HTML comment, because I'm in an HTML comments, if you remember from HTML course, are basically used tag, because everything has to be a tag, and then exclamation mark minus minus. So this is HTML comment for paragraph. Okay, graph. Okay, so now this is basically an HTML comment, meaning that this line will not be executed by browser will completely ignore this HTML comment. Okay, so this is simply what comments are. We use it to define, you can write comment in front of the property as well, as long as it's inside this backslash static, it will be completely ignored. You can do one other funky thing as well. For example, I can use a background color and then I can have, for example, it as a light lemon. Okay, I can write a comment in between here as well. So I can say backslash static test color and then static backslash. Okay, so this again is a valid thing because this line of code is not executed by the browser. It's just the comment. Even after the property colon, I have written a comment and then I have given a value. This is completely ignored by the browser anyway. So it will take this as a property colon and its value. So this is completely fine. Okay, you can even have a comment before this as well. So for example, I can say text align and then I can say center, but I can write the comment before this one as well. Okay, change ALIG and MENT alignment, and now I can have the value. This again is valid because the browser will ignore this comment, it will not read it, so it will read the text align and then it will see a colon is there and then space center. It's perfectly aligned. So you can write the comments in between, but this just makes code much more confusing. So if you have to write something like this, it's always recommended that you can use it after this line, or you can, for example, write it before the line. So if I have this, I can just cut it. If I need to define something, write it before it. It makes much more sense. Okay, so text color. So this can be, for example, my associated with it, or I can write a comment after the property. Then again, this is just for the browser, some information, writing documentation as a developer, what we are doing, what each tag is doing, or sometimes I just don't want this entire tag to work. I can select it. If I'm using VS Code, I use control backslash and it comments out everything and nothing gets executed. Okay, so control S, and if you want to check it, let's just go inside the browser. Let me hit a go live feature so that it goes executed, and here we go. So everything else gets executed normally. Whatever we wrote inside the comments is not shown to the user. Done. Thank you. So let's move on to the next session now.
Hello, welcome to the class 10th of this course. In this course now we're going to talk about CSS colors. Now we have used colors a little bit in previous sessions. Let's just deep dive into it and understand a little bit more how we use color property in CSS. So in order to use color property in CSS, you need to have color property colon and then the color name. That's it. So this is the first basic property that we use. So anytime you want to assign color to any text or component, basically we use the color attribute, color property colon and then the color name. Okay, so that's what we do. So primarily for every time we have to use text, we use the color and then the color name. This becomes the property and this becomes the property value. So this is simply how we do in CSS. So any text color you want to assign anywhere to any tag, this is basically what you do. However, if you need to set to the background color, okay, so for example in this slide this yellow is the background color. So this is what we mean by background. In order to set the background color, basically we use a property called background dash and then color. Okay, so this background dash color will set the background color of any tag. So whether you are using div tag, paragraph tag, heading tag, or any tag for that matter, you can set a background property for that, and then background property will basically use the same pattern colon and then the color name. Okay, then there's border as well. So you can set a border around a certain component. So for example, in this case, this is the border, or this border can go around entire component loops. Okay, so this basically means that we have a border around entire segment sessions. Okay, let me just erase this. Hang on, eraser, and so on. So this basically what we say our browser basically refers to. So in terms of our browser, whenever we want to set the color to a certain property of the border, we use the border attribute. So this time we use the border. What it will do, it will set a border around a component. Okay, however this border uses 3 attributes. So this is a short form. So border, this is basically the width of the border, how thick or thin you want the border to be, the solid, the design of the border you want to be, and then the red basically becomes the color. So you can set the color of the border as well, you can set the color of the background, and you can set the color green as well. Okay, this becomes simply the 3 basic mechanisms of setting color of any basic object. How we set the color, again we use the color name already. So this red, green, blue, these are the color names that we use. Okay, whereas you can use an RGB value of a color. So if you don't want to, or if you don't know the name of the color but you are aware of the RGB values, again you can find the RGB values of various different colors. So you can use red, green and blue, these values of any particular color within your system. Okay, and then or a hexadecimal value as well. So this is counting a hash hexadecimal value, which is again commonly available. So we use online charts to find out a hexadecimal value of a particular color, and then we use that hexadecimal value. Or you can find an RGB, or you can use the color name directly. So when you're using the color name, there's a limitation. Not every color has a name assigned to it in CSS. So that is why we would be using RGB or hexadecimal values for more uncommon or specific colors that usually are not so commonly known. Okay, so this is why this is so important to understand. Then moving on to the color names. So what color names can we use? Typically color names can be, for example, like tomato, like orange, like dodge blue, like medium green or violet, or a light gray. These are common names, and there are almost more than 100 common names that are associated with colors in CSS, so you can use any of that. How we use it? Again, we use an h1 tag. We specify a background color, for example tomato, so that the heading one now becomes a background color tomato. If I use a h1 style with the background text orange, and if I specify background color to be orange, now I get an orange color. Okay, this is how simply we do it. Okay, let me show you a few more examples in VS Code. In my VS Code, let me create a new file. Okay, and then we will just start with the same HTML, and then we use \HTML. So I'm just creating a brand new file. Go inside file, and then make sure in the same CSS source code folder I save this file as 10, and this is nothing as CSS Colors. Okay, .html. So I'm saving it as .html file. Click on submit. Okay, again, don't worry, the source code will be available in your resources link, so you can download this as well. So now I have the basic code available: head, title, and then basically I'm not going to use the CSS link right now, so I can simply say \head. So let me close this, and I'm going to use something called style tag. So let me use a style tag, style style, and now we have a style tag available. Inside here I will create a body. Okay, so let me use body tag. Inside the body, let's just create h1. Let's see, session 10 CSS colors. Okay, so now we have a basic CSS career created. How do we use CSS? So I specify, for example, class, and I can say head. So this becomes my class name. So inside my CSS, now I go and I create that h1 dot dot head. Okay, so this is now I'm specifying that I have a heading 1 tag that has a class name called head. So apply these styles to it. So I can say, okay, let's apply a color to it. So the color can be any color. So in this session, you can see this. This is giving me a list of huge number of colors that I can apply, and you can select any number of colors. Click S, and if I turn on the live preview of this, okay, so I have this session available. Let me just close this and minimize this a little bit so we can easily read it. So once this is there, now you can see this, that the text is basically of green color. Okay, so this basically indicates that I have a heading tag, and that heading tag has a style to it. So we specify the style using the class head. Then inside the heading here, we basically specify the style. This becomes indicating that we are using internal CSS. Okay, so whenever we write the CSS within the HTML, we call it internal CSS. So this internal CSS is now using h1 as head, and that has a green color. In the case if you have another head tag, okay, so this is basically where if I use another head tag, I can say h1, and this is course name, for example course CSS for dummies. So I have another heading, Control S. Now as soon as I save it, you can see that the output is basically black. Why this is black? Because we have specified a class here, and we have specified that only this class is supposed to be green in color. This class does not have any attribute associated with it. So we can specify h1 as a journal. So when I specify h1 as a journal, and I can say color, and this time the color can be, for example, the sea green color. Control S, and now this becomes a sea green color. Why this is sea green now? Because we have told it that h1 is a tag, so this becomes my selector, and it applies the style to it. Because I've not given any class name to h1 this time, so this h1 can be applied here. If you need to do, for example, in this case, I can say class, and I can say subhead So this becomes my subheading class. Now if I go and save it, basically what it will do, that I want to make sure that it's applied on subhead, Control S, and this is applied here. Okay, so we can apply different styles to heading tags, and in this case, for example, we can say yellow green, Control S, so now it becomes yellow green to it. So this is one way of doing it. Then the second thing we do is we call background attribute. Okay, so we come here and I can say, okay, background color. So the background color is up to us what we specify. So in our case, for example, I can say light blue, for example. So as soon as I've specified light blue, now the color becomes light blue background color. In this case, let me apply background color to this, and we can say, for example, light gray. Okay, Control S, and now this has a light gray. Okay, so this is basically how we apply different color attributes to it. Do ensure that you give a more legible and accessible colors. These two colors are very poor color theme areas. So in this case, I can say, for example, white would be more suitable, and I can have that Control S. So now you see it's more readable. In this case, again, this is absolutely terrible. So instead of maybe this green color, we can use dark green color, something like that, so it becomes more readable at least. So yeah, now you can see that. Then again, we can use RGB as well. So if I don't want to use this color here and I want to use RGB, so to do that, we just simply use RGB, and then we apply red, green, and blue colors. Okay, so Control S, now we have that pure red, pure green, and pure blue, which basically adds up to this. So now you can specify any color value for between 20 to 255. So for example, I specify 34 here, and I can say, okay, have for 34 here in terms of 3, okay, or maybe 39. This should not make much difference, and I can say, for example, 200. So Control S, now it becomes this color. Okay, so if I say, for example, 134, Control S, now see it becomes purple. So we can give any RGB values. How do we find out the RGB values of any color? I think we can come here and we can access the W3SCH schools, and we can say RGB color. And if you search for it, it should give us the color tutorial in W3 Schools website, and basically it will give you the RGB chart of different colors. So if you come here, you can find the RGB values of different color schemes on this website. You can just Google it out. Similarly, the hexadecimal color values can also be found out. So you can see this has this charts available, or you can go on internet and find out the wonderful color schemes that you want to use, and their RGB and hexadecimal values if you want to use that. So to use the hexadecimal values, for example, in this case, I want to use this. So let me just copy this, Control C. Instead of background color, instead of giving the color name, basically we just delete this and give the hexadecimal value. That's it. So if you are using RGB, you are going to call this RGB function, telling it this RGB values. Of course, because I'm using VS Code, it is telling me that what RGB values I can use. So I can easily use the color picker to choose a specific RGB values in my case. Okay. However, you can give this hexadecimal value as well. So this is simply how we basically do it. Okay, so just wind it off. To use CSS colors in CSS, you can specify very simply the color attribute, background color attribute, or what we call the border attribute. Let me use the border very quickly as well. So if I have this, Control S, let me come to my code again, Control S. So let's just use, oops, what's happening? Minimize this. Yes, so the border is basically supposed to go in this way. Where is my cursor going? Okay, enter. We use border, and then we say I need a border, for example, of 2 pixels. It is supposed to be solid in color, and then the color name. So the color can be any particular thing. Again, here I can use an hexadecimal value. For example, hash FFF should give me a white color, or for example 333 should give me a darker gray color. And now you can see this, that I have a background border around this particular content having a light background, a dark color, so this looks nice. So this is how we basically style our components within CSS using the color attributes. So hopefully this makes sense to you. So any issues, anything, do send me a content message, and we will talk more about it. Okay, thank you for watching. See you in next session. Hello, welcome to the 11th session of this course, CSS for Dummies. In this 11th session, we're going to talk about CSS background property. Now, background color we have already talked about in previous sessions. More specifically, we're going to explore some of the more other background related properties in CSS. So background color is something we have already talked about. Including this, we will talk more about how we can add an image as a background and a few other features with it. So let's begin. Now, CSS background properties basically we use to add background effects, background design to our component. So any component you are using, whether it's your h1 heading tag, whether it's your paragraph tag, whether it's your anchor tag, any tag basically you're using, you can apply this basic background properties to it. Even your image tag, you can set an image background as well. If image is small and you want to occupy a more larger area for a image, you can do that. You can use unordered lists or tables, whatever tag basically you are using, you can use the same thing on all these tags. Okay, how what we can do with the backgrounds, so let's just expose this. So the first thing is we use a background color. So with this will do, it will set the background color. We have seen the examples of this in previous class, and then we give a color name. Okay, so this is something we have already talked about extensively. So for example, in this slide, this yellow is the background color. Okay, and then we have something called background image. How sometimes we don't need the color, we want to have an image. So for example, in this slide itself, we see this slide background as an image. How do we set that up? We use an property called background image. So when you use dash image, now basically means you are telling CSS that I want to set an image to be the background of my web page. Okay, and this time we need to provide the URL of my image. Okay, so we are going to use the built-in URL function. We're going to provide it a URL of your image, and then that image will basically be set as your background image. As simple as that. Similar to the colors. Okay, so as soon as we use background color, we get the background color of any of these tags. Okay, or any other tags for that matter. So the list goes on here. For almost every tag, you can set the background color, the background image. If you're using background image, do ensure that you give a URL and a proper supported format. So by default, the GIF is supported. You can use the PNG as well. You can use the JPG as well. These are some of the standard formats that we use, and they are very easily supported as well. Okay, so either it's PNG, either it's JPG, either it's GIF, or any other supported format that the browser support, you can use that. But these three typically become one of the famously and commonly used formats around the world. So stick with these three things and you should be fine. Okay, this becomes the path. So this is the URL path of your image. So usually we keep this image or all the images we use inside of a same folder. This is a relative path, means wherever I've saved my HTML, I've saved this image in the same folder. Once you set an image, the image will appear as a standalone image. Sometimes we want to set it as no repeat or just repeat. Okay, so you can set this as a repeat as well, which basically means that if you have a large web page and there's a small image here, so this becomes my small image. What repeat will do, it will repeat the image across all as a tiling effect throughout your web page. Okay, sometimes we don't want that. Sometimes we just want a one big large image to appear in our web page as a background. So we will set it no repeat. So this is an additional attribute, additional property that we specify in CSS, telling our CSS that the background image is this, but do not repeat it or repeat it if you want it to be. Okay, so background dash repeat is another property we use, and we tell our browsers not to repeat it. So no repeat will not repeat it. It will be a single image. If you set it to repeat, it will basically be tiled across it. So by default it's tiled. Okay, then the third or more attributes we can associate with the background once you have an image set to it. These usually work with image. So for example, if you set it to color, then repeat is no point. So with this color, you don't use this. So this is absolutely useless. You need to use repeat with the background. Okay, so if you're using an image, then set a repeat attribute. But if you're not using an image, there's no point of using this with the background. Similarly, attachment as well. Okay, so if you're using color, the attachment does not work with the color as well, because color is just a simple color. Okay, if you're using an image, then you need to use this attachment property as well. What this attachment property will do is that, for say if you want to scroll this page down, okay, so if you scroll, then what should happen to the image? Or if this is a single image as well, if you're scrolling it down, should the image be there throughout the web page, or should it scroll upwards as well? So we use it either fixed or scroll attribute. So when it does a scroll, it means that you want to scroll the background as well. If it is fixed, it means that the front content will change, but the image will be fixed as a background. Okay, so these are two additional properties that we use with CSS after the image. So once you use the image, then the first attribute we set is background. The second is this attachment, whether it should be fixed, means that when you scroll the page, the image should stay there, or it should scroll. So that means that if you scroll the page, the background will also scroll up. So it means sometimes we have a very large background image, we create a very large one, and we want the page to scroll with it. Okay, so knowing these two attributes are quite important. So we use the attachment property, and we provide these fixed or scroll values with our background. This is done. Then once we also have additional property if you use the image. So if you're using image, these basically goes with it. So with the image, we have another property called position. So how do you want to position your image as a background? Do you want it to be on the right top, top left, center alignments? All these basic values can be. So you can have a right top, basically means that if this is my screen, I want it to be on starting from the right top. Okay, or it can be right center. So if you set it to center, it will basically means that right center will be somewhere here. Or you can set it to left top. Okay, so if you set it to left, it basically means that I want image to be on the left top. Usually we just leave it to center. Okay, so we just set it to be center, so that ensuring my image basically as a background appears on the center of the page. Okay, so these are certain attributes that you need to understand, that okay, you can control various different aspects of your background if you are using background image. If you are just using as a background color, so for example, a background image typically we would set to a body tag. So if I'm using a body, and I would set this tag here. Okay, so the body will have, this will basically means that now my entire web page has a background to it. If you are just using this for a anchor tag, so if an anchor tag you want to have a background logo behind it, okay, and then the text should appear over that logo, then maybe these properties might not be there. So you just have to understand where to know where to use these properties or where not. So don't use unnecessary properties and confuse your web pages and confuse your code as well. So if you are using a small image around a certain anchor tag or certain image, then these fixed scroll right top properties would actually do not matter, because they are just going to be around the simple component. However, if you are using an image around a body tag, now it means it's going to overlap and wrap your entire content of your web page. Then you would be required to use this no repeat, attached, position, and these properties as well. Okay, so we can use for a background color, we can use this shorthand property, just a background, and RGBA values can be provided, and we can specify these settings as well. So commonly we use this position, attachment, repeat when we are using image tags. Okay, so I hope this basically explains what we are going to do. Okay, additionally we can associate a third property with the background. So in my case, for example, if you look at the slides, the slide has a background, but it's very opaque, it's transparent, it's not so prominently shown. That's because I've set the transparency level to a very low value. Same thing you can do within your browsers as well. You can set up an image, but you can set its property value to a very low, its opacity value to a very low. So we use another attribute called opacity, colon 0.3. Okay, what this basically means that I just want the opacity to be 0.3%. So if you set it to 1, it's normal opaque. By default, every component has a 1 opacity. So if whatever component you create, whatever style you apply to it, will have default 1 opacity, so you don't need to write the opacity for anything. But if you want to change the opacity, that's when we start using this opacity property. We give it a value in terms of points. So 0.5 would mean 50%, 0.6 is like little bit less, and then 0.3 would means even less, and then as the lower number you get, the lower the opacity of that background image becomes. So this is quite useful. So if you are setting up a background as an image on a particular web page, you change its background opacity to make it a little bit light, so that the front end contents can be more apparent to it. Okay, so I hope this basically clarifies several different things. So this is what we do when we work with background property of it. So we set a color or an image. If you set an image, do keep in mind that there's a property called repeat, there's called an attachment, there's a position where we control the scrolling, the position, and the repeat feature of our simple image, and then we can also control the opacity of it. So if you don't want it to be completely opaque, you can actually lower the opacity as well. Do remember this opacity is not connected with the background. Okay, previously all these have background means they are all associated with the background property. However, opacity can be used with other CSS styles as well. So for example, you can just set a normal image and have it opacity. You can have certain components designed and you can lower their opacity as well. So this opacity is a general attribute that can be used for any property, for any tag, and you can basically reduce its opacity with it. So in this case, because we have a background color green, and so this is there's no image here associated. So we even using the background color, and then we are setting its transparency level. Okay, so it works with images also, it works with other tags as well. So opacity is there. This is again something that is very useful to control how a component might appear. Wonderful. So 1 is by default 1 and 0 is 3 there. So I hope this clarifies the things. So if any questions, anything, do let me know, and I will try to explain things in much different way. So now let's begin, go further and talk more about something called borders in next session. See you. Okay, so welcome to the 12th session of this course. Now we're going to talk more about CSS borders property. Okay, again, borders is something that has been touched a little bit, but let's just explore a little bit more in detail what exactly we mean by border and how we set a border around a particular tag in CSS. Now, there are basically two things that we can do with borders.
The first is that whenever we use border, basically it means that we set a border around a particular tag. Now again, this can be same. It can be an anchor. You can set a border around an anchor. You can set a border around a paragraph. You can set a border around the h1 tags, or for example, it can be an ordered list or any HTML tags that you are using. Even if it's a div tag or anything. So every tag that we use in HTML can have a border around it standardly. Okay. So what basically border does, it just creates a line around that component. Okay, and then there are various different controls that we can do to set that border. So the first is border style. Okay, border style specifies, this is again an property within CSS, border dash style. It specifies what should be the style of this border, and there are various different styles that we will just discuss. The basic property that we use to set a border is called the border itself. So we use the border colon, and then we specify this is the width of the border. Okay, how big and small the thickness of the width border should be. Okay, so this basically specifies the thickness of the border in terms of 5 pixels, 2 pixels. So it will define that how thick you want the border to be. So the bigger the number is, the thick the border is, the smaller the number is, the smaller it is. The solid indicates how the style of the border is. So this style is, which we have specified separately, is basically written here. So this is what we call the shorthand style. Okay, the shorthand style means that in one line you specify all three attributes that are used for the border. So typically for the border you would need three different properties. You would need its width, okay, you would need its style, and then we would need its color. So every border needs to have these three properties specified to it. So that's why we have a border style. This becomes our first property. Then we use the border width. Okay, this becomes my second property. So in order to specify this thing as separately, we use border dash width. So this becomes my border width, and we can specify, for example, 5 pixels, 10 pixels, 8 pixels. Then the color of the border. So we specify border dash color. So this indicates that what is the color of my border around the component. So this can be again any color number like we have discussed previously. It can be a simple color name, it can be an RGB value, or it can be an hexadecimal value. So we use these three properties to specify the border around any particular component. So this here is what we call a shorthand operator. So for shorthand means we just use the border, we specify the border width, we specify the border style, and then we specify the color. So in one line we wrote all three of these lines, which typically we would write separately. Okay, and then we have border style. So we talked about border style being dotted. So this dotted means that around the component I will have a dotted border around it, but there are various different styles as well. So from dotted to dashed to solid to double to groove to ridge to inside outside. So as these names specify, this is exactly what they're going to do. Dotted will create a dotted border, dashed will create a dash border, solid will have a continuous solid border, double means there will be basically a double line border, and so on and so forth. Then there is something called none. So maybe we don't want to specify a border around a component. So this is how we do it. We just specify it to none. Defines a hidden border. Hidden will be meaning that there will be border, but it will not be shown for whatever purpose you want. Okay, so none, if you are not using or not going to specify any border, you can set it to none. Otherwise, I mean, it's no point, but the none attribute is there. And then at the same time, you can specify any different styles to it. These styles are elaborated further here. So we can specify, for example, border style to be dotted. What this will do, it will create a dotted border. If we specify to dash, there will be a dashed border around the component. Similarly, solid means a continuous solid border. Double, groove, ridge, and these are all different styles that will be there, creating a various different ways we can specify. So no border means there will be no border, and hidden again, border won't be shown, but it's there, it's hidden. And then you can specify the border style to be a mixed as well. So you can specify dotted, dashed, solid, and double. So now if you note that this is dotted, this is dashed, this is solid, this is double. So this is what we call our top. This is my left. Okay, this is my bottom, and this is my right. Okay, if I'm pointing out correctly. So in this case, this becomes my top is dashed, then my left is there, then my bottom is there. Okay, and then my right is there. Okay, so this is how we specify. So in one line we have specified a border. So all the four corners will be of separate style for whatever purpose you want. But then yes, for example, you just want a border on the three sides but not on the top. So this is where you specify. So instead of dotted, you can write none here. So now this would none would basically mean that there is a border, but I don't want to show any border on the top. But I can have a border on the left, I can have a border on the bottom, I can have a border on the right. So I want a border in the three corners, just like a container, but not on the top. So the top lid will be open. So this is what you can do in the borders. Okay. Um, Going a little bit further, you can use border in terms of its width. So we have 5 pixels solid in the red color, so we have 5 pixels solid red color. When you use a border as a shortened property, it will apply same style on all 4 corners of the border. However, you can segregate it. Just like in previous example, you can use border left. This means that you want only the border on the left side of your content. So for example, you want to create a menu or an icon or a link some of this style, you can do that by just specifying the border left. So if you can specify left, that means that you can specify border right as well. Okay, so you can write border right, you can write border top, you can write border bottom. Okay, so you can write all these separately as well. In case if you just write border right, that means that you want border to be on the right side. So if I have a text, this is my right side. So if I have a top, this basically becomes my top, this is bottom, so bottom. So you can customize and specify border around each component individually as well, or as a whole as well. So if you specify border, all 4 corners of the box will be applied. If you just specify a specific side, then on a specific side the border will be applied. The settings are same: width, style, the color, but the left, right, top, bottom means. So if you write left, right, top, bottom, you can do that. If you just write border, basically it means top, left, right, bottom on the same side. So in this case, border bottom, meaning just on the bottom of my content, let's have a border. Okay, then you can specify the style as well on all these different axes. So in previous example, we use this border style with a shorthand attribute, means dotted dash solid and double. However, if you can want to specify this manually on the separate axis, so you can say border top dash style. So this means that border on the top side has this style which is dotted. Border right style will basically mean that on the right side. Border bottom will mean on the bottom side, and bottom left would mean basically on the left side. So in previous example, I showed you that left is here. In fact, this left is not here. Okay, this is right and this is left. So this becomes my left and this becomes my right. Okay, so I hope this clarify things. So this is various different styles that we can use. So you can see we can very easily design very nice looking content of our systems. Okay, similarly you can add a final attribute called roundness. So just in case if you want to create this roundness effect, you can add a border round radius. So border radius will basically mean that I have a border which is 2 pixels, but I want its corner to be radius. So we use this property border dash radius, and it will round off the corners depending on how many pixel in terms of roundness you have specified there. Okay, so in case of this 5 means that this is now 5 pixels have been rounded off. So you see very nice looking rounded border you can get. So we can use this border to create nice buttons, nice icons, nice menu items, or whatever content and we want to design. So we can have a rounded surface, we can have a dash surface, anywhere we want we can use the border attribute around some of these contents. Okay, so I hope this explains and clarifies many things. So in next session we're now going to talk more about our margins and padding, then we will look into creating something nice using all this we have learned. Okay, so see you next session. Okay, welcome to the CSS for Dummies session number 13. In this session we're going to talk about margins. Margins are one of the important properties in CSS that allows us to be control how far the component is from its borders. Okay, so let me show you what I exactly mean. If you come here, margins basically allows to create space around element. This is my element. Margins controls that how much space there should be before the element starts. By default, every element starts almost around the edge of the screen. If this is my edge of the screen, okay, the margins basically define that how far apart this component needs to be. This is what we say. It allows us to control the placement of components within our HTML. So that's why it's very important. So it gives a space basically. That's what margins means. The margin that means the space before the component starts. That's the point here. Okay. So if this is my border area, margin specifies how much space there should be. How do we specify margin? Well, there are various different formats of margin. First being that, for example, if this is paragraph, I would use margin top. The margin top basically means that the space from the top. So how far from the top this element should be from its limit. By default, it would appear next line. But if you use the margin top feature, this basically means that now use this in 100 pixels of it. So 100 pixels apart this component, 100 pixels this component. So you already can see that we controlling exactly where this margin bottom basically means that after this component there would be 100 gap. Margin right basically means that this is the right area, so 150 pixels gap has there, a space has been added here, so the component starts after 150 pixels, and similarly margin left would basically be the space from it. This is basically what margins means. You use margin top if you only want to control the space from the top. You want to control the space from the right only, so we use right. If you want the space control from the left, we specify. Okay. Then there is a shorthand property as well. Remember, in CSS, almost every major property has shorthand property. Shorthand means that you can specify all these four coordinates in just one line. Instead of writing four lines, you just write one line as a margin. So you specify margin and you give 25 pixels, 50 pixels, 75 pixels, and 100 pixels. So this typically would mean that it will start from top, left, bottom, and then you can use that as well. It will control that. Similarly, you can also have only two properties. So if you specify values, you can use that. So two is that which angles you want to control. The auto value, for example, can set the margin properties auto to horizontally center the element within its container. If this is inside a container, sub-container, so it will automatically horizontally center the element you set it to. Okay, so sometimes we just set it to auto that use the margin alignments of the parent with a center horizontal element. So this is one way of understanding how margins work. You can though specify only a single value of margin. You specify margin itself is 25. This basically means that now you want all four corners to have 25 pixels. This would mean that I want from top, I want from right, I want from left, and I want bottom. All will be basically is equals to. So it will have a 25 pixel gap from all. Typically, we also use this. This is again same as using margin, margin, margin. But if you use margin top, bottom, right, you are explicitly specifying which direction you want to go into. But if you specify margin 25, it means space around all four. Okay, so for example, if I have div and I gave it a border, we discussed class, then I specify 25 pixels. So now it means that it has 25 pixels from here, it has 25 pixels from its left, 25 pixels space from its bottom, and 25 pixels. All these four axes are created using this margin. Okay. So all margin properties basically can have the following property. And set it auto, and we talked about auto. Now that auto value, it basically uses the auto to horizontally center the element within its container. So this is important. So that means that if you have a container, meaning there is a first div, and inside this div, it will use this auto. So this is my container, and then this is the div I'm working with. This will be basically what we call auto. Do keep in mind. So we need to have a container. If it is just a standalone like this one, so you won't see the effect of auto. Then it basically specify the length. The length is specified in terms of pixels, which we have specified here, 25 pixels. So it will count 25 pixels of this area. You can give it in terms of points. You can give it in terms of centimeters, and some as well as in percentage. So you sometimes specify that you want 10% of a gap, so it will have 10% of your entire screen's gap. Okay. You can also use inherit property. Inherit property will basically specifies that a margin should be inherited from its parent element. So again, the margin property is that if you have a main container and inside that main container you want to create another. Now this becomes my parent. Okay? And now this is the container. So whatever is the margin set for this guy, whatever is the margin of this parent, this inner child will also automatically inherit the same thing. Okay, so if you use the inherit feature, do keep this thing in mind. Okay, so now this is basically what margin does. Let's explore a few examples to understand this much more. Okay, so in our VS Code, I've created a simple HTML document. Again, doc type HTML head CSS margin, and then basically what we have done is written a simple tag called div tag here, and this element is a margin of 70 pixels, and then we have created a style. Okay, so this becomes style, and we have given a CSS style to this particular div. Okay, simple code. So what this does is that this is our div. Within internal CSS, we have given a div style. Then we have set the margin property. Now this is where the magic happens. If you specify just the margin, this basically means that you are specifying margin from the top, left, right, bottom, all equal to 70 pixels. Okay, and obviously you have given border with a particular color to make it look up here. If I execute this code, and I should be able to see this. So here it is. This is basically what it means. And let me just put this thing aside and make this close. Okay, so now we can see the result. So basically this basically means that now the margin is set to 70%. So for example, if I just comment this margin, this is what basically default means. Now margin again means that the space from this border of your screen. So this is the web page. The web page starts from the right at the corner. So when we set the margin, basically we are telling it where the component should start, from at what position the component should start. Okay, so as compared to the browser's edge. So when we specify the margin here, it basically means that we want to use this margin. So in this case, for example, if I just comment this again on I can use margin left. Okay, and I want to set, for example, 100 px. This basically means that now I want from the left side 100 pixels of a gap. Okay, so this becomes my left hand, and from left hand you see this 100 pixels gap. Similarly, if I use, for example, margin top as well, and I can set 100 px, so this way it would mean that from I have a 200 pixel gap. Same goes for every single text. If I want to use the same margin for a heading, I would come here and I would say, okay, h2, bracket block start, block close. Okay, so I have an h2 here, and I want to specify the margin for this guy as well. So I can say margin 0 px. What 0 means that it will use this as an absolute 0, so there is no space before it. Sometimes we do that even. In fact, in sometimes what we do is as a first tag of rule, or we use body, and we specify the margin of the body as margin, and then we say 0 pixels. Okay, so what this basically means that now you see that the entire body starts from absolute 0. So this would ensure that next time when we use the margins, we can calculate in a better way or how our web page is or web content are basically aligned. So setting a body margin to 0 means that your everything becomes 0. Now if you note here, the content starts from absolutely touching the border area of your web page. Okay, so if I don't use it, so for example, if I let me comment it, Control S, see this, there's already a gap. But if I undo this, Control S, so it just moves a little bit back. This is again a standard practice in many of the websites that you found that they set the margin of your body 0. Then they control the margin of each of the components here. So I can use, for example, just a 20 pixels, Control S. So it means that from the next component, there's a 20 pixel gap of this division on top, and then there's a left margin here. So maybe I can set this left margin to just, for example, 30 pixels. So now it becomes 30. This is basically what we do. And then h2, I can say, okay, h2, I want 20 pixels. I know that now because the margin of this body is 0, so this is exactly a 20 pixel gap. And then now it just goes up to you. When you use just the margin, do remember that means the left, right, top, bottom. So again, if I set 300, for example, Control Z, so it's like 300 from the top, 300 from the left, 300 from the 300 at the bottom. So after this then the div will start. So this CSS will have a 300 pixel space margin all around it, depending on basically what you exactly want to do. Control S, now this would mean 30. So CSS will have 30 pixels from the left, 30 from the top, 30 with the right, and 30 at the bottom. After that, we have this div tag that will start. Okay, so this is what margin does. So it controls the space before a component starts. Okay, so we set the component and we use this margin property to control how our components are basically behaving and where you want them to start and where you don't want them to start. Okay, you can though use a property. For example, if I come here and let me write another paragraph tag, for example, say para, this is my margin code example for CSS course. So I use this paragraph here. So now you see this, it starts because we have set the body to 0. So body margin has been set to 0. This starts exactly where the screen starts, or your web browser would start, in other words. So sometimes it's okay, depending on what exactly you want to do, but because I don't want to set a background and I don't want to, this is supposed to be text, so I have this margin property here. Now, how do I set a style with it? Another way of doing it is that we set a paragraph and we can say, here's a paragraph, and then I can use a margin. So I can say margin, but then this time just specifying the value, I can say from left, I want it to start from, for example, 30 pixels. Then from the right, I want it to be, for example, having 20 pixel gap. From top, I want it to have a 40 pixel gap, and from bottom also, I want to have a 40 pixel gap. What this basically means that I want to specify the specific axis or specify the units all in one line, and then I started just PS, PS, PX, make sure you give units. Now this means again left, right, top, bottom. All four values have been provided here. This is what we call a simple shorthand property where all proper values are given in a single line. You can set it as a separate margin top, left, bottom. You can set it as a single value. Margin 30 means all four corners will have exactly the same thing, or you can specify them individually as well. Simply margin basically means that how much space you want. So you can give it, for example, 90, control S. So you now see this is basically 90 pixels. Or for example, we say this can be 100, and then it has a 200 pixels on the right side. Okay, then with this can be, for example, I said okay, let's have it 20, and then this can have 140, and then this now has 140 from the bottom, and so on and so forth. You can basically control the spacing of each component, how it behaves within your web page. So as we start to work with more complex and start to design web pages, margins are something that's very important and very essential that we use. Okay, so I hope this clarifies things. So next we will try to discuss padding, which again is the space, controlling the space, but this time after the margin inside a selected component. So let me talk about margin padding first, then we will go and see what we understand in terms of what's the box model of CSS is. Okay, so welcome to the 14th session of this course, and now we're going to talk about CSS padding properties. Previously we talked about the margin property. Margin property basically specifies the space before the component. So if you have this component here, this is basically the border. Margin defines the space from your screen and where the component is starting. So this initial space is basically what margin is. So if this is again my component, margin defines the space before the component starts. However, when we talk about something called padding, padding means inside the component. So once you have this box, see this is a space here. How do I control this space that the character should not start right at the edge, but there should be a space here. So this space that we talk about, this is what we mean by padding. Okay, so padding basically is the space inside the component. Let me show you what exactly I mean. So when we use padding, it's basically used to create space around an element's content. So again, in this case, I have a component. Okay. Inside the component, when we give a border, we see a border around that component as a whole. But when we use the text inside that component, padding controls how much space should be inside this component. So now remember, this is where the object has already begun. This is not the screen area. If this is my screen area here, this is basically what margin does. So margin controls this property. Okay, but padding basically controls this thing. So this is where the component has begun. I have already given it a border. Now inside this area, this is where our padding basically starts. This is where the magic happens with respect to padding. So we have two ways of controlling space. We control the space from the screen's edge, okay, using a margin, and then we control a space using something called padding. That basically means that once you have a border around a component, okay, we have already talked about border as well. So once you give a border around a component, inside the border area, how much space do you need? Do you want the component to start right at the border, or do you want there some space to be from left, from top, from bottom, and from right? Same thing as it goes. Okay, so for padding, again, we have various different attributes and property values. So we use padding basically means space from the top view. Padding right basically means from the right side of your screen. Okay, this is your right, this becomes my top, and then we have padding bottom, basically means this is the padding bottom area. Okay, and then we have a padding left, which is this area, which is most commonly used thing that we do. Okay, so space inside the component is what we refer to in terms of padding. Again, it will have pixel values. So whatever pixel value you specify, that they will be given as a space area. Padding can be used as a shorthand operator like every other CSS that we have discussed so far. So you can write just the padding property, but basically this means that it will have 4 attributes with separated by a space, no comma, nothing. So you just write one value, space second value, space third value, space fourth value. The first one is the padding. So first becomes my top, this becomes my right, this becomes my bottom, and then this becomes left. So basically it starts from the top and goes in a clockwise manner from the left. So when we specify these 4 values, this is my what top is, right, bottom, and left. In one line you can write all these 4 attributes, or you can go even further and write a very single value if you want to have same space around the component. So for example, you can just write padding and 25. What this will basically mean that give 25 space from top will also be 25, your right will also be 25 space, your bottom will also be 25 space, and your left will also be 25 space. So once you write a single value here, px and colon with padding itself, it means that all 4 directions will have same value. However, if you want a different value, you can specify them in a shorthand manner or just one value. So you can just write if you just want a space from the top and don't need to change the space from any other components or any other directions. So just write right bottom, or just write left, or just write whatever values you want to specify. Okay. Now, padding with element width, this is something that we need to understand before I go and show you more examples of what exactly I mean by padding. So when we use CSS width property, is basically or there's also a property called width here. Now what it basically means that when we use width as with padding, it will add these two things together. So simply speaking, I have this component here and I have given it some padding here. Okay, so this is a padding here. However, this div is 30 pixels wide as well. So see this pixel is 300 pixel wide. Okay, so this is the width of a 3 pixel 300 wide. Similarly, if I come here with this div element, okay, this is again 300 width. The width of this component has been set to 300. However, because we have given it some padding of 25 pixels, and we have given it padding of from left and right. See, so from left and right padding has been given. So this basically means that 25 pixels will be added here, plus 25 pixels at the right, okay, plus the width of the component. This will basically mean that now this component has something called 350 width. This is something we understand. Again, for example, we create a div tag, we give its width value. Again, we will talk width a little bit more in detail in the next session, but width basically means we specify how wide a component is supposed to be. In this case, we have said that this component is supposed to have 300 width. So I said, okay, no problem. However, when you give padding, padding is basically an additional extra space that you add. That's the key thing that you need to understand. Because when we align the components in future, when we start creating UI, we need to understand that why the components are not aligned properly. We assume, or we thought that, okay, this is 300 pixel width. So when we specify 25, means the 25 should be inside this component. However, that is not the case. This basically means that the component has a 25 pixel width. So from left, it will have 25 pixels. It will move, okay. Then the component will start with 300 pixels of width. So this component will have 300 pixels width. Plus it will again have a 25 pixel width in terms of right. So the total size of this component will now be 300, okay, plus 25 of the left padding plus 25 of the right padding. So this will basically be 350 pixels. So now the component that you would see here is basically larger than the 300 pixel wide. So if you are using this padding, do always keep in mind that padding will add up your total width. That's the whole key thing of it. Okay, so this basically entails that once you use a width of a component, if you have not specified the width, maybe if you have not specified, no problem, but if you have specified width, so the overall width of your component will be width plus the padding. And then again, if this is in this case 25, so most common mistake we do is we assume that because I have specified 25 here, so it should be 325 here. Okay, so this is what it should be, the whole space 0325. Why? Because 300 here, 25 here, fantastic. But remember, this basically means this property will add 25 pixels on the left and 25 pixels on the right as well. So on the both axes, 25 have been added. So basically it will add 25 on the left as well as 25 on the right. Now you get a 300 pixel width. Let me show you what exactly I mean by this in code, and then hopefully we will try to understand it in a better way. Okay, so let's jump to VS Code now. Okay, so we have this basically code available. Now what exactly we mean by this padding property? For example, I have created this div. Okay, so this element has a margin of 20, or let me just rename this, that this is the div, and then I can say br, and then I will specify inside this div there is some text. Okay, so this let me show padding example. Voila. Okay, so now I've written a simple div that has some content inside it, and this is we go. So we have a div tag here, not dic, div div. Okay, so this is what basically we mean. if I come inside the div, let's talk about the properties now. In this case, we have a 30 pixel margin at the left. For example, if I set it to 50, Control S, so this basically means the component starts from the 50 pixels. Okay. However, we can also give it, again, I'm not worried about the top, give it something called the width attribute as well. So width basically means that it should have 50 pixels of width. Control S. So now you see this pixel, this div previously, which was till this end of the screen, is now only 50 pixels wide. Let me increase it. So for example, I can say around 200. So now this pixel has a 200 width. Because it has a 200 pixel, the text is automatically wrapping around it and coming down because there's no further space for this component. Okay, so I can say some text here so that the spelling makes sense. So this is what we basically mean. I said, okay, no problem. We have margin left, margin top, and we have width. So width basically means this component's entire width. I said, fantastic. Then let's just add something called a padding. Okay, so we say here's a padding, and let's add, for example, 20 pixels of padding. So as soon as I hit save, to note the size of it. So as soon as I save, see this, the size increased. Okay, why did the size increase? Okay, so let's do one more magic thing here. So let me copy this entire div, Control C, move here and paste it. Okay, so let me say class no KD pad, so there's no padding here, and then I can say class and add KD pad here. Okay, so maybe we can say yes pad. We have now two divs exactly the same. One has no padding and one has padding. So let's just create two styles for it. So we can say div dot no padding. Okay, and then we just remove the padding here, Control X, and we can say, okay, here is our div that has no padding to it. So see, because we changed the class, the CSS is completely gone. Let me copy this, come here, paste it, and then we can say this has something called yes padding. So as soon as I do, both exactly look same. Now here's the magic. So we add padding to it. Okay, so we just made two duplicates of the div text. We add some padding to it, and we remove the padding to it. We have a div here. Now, assumingly the idea of just explaining the width is here. So we have 200 pixel width, so this appears 200. We use the same width here as well, so 200 width here. However, when I add padding to it, for example, 25 pixels, Control S, see this component looks bigger. Why is that? That's the only key thing that you need to remember for now. Then we will be working with more. This appears bigger because yes, so we have a padding here which is again 200 pixels. Sorry, we have a width here which is again 200 pixels, but when we add padding to it, basically it's actually adding to the size of the component. Do remember that always. So 25 pixels on the left, 25 pixels on the right, and then we have this component. So now what padding does, it's just, you just look at it, this looks much better than this one. By default, the components start with right at the edge of each component's border. So we have given it a border of 1 pixel with a solid color, so we get a 1 pixel with a solid color. Okay. But if you don't use padding, this is what happens. So the component will start absolutely from the edge of the segment. Maybe you need that, but usually it's not recommended. It doesn't look very nice. However, this, you can see this is small space here, which basically makes it look more aesthetically pleasing. So again, CSS is all about designing. Even with a 10 pixel of space means this is some gap here, and now this looks much better. That's the whole key thing you're doing. Now you might have a heading. Okay, idea here is that you might have a heading here. For example, I can say be 0 pixels. In this case, let's just have a 0 pixels. So it means that this component should start right from its previous component's border. So I'm having an image here, and this image, and then I have a text heading up the bottom. So let's just do that. For example, this is again what I absolutely mean. I can create an image, and I can say let's have an img tag, okay, an src, okay, and then let's use this image, Control S, and then we have an image available. Okay, so this image is huge. I just used a random online source, so basically you can use a website like Unsplash, give it a resolution of an image that you want to follow, and you can use it. Okay, so now let's just come here and create a div tag or style image tag for this one as well. So I use img bracket start bracket close, and I can say, hey, the width I want this image to be is 100 pixels. Control S. So we have a 200 pixel width here. Okay, because this is what the whole idea is supposed to be. Then I can say, okay, once this is there, let's say for example the margin, because I have given it margin, and let me use margin left to be same as the previous one, so which is 20 pixels. Okay, sorry, 50 pixels. So margin left is supposed to be 50 pixels. So as soon as I do that, you will notice that the pixel image has basically moved 50 pixels here. Now image changed because we are using an online random image, which is basically based on nature. Give me any image that has water inside it. Okay, this is the link for image, any image that you want to use online that has a reference to it. Now coming back to our major point. Okay. Now see this is an image, and I want this to be heading of the image. So let me say for example, in fact, let's do this. I don't want to delete the code for your reference. Control S. What happened here? Image padding would be 50 pixels. Control S. Bring it our image back. Now what I want is basically to copy this div, this image as a complete thing. Okay. Then I give a div here, which basically has my random image as a title to it. So I can give, for example, h2, and then I can say, hey, hang on. Oops. Sometimes you just want to have this. Okay, so Control S. Now I have my random image here. However, I want this to be, for example, class. So I give it a class, and I can say head img. Okay, so this is a head img class, and I want to use that. Then after this, I want another div. Okay, and this div now contains a, so this is a random image select fet fetched from internet. Okay, so and then if I can use br, every time you refresh, the images will change. Done. Okay, Control S. So now we have this. Let's just create this as a beautiful web design whole layout. So by default, when you set this, okay, don't worry about this content here. Let me use HR, and then we can use HR for horizontal ruler. So we have a ruler here. Let's just separate this as a separate example. Now I have this image available. I want to set this as a complete one segment, okay, as a image gallery or anything that I want to use for it. So I have created a simple image, use a random link on the internet, so that every time we hit refresh, it changes it. Okay. Then I've created a div tag that basically has a heading inside it, and then I can use another div tag here. Okay. So because I'm using this, so I can say, okay, here's a class. Okay, and then this class can be my img body. Okay, so img body here, and because this is my heading, so I can say img heading. Okay, and because this is my image, I can use this, and I can say, hey, let me give it a class as well, and this class can be, for example, img image. Okay, so let's just use image as image, and that's it. Now what I've done here is, this is a standard convention that we follow in CSS as well. Okay, I used a class called img image, I used the class called img head, I used the class called img body. Did you notice what happened? Yes, first we use an image img as a starting for the all class. Because you're going to do so much CSS of every single components, it's absolutely best to name your classes and CSS classes in a way that you can understand. Now when I come inside my code, I can very easily say, okay, here's a .img image. Okay, I want the class to have that. Then I can have .img head, have something, okay, some code here. Then I will create another .img, and then this would be, for example, body. This will contain some code of body. Okay, so this is one way of understanding how my code is working. So I know now when I talk about image, img, I'm talking about this class means whichever tag has these .image, .head, .body, class names would automatically be using this style. Wonderful. Okay, so this is basically how we do. In previously we used div. We specified that any tag that has div.notepad class, then use it. When you don't specify any tag selector, you just give it a tag name. That means that now I can use any tag with this class name and the styles would be applied. Okay, that way I can have a broader way of customizing my code and reusing the code and reusing the style for other components as well. Okay. So now this means dot image, whatever image will have this image class name will be applied. Understand? So this style will be applied on it. Let's just say, okay, I have this, let me make it a little bit bigger. So 300 pixels I want here. Margin left can be, for example, 50 pixels. We can say, okay, let me use 60 here. So I can say a little bit of record I want to be, and then that's it. Now let's just have it. If you want, you can specify a border around it, but I don't want to play with the border for the image. Maybe let's just use a border. Okay, so we can say, okay, 3 pixel, I want a border. It can be a solid, and it can be, for example, an FFF would give me a gray round border. So I have this basically image with a very light white color of a border, or maybe you can specify this to be a black or whatever color you want. So I think that should do that. Okay, so Control S, and now we have an image with a black border around it. So then I come into head. Now what do I want for my head? Okay, I want the head to appear at this corner here. Okay, that's the key thing. So first we say margin left 60 pixels, Control S, they both align together. Okay, we say perfect, we're supposed to align together. Then we say, okay, because this is still going up, I want the margin maybe top to be 0 px. Okay, Control S. So what happens? See this, now it's aligned together. So because I've specified it as 0 pixels, what this basically means that I want it to be there. At a certain point, you can go negative as well. Okay, but it's not recommended. But depending, if you absolutely think that this component should be absolutely together, you can give a negative value as well. So sometimes, for example, -5 means that you just want a very little space. By default, even 0 will give you a teensy space, and you don't want that. Okay, in this case I can specify minus pixels, and now you see I have a very beautiful text appearing here. How about the body? Same thing we do. So we say, okay, here's the body. I want a margin, and okay, maximum width 3. What's happening? We can say margin, and left again needs to be the same thing. So for example, I specify 50 pixels, Control S, or sorry, 60 pixels. Okay, so now this text is again aligned to with it, and I say, okay, margin, let me say 0 pixels for that, Control S. So now it appears almost with a certain gap here. But if you don't want it, you can also specify the minus value with. Then we need to control the width of this component. So for example, if you specify the width, width can be, for I'm assuming everything is going at like 250 pixels. So if I specify 250 pixels, this it wraps around it. But if you give it a margin of left 60 pixels, means it has padding. And in fact, let's just give it a border so we understand it first. Let me give a border to it, and I can say 1 pixel having a solid value, and then the color can be anything. So if I select here, let me just use the green color, Control S. So now see this, we have this component's color available. Okay, because we have specified the width to 50, it uses 250. If I specify to 300, oops, not 300, Control S. So we have a 300 pixel width, but because we have not specified padding here, it starts absolutely at the corner. So I said, I don't like it, I need some padding to it. Then I can give it a padding of padding maybe left. Okay, and then this left can be, for example, 10 pixels. So as soon as I do that, see this alignment now changes. So this is not exactly aligned. Then I can say, hang on, I need a padding right as well. Bottom and can also be 20 pixels. Okay, then I can say, hang on, padding right also needs to be 10 pixels. Okay, and then maybe I don't want it, or maybe I do. Okay, because it's starting with this border, so padding can be 10 pixels as well. So now you see we have it, and now we see, oh, okay, this component's alignment is completely changed. This does not look good. We can do one other lucky thing as well. So for example, I can create another div here outside the image, and let me bring this div here. So now this is basically how our structure is looking. Okay, and I can say, okay, here's a div, and let me use a class, and I can say img component COMP. Okay. So okay, so now I have an img component or section would be better. So image section is there. So I created another div that has an image section, and inside this div I have the heading. Oh, I don't need that actually. Let me just Control X, put it outside it, and this is what I needed. So this div is there. Inside this I have put an image, the div heading, and this. There's like whole div. Inside this div we have an image, we have this heading, and we have this component here. Now we come here. We say, wait, let me use image section code. Then I can specify certain basic default properties for it. Let me use the color to be more, example, darker color. I need this. Okay, maybe like this, and then the pixel width can be, for example, 5 pixels. So I have this dark width of pixels. Margin left, I needed margin top, I needed probably, and then the padding can be there, for example, of 5 pixels, yeah, as a whole. So now there's a 5 pixel whole padding here. If I come down inside these components, so image is starting at the center. Now see this, so now all is organizing except this padding itself here. This padding is messed up because again we have width 300 specified, however we have not specified, we have not created for this thing here. So in this case, basically what we do is we always either increase the component's previous width or reduce the width here. So if I need it to be fixed, I have to understand, okay, 10 pixels on the left, 10 on the right, that means 20, 300, this is 320. So I would set it to 80. Okay, so 80 would mean that 280 plus 90 plus 10 of the right will be 300. So this will be 300, and it will ensure that these components are aligned together. They are all fitting within one of these major components inside it. Okay. Wow, this is what we basically do. Okay, wonderful. So now you can see this, that I have this component aligned and I have this section created. Now for this main padding section, again, this is why we usually use the width in the first place. This is extending. By default it's starting with the margin 60 pixels, and there is a padding of 5 pixels here. However, the right margin is just basically stretching towards the end of the border, and sometimes we don't need that. That's why we say we always use a property called width, and we set it to, for example, 300 pixels. So that means that no matter what happens, your component always has that width. And we said, oh, okay, this is messed up. So we basically adjust our width according to our section size. So now we say, okay, where this is starting, there is, now we start calculating all the width again, and you see this is all messed up sections. Why this is messed up? Because we have added a padding left, which is a 10 pixels. So there's a padding added here. Okay, there is a padding for the image body. So maybe we can say I don't need a padding of 60 pixels from the, and then there's a margin as well. Okay, so maybe we said, okay, if there's a margin of 60 pixels here, do I need to set a margins of 60 pixels on the left for my image section? And then after that margin, there is a padding of 10 pixels and all that thing. So we just need to align all these segments together so that they don't go and mess things up. Okay. So in this case, we're going to say, hey, hang on. Let's just align this guy and then add this width to be, for example, 450. So that now it looks maybe 460, 30, because the 20 pixels of width was there. Now you see it looks very nice and beautiful. There's some space here, there's some space here, starting from the top little space, and we have sections here. Now we can control the body's margin. It's supposed to be minus, for example, 10. Control C, so that we can reduce this space up a little bit more, minus 20. So minus is there, you can use that, and then we have this section available. Okay, so I hope it explains how we use the margin, the padding, and the width properties as a whole to control the segments spacing within each section. Okay, so I will be uploading this entire source code, so you can find it in the resources. Thank you, and see you in next class. We will talk a little bit more about height and width. Okay guys, so let's begin and now talk about height and width in this 15th session of the course. Now, height and width I have touched briefly in previous examples as well. As we all know, height means height of a component, and width would basically mean width of a component. and we use these two properties to control the height and width of any component that we have in our code. Okay, so basically again the height is used in terms of pixels, or in percentage you can also specify. By percentage we mean that when we use percentage, it would occupy that much percentage of your space on your screen. Okay, the attributes can be that we can set it to auto, which is this is the default. The browser will calculate whatever the component is inside it based on the components. It will measure the height automatically. The length basically defines in terms of pixels, centimeters, or any EM unit. Usually we use this pixel unit to define that. You can also, as I said, use percentage as we have done it. So it will define that if 50% means 50% of the screen will be basically occupied by this element. So no matter how big or small the screen is, the component would always be a 50%. Okay. The initial sets the height and width to its default value. Whatever the default is, we can use that. Inherit will basically means that whatever is the parent container, so if this container is there and there is another parent container, so the height will be inherited from the parent container. So it might have a parent div and it might have a height in it. So inherit means that just inherit the height and width of my parent if you're using that parameter. So this is basically what we do. We set a height and width of the parameter. Let me show you an example where we can implement this. So if I go back inside my code, okay, so in this code we had already created this previous example. So let me just Control C this, create a new file, Control V, oops, let me delete this, don't save it. From here, Control A, Control C, create a new file, Control V, Control S to save it. And in our CSS source code folder, we will be creating an HTML file, and I will name this as I think 15, right? So this is supposed to be 15 height width width .html. Okay, so in this I will let me just remove this previous sum of the code, and I will just keep the CSS there. So instead of padding properties, height width width property, and then if I scroll down, let me use delete all this content. I don't want that. Okay, so let's not have unnecessary CSS, and then we can use the heading as CSS. So just trying to reuse, not to write everything again and again. height and width. Okay, so if I save it and close it and then go for a live view again, here's the basic live view of our code. This is again something that we did previous example as well. And now in this we had created an image. Okay, so here's our image, and then we have a div basically that has an h2 in it, so div h2 on it, and then div body in it. Okay, if I talk about image alone, so if I come here, remember we used image as an image and we had a width property as well. So we control the width of any component based on this width. Okay, if I can set the width, for example, just 30 pixels, Control S, that means I have a small 30 pixel wide image. I can set it to 300. However, I can specify height as well. So I can say height, and then height can be auto. Usually that's the best practice. That means that whatever is the height of width, that you just adjust accordingly. We can specify manually as well. For example, in this case, 100 pixels. So now my height becomes 100 pixels, and width becomes 300. Same goes for your components as well. So if you have these components like this, basically you can set height and width of these components as well. So if I say width here is 430, I can reduce it, or I can say the height maybe can be, for example, 500 px. So now this component has a 500 height of a pixel. So this image section is basically a div. So if you scroll down here, you will find that we have created a div with this image section, and we specified the width of this component based on our height and width property. So any component that you use, we have used the width previously for the image body as well, basically meaning the width of the component. We have used width for other like image itself. We have used width for the head. No, in fact, not the head. So we can specify width here as well. In this case, we have a text here, but if you want to specify height here as well, so I can say height, and then height can be again, for example, 300 pixels here. Control S. So this basically means that now I'm creating a larger content. And now this has a 300 pixel width. And this is also has like this bit height. Okay, so any tag that you use, you can have height and width specified to it. It will control the height and width of that segments. If you are using padding, do remember in last session we talked in much detail that when we use padding, the padding and the width are basically calculated together. So the overall complete size of this component is basically calculated based on what is the width of the component and what is the padding of the component. Okay, so in this case width is 280. If I set it to 300, Okay, so I set the width to 300, Control S. You will notice that this component is now a little bit bigger than all other segments. That's because it's 300 pixels. Because even the image, if you see, image is also 300. So we assume that it should be same height. This is overlapping now. This is going over. So if there is some other component here, they would overlap. So that's why it's important to understand that when we use width, make sure that the width actually is not the original width that you specify here. Width plus padding left is 10 pixels, so it becomes 310. And then we have a padding right as well, which becomes again, so this becomes 320. So the width total is 320. Now, if I want the image to be here, so if I don't want to alter the content area, so I can come back my image and make sure now my image width is also set to 320. Control S, so that they actually line up together and they look the same spot. Okay, so now it looks more aesthetically pleasing. And similarly, because I have heading which is currently small, I could have a larger heading. So I can say, okay, here's your width as well, bro, and then set the width to also 320. Control S, so that this again becomes 320. Maybe we specify border around this guy as well. If I say border, and I can have 1 pixel of border, and I can say dotted, for example. I can say let me have Dodger blue, sorry, not Dodger blue, DOTT, dotted and Dodger blue then. So now you will notice that there is a border around this component as well. Okay, but this time we have set it to 320, which basically means that it's very huge. Okay, because we have a left margin as well. So let's just work with this guy and we say, okay, let me be 300. So it now becomes should become some image heading width. Okay, 300 pixels. Control S. So 300 pixels. Oh, okay. We didn't specify the units previously. So now see this is also 320 pixels. So we are using 320, and at the image, again, we have a width 300 because this body has 10 pixels and 10 pixels added to it. Wonderful. Done? Okay, thank you. Let's meet in the next session and we talk more about some of the advanced concepts. Okay, welcome back, guys. Now, in the 16th session, we're going to talk finally about something called a box model. Deliberately put later on because box model is one of the most essential concepts in CSS, and it uses something called margin plus border plus padding and the content. We have talked about margin, border, padding, and actually content that goes inside it. That's why we now talk about what exactly box model is, and then hopefully then all the margin, border, padding, this will start to make probably more better sense. Okay. So what is box model and how box model works? So box model is basically simple. It's a model. It's nothing physically or any content. And there's no code to it. It's just a concept. The basic is that it's absolutely essential to understand it. It's an essential concept that focuses on how content are organized in your CSS. Okay. In your CSS, we say that our contents primarily follow this box model. We have a content area. Okay. Within this, whatever you write, the image is there. So, for example, this content can be your image. This can be your link. This can be your table. Whatever you write here, this can be a simple text. So, this is our content area. Wrapping this content area is something called padding. So, padding comes immediately after our content. Okay. Then there is a border. So that's why you note that every previous example we had a border. Then the space inside the border is basically content. So we say the space between content and your border is what we call padding. Then outside the border there's a margin. So this is the space between the actually content is starting at the border point. Okay. So the actual element is your border. Inside the border there's a content. If you specify padding, that means the space between border and the content, this becomes our padding. And then the space between border and your screen. Okay, so browser screen, the space between your border and your screen becomes your margin. So the starting point of your element basically is border. Okay, so this we say that okay, when we use a border, this border specifies that here is my content starting. If you use an image or you use, for example, a div tag, paragraph tag, or heading tag, or link tag, or underline, every tag has this basic structure. Okay. So we say border is there, then this is the starting point. The space inside the border between the content and border is known as padding. The space between border and your Windows screen, the visible web page area, the border of the web page area, this marks the margin. So margin basically, that's why we use margin as the starting point, that where your content should start. So if this is my border area here, okay, so margin basically specifies that how far my content should be from the border area of my content or the top border of my content. Okay. So this becomes my what we call margin area. This borderline starts the point. Then inside the border and the content area, this gap is what we control in terms of our padding. Okay. This is basically a box model. If you now relate to it, we talked about that margin is basically space from your browser edge to your actual content area that's starting. Okay. Then inside this content area, we have what we call the content and padding now. This is my margin, this is pending, this basically becomes your border. Whatever text you write here is your text. Okay. And then we specify the text here. This is all about our box model. So this is basically what we refer to in terms of box model. So this box model allows us to add borders around our element. So we have an element and we add a border around it to define spaces between them. So each space is basically identified based on this border space. So the border is quite essential. Even you might not use it, but it is there. Okay, and you might make it visible from 1 pixel to 4th. You can use it. So this border is basically the important. The explanation again, so we have a content area, padding, border. This is all what we talk about. So this hopefully a little bit explains to you that what border is. So if I go in previous slides as well. So if I from margin, this is what margin means. So my screen area is here. Then this is the space that we talk about, and see the border is there and the content inside it. By default, when we use, there is no space here. Okay, so we give some space. This becomes my margin. Space from your border area, from your screen's border to your actually contents border. This is your margin. And if we go inside padding, the padding says, okay, here's my margin. This is the border, the space from border to the element here. This becomes what I call my padding. So this is my padding. This is my border. So border actually is like the main border line or starting point of our content area. Space before this border is known as margin. The space after this border is known as padding. And the border itself marks the point of the content. So this is actually the boundaries of the content, in fact. So we could call this border as a boundary, the main boundary of our content area. Anything outside is a margin, anything inside is a padding, and this actually content is there. So defines where is the content is going to be inside the border will basically be called padding, where the border, the content itself is going to be outside the border is something called margin. Okay, so this is what basic padding, margin and border all these entail, and when we put them together, this is what we basically mean by box model. This is what we say a box model is. Okay, so hopefully it clarifies. So this is something that now we will be talking more in detail continuously as we go along. Use a margin to add a space before the border. The border is there, make it visible or not visible, your choice. Add a padding to add a space after the border between your content area. That's the basic rule of thumb that we follow. Okay. Then we talk about something called width and height of an element. We have talked about this previously as well. Within the box model, we need to be a little bit focused on something called width and height. Why? Because every time we use width and height, the width and actually is you added with our padding. Okay. This is a small example here. So for example, if you consider your picture and you have an element here. This element is supposed to be 350 pixels. This is something we talked about earlier as well. So we have a width of the content area set to 320. We set pixel 20 pixels as a left padding plus right padding, then the left border and the right border. So the total width of this component becomes 350 because we have added all these components together. Okay, so 320 for the original size and 20 and then 350. So that's why we need to adjust with this width and height as well. So this box model does also ensures that we understand this. Okay, we've talked about this in previous sessions again, hopefully in detail. To understand now the relation with width and height, width and the padding of top and bottom and left and right. Okay, so we just keep this thing in mind whenever we talk about the box model, because the size and height all depend on this. The structure also uses the size and height, and the space basically defines with respect to margin and padding. When we use margin and padding, the overall size of the components also get affected. Hopefully you understand that. If anything, drop me a question and I will be happy to guide you further. Thank you. Hello, welcome to the next section. Now we're going to talk something about outline. Okay, this has deliberately been put off to a later stage because after the box model, this should make a little bit more sense. Now, previously we have talked about box model, we have talked about border. What outline is, it's actually giving an outline to your border, if that makes sense. So, for example, if I have a component and I set an outline to this thing, okay, so for example, I set an outline to this guy, then what this basically means that in fact, let me show you an example. This is much better. So what basically it means that we have a content area and we set a border around it. Okay, forget about padding and margin at this moment. We have a content area and we have something called border around it, and we talk about this in box model. outline basically goes outside the border. So it's like a border around a border. Okay, that's why it's there. For some reason, CSS has put this dual thing in there. And you can see the effect. So we have a green outline with a black border just to create that emphasized double edge kind of an effect. Okay, so that's why outline is there. So outline usually goes outside the border. Okay, so the space or the size we calculate is again added up together. So do keep thinking in mind, like we do a width and padding. Okay. So what outline is basically, it's again a simple outline around your border. So we have a border inside and outline goes always outside with it. How do we use it? We use an outline property. So we specify the outline is a single shorthand, or we use outline top, left, bottom, right, same thing as previously. We can use outline style, which is basically dotted or various different styles. I will talk in a moment. We specify outline color and we specify outline width. Okay, same as border. So if you have used border previously, if you check it out, same thing we did. So border is there, border style, border color, border width is there. Same thing with outline style, outline color, outline width. Okay. So as I have discussed previously, whenever we would work with CSS, all we now understand is basically various different properties and their effect. And this is what we're doing. Further on as well, we will be studying various different or as many styles as we can, as many properties as we can. So if you want to use border, it's the same thing, just the name is different and it does the basic features there. Same is used now as an outline. So we just have a new style, new property called outline. It creates another border around your border. Okay, so it's a border around your border, but on the outside. So that's why the box model was essential. Then we need to understand that there's a box model, and in a box model, this outline falls outside the border. So it just goes simply as that. Okay, and the way we use it, again, same as border. Instead of border style, we have outline style, we have outline color, and we have outline width. Okay, you can specify this thing is there as a separate thing. In terms of width, we can specify it as thin. We can specify in terms of pixels, 2 pixels, 3 pixels, 4 pixels, or EM, or whatever you basically want to make it. Okay, or you can use a shorthand for that. In this case, the width is 5 pixels, the style is solid, and the color is there. So all these three properties basically become a single line here. Okay, so this becomes a short line. What various different styles we have specified these styles that you can use a dotted style, you can use the dashed style, you can have a solid, which is basically a solid line, you can have a double line. If you cannot see it, these are 2 lines. So there's basically, for a double, there's like 2 double lines there. Groove outside, this is basically a little bit stylized groove kind of thing, where there's a slight groove appearing outside. There's a ridge outline, has a simply ridge effect. Inset outline, there's a inset inside it, outside. Okay. So these are some of the styles, may be apparent to see or not, but usually we just use solid or dashed or dotted. These are probably the most commonly used styles anyway. Okay, so do play around with them. These are various different outlines that we use in our coding. Okay, so we will be using various different examples for our next classes, and then we will try to see how we combine all these width height properties together. But wherever we need a border, we use a border property. Wherever we need a border around a border, so in this case, for example, we need a double effect. So there's a black border and then there's a green outline to it. So basically we use outline to it. Hopefully that clarifies few things, and then see you next class with another new property of CSS. Thank you for watching. In today's lecture, we will be designing a complete website from scratch. We will be using a simple blog layout as shown here. This is a simple blog website that we will be creating. This is our project 2 in our CSS lab manual. In this, basically, you have to design this complete web layout with headers, menus, and header image, content area, sidebar, and so on and so forth. So we will be designing this from scratch, from very basics, and we will try to go through it in a simple form as we can, so that you understand how you can create any website. So the structural flow, the designing, and the development methodology basically follows and is implemented for every other website that you want to design. So it should be easily transferable. The most important thing is learning the concepts, that where to start to build a particular website, how to apply CSS, when to apply CSS, which CSS are required, and how do we structure the content area and create a final blog that looks nice and appealing. Okay, my name is Dr. Zeeshan Bhatti. Now, in order to develop this particular website, basically what you need to do is you need to understand the basic components that are residing within this. So in this case, I've laid out the basic structure. So if you have this layout or any other website you want to create, first work with the design aspects of it. So what are the design and the requirements of that particular website?
So in this case, the requirement is that it has to have few blogs inside it. So it can have a home, my blog, my resume, contact information as the links, and it needs to represent the continuous blog posts. Then because it's supposed to be a blog website, the layout is basically quite simple. We have a header, a navigation, a top image, a div bar, and then a main content area, the sections and articles area, and then the footer area that might have some additional information. Okay, so in previous lecture I discussed about the structuring using HTML and HTML5 components. So this is what we have done here is, so you will note that this is a header, and this time inside the header I have placed the navigation bar. Okay, so in this case my navigation bar would be inside my header. Then I would have an image area that can be resided inside my header as well, or I can have it as a separate div tag. So I've put it in a separate div. Then I come here into my main section areas. So within my main section area, as you can see, I've written section here. Within my section area I have an article and I have an aside. Okay, so within my one section I have an article and I have an aside that contains information about this particular article. Then at the bottom I have a footer area that again contains 3 different divs which are having some different informations. So this is the structure of my website that I need to create. Okay, so let's begin and let's start to work with that. So if I come into my web browser, click on new, and I close all of the files because I will be using this as a fresh, and here we go. Okay, and I save this as save as, and I go back into my same folder web system that I've been working with, and I name it as my blog.html. Okay, simple web page, my blog.html, and I have my HTML code. What I do here is I write document type type, and before I do that, exclamation mark, type type is equals to HTML. Now again, this is a simple metadata that we need to write. So I come back here, oops, HTML backslash, and I come back here. Okay, Control S. Make sure I save it as I go along, and then I give it a head tag. Inside the head tag I write title tag. Okay, and in my title I specify my blog page. Okay, and here we go. So I have my basic components being laid out. Then after the head tag we specify the body tags. Here we go. Control S, and my website is basically starting to work. Now remember, the structural flow allowed me to have the basic components. So I would have a header. Within my header I would have navigation. Then I would create a div tag that will be placed with a particular image, or whatever image I want, and then you can change it to a carousel and have JavaScript and put multiple images with it. We will talk about that some other time. Then these sections. So we start to program with that respect. Into my blog page. Now the first thing we did was we gave it a head tag and we specified what we do. Sometimes again, let's just include one other code called meta character set is equals to brackets, and we specify it as UTF-8. Okay, backslash close. Now this is again a metadata. We make it a habit of including these metadata tags because they would be used in our websites more commonly and more oftenly. Okay, so we specify this metadata that my character set that's going to be used in this particular blog is this. Similarly, there are other metadata tags. We will be using them as we go along. This is just one simple thing that we specify. If you don't specify it, again, no problem. This is just information to the browser that what basically is going to happen in my code. After that, let's get back into the body tag. Now within my body tag I would have my header tag first of all. Okay, and this is where my header information would go. Then this header tag would also be having information like, for example, my navigation bar. Okay, and this is where my navigation would go. But before that I need the components to work as well. So if I come back into my design, okay, so this is the header area. Within this header area I have to have my logo and component title, and then the navigation bar. So what I can do here is I can create another div, because that's what sometimes allows us to control the components in more appropriate manner. I specify an image src, and currently I don't have any image selected, so let me just close it at this particular point. Okay, so here we go. So now we have an image tag, and after the image I specify, for example, the heading one tag. Heading tag can be, for example, my or in fact I can write Zeeshan blogs, right? So this is my blogs available. Within this too, I can give another heading. This is my personal blog site. So whatever tag you want to basically specify. Now if I save it, click on the the live button, shows me the output. So I have a Zeeshan's blog within my header tag and it's already available. Now what you need to understand is that we want to have that as a wrapper. So once I come into this code here, this entire header has to be in a one container. Okay, so one thing we sometimes do is, and that container needs to be in a code. So what sometimes we do is we specify another div tag here, Control X, and I put this inside the div here. Okay, so now this div here becomes my header. So I give exclamation mark minus header content area and then backslash this thing. So I gave it a comment, header content area. So this is my header content area. First I divide it inside a div. Inside a div I write a header, okay, and then I can use other components that are basically going to be specified. So I can have multiple components other than header here. So hopefully that would work. So now if I press S, again I get a simple information available for my components. Then let's just come back into the navigation tab and let's just create unordered list, and inside the unordered list I create the list items, okay, and then the list item needs to have an anchor tag with href is equals to brackets, and for now I'm just going to use the hash. Let me close the anchor tag, and this can be, for example, my home link, okay, and then and Control C, Control V, Control V, Control V. And let's just change this to from home. For example, it can be a blog, it can be a resume, and it can be a, for example, contact. Okay, so for now I leave the links into hash because again these are just supposed to be dummy right at the moment. So inside the div I have a header. Now I will be using this div for my CSS, and I will explain in a moment how we basically set that up. Okay, so once we have that available, that's there. Okay, now let's just give a CSS because the display area is quite simple. So I create a new file, Control S, and give this as a main bsit. I go inside the same folder where I saved my HTML, and let me give it as a blog style style.css. Okay, so blog style.css becomes my CSS file. Now I go back into my HTML, go inside the head tag where I write all these components. Let me write the link tag, okay, and then let me type the relation to be style sheet, and then we specify type to be text/CSS, and then we specify the href is equals to, and this is going to be blog CSS style, and I close the HTML tag. Okay, so here we go. We have a link for my external CSS. Okay, so what we did now is we created a simple header, gave it a few links. Then inside my head tag, I created a link tag. This link will be connected to my external CSS. Okay, so this will allow me to have a CSS created separately that would be function and that will be used for designing purpose. Okay, so once we are done with this thing, now we go back into my CSS. So once we have this available, okay, we have the header main content area div tag. So if I just put it here, so this is like the main div area. Within this div we have the header. Inside the header we have created one div with image. So let's just go and find some image here as well. So I think I have an image available somewhere in my pictures. I can use, for example, this one. Okay, and I just, yeah, I think that should do the trick. So I just come back here, go inside the images folder and paste it, and let me just rename it checkup. Okay, so I have this image available. So I go back inside my code and give it as images images/checkup.png. So this image file is already loaded. So now if I go back here, hopefully I have this image. Now the problem with this image is that it's too big. Okay, so what we need to do is we need to correct the image format as well. So we can come here and we can give it width, width is equals to I can specify, for example, 20 pixels. That should be, for example, in a brackets. That should be in a brackets and space. So what this will do, it will make it 20 pixels. I think this is too small. So let's just make it 100 pixels. Now what we need to do is we need to go into the style. So what we do is we go back into block style. We go and we give it some style aspects to it. So one thing we do is we give the, I like to sometimes have a comment. So backslash, this can be my header and backslash, okay, header styles. In CSS, in order to give comments, we use backslash star and backslash slash. This is more familiar to JavaScript or Java language if you're coming from there. Comments is again something nice that allows you to tell you that what basically exactly you think you are trying to do. So once we come into header, I use header because remember we have already used a header tag, bracket start, bracket close. Now what should be the header color? So for example, I can say background color can be basic. I think this was the color that we had in mind. Okay, so that's my background color already done. So we set it a background and the background color is now set. Then we go back quickly into my code. In this case, now I have a div. So I give this div as class, for example, main underscore title title. Now this is the div that contains the main text area, okay, and separated from the navigation. So this div I've given it a particular name, save it, then I go back into my code. Okay, inside this code now we basically need to give it main options. So I have a header already specified. Then I come back here and I use, for example, dot main, dot main underscore title, block start, block close. This main title needs to be display, and I want the display to be inline block. Okay, so what this would basically mean that it will make sure that the contents are inlined with a block format. I will talk about, let me just give few more things to it and it should be clear. Then I have a header space h1 block start block close. Now header h1 basically means that inside the header tag we have an h1 tag. So inside the header tag we already have something called h1. So whatever h1s we have inside the header will have this particular styles available to it. In this thing I can say, for example, font, I can specify font family, font name, whatever you basically want to do. In this case, let me just give it font size, for example, 2.5 em $, and then I can say, for example, font weight, I think -w, weight is equals to normal, so it doesn't look too big. Okay, so here you go, you have a font, and then obviously you can change the fonts. I don't tend to remember the font's name that often. Now what I do is I come back into the image and I give this image as an ID is equals to bracket start bracket close. For example, this can be my logo. Okay, now I've used an ID here instead of style. Let me show you one other trick that we do with CSS as well. So once you have an ID specified here with a particular image, what it will allow you to do is that if I come back into my blog post, I can use something called hash logo. So this basically means instead of a class, now we are using it directly as a what we call as an ID, and we are referring to that ID. Also I can say go into h1 bracket start block close. Now what we have done here is it's a different way of using CSS. Here instead of specifying the class name, we have specified the ID name. So whoever or whatever object has this ID name, apply it on there regardless of the class. Same thing h1 and comma h1. Now what this is basically doing, we are applying the same style on the two different tags. Same style on the two different tags. Same style, we can repeat it or we can just give a multiple names here. So what happening here is it's a multiple name. Find an ID with a logo and find a header which has h1 inside it. And what we need to do with that is we need to display them in line dash blocks, right, semicolon. So what this now happens, as soon as I do it, you can see this, that output is continuously changing, right? So keep an eye on your output here as well. So as soon as I write inline block, now what happens that the logo basically pops in front of the component as an inline block code. Then we specify the margins bottom, I think, and because we need to reduce that margin as well. So I can specify, for example, 0 pixels. So now you would note that there's a 0 pixel margin, so that blue dot area is disappeared and the content or the subtitle has actually moved up a little bit. Okay, so again, this is just a simple designing aspects that you want to do with that. Once we are done with that, now basically we need to work with this header too. So what I do is I go inside the header, HEADER header H2. So wherever I have a H2 header, what we need to do is can change the font of it. Again, I can change the font size. In this case, I want 1.1 EM. Okay, and once I have that, I can go inside the margin, and margin top can be, for example, I want it to be reduced so that, hang on, 0 pixel. Now what 0 pixel means that this margin here at the top is gone. So if I say, for example, 10, so there's a margin here. If I specify 110, so before this content there's a margin, but I don't want this margin, so it appears right next to it. So I set the margin top to 0. Then I can also give font weight, font dash WEIG weight is equals to, I can say, normal. What that should do is that it should appear as a normal font rather than bold. Okay, so this is what we do with the header styles. So I specify the logo, I made sure it's an inline block. What this would do is that the two components that were previously on two different lines are now in line as two separate blocks. Similarly, I set certain font size and font weights of my components, and I get the first impression done for my section. Alright, so the first impression is basically done here. Let's move to the navigation bar now. Now, in order to set this to navigation bar, I come back here and type the code. Okay, and let's go back into the navigation. So for the navigation, again, I would use a comment and backslash and navigation style. For a navigation style, now what we need to do is we need to ensure that my navigation menu appears in this particular order, not in this. Where's my output gone? Here it is, right? So currently navigation is not looking good. We need to make sure it looks something like this as it's specified here. So in order to do that, again, we need to work with the CSS. Okay, so if I go back here and bring this navigation a little bit higher, the first thing we work with is the nav tag. Inside the nav tag, we say that, okay, give me the display again, colon, inline, and I will use a block. This is something that I tend to use a lot. So what this basically means that display will mean that I want the components or two components to be inline in a block form. Rather than displaying on the new line, just make it top. So whatever the components ended here, the next component automatically comes on top of it. Okay, so the first thing we did was making sure that my text is appearing in front of it. To do that, inline block is the way to do that. Width, I can specify that, for example, 700 pixels. This is something that you would have to tweak a little bit to see how much pixels you need in order for this to work. So if I move it, now you see it's upward here, and after a certain point it just goes back inside it. Okay, so you just have to work with this thing a little bit, 700 pixels, or you can specify in terms of percentage as well, depending how you want to do that. For now, let me just come back here and use it to this particular point, so I know my contents are displayed. Oops, okay, so I think I can, if I use it in pixels, 70%, 60%, that should do the trick. Oops, it's going back here. 50%. Oops, I want it to be here, right? Now it's here. So basically it will cover 50%, and then we will tweak this value later on. So again, it's just a positioning thing that we have to manually work with that. That's when, that is why sometimes the Bootstrap or Flex, these are, or Tailwind are more preferable frameworks that we use for CSS, because they design everything and the placement actually is automatically corrected in those things. In this case, we are actually tweaking these values to see that how much or how the components look. Okay, then I would set text align, text dash align can be right, because I want the text to appear on the right side. Okay, so that's my navigation menu already appearing on the right side. So next we need navigation dot list items. Okay, so within this list item, again I would say display, and this display again needs to be inline block, so all the components within this appear in the same thing. Margin is, I think we need to set right or left, right, I think, because we have a right side. Margin right needs to be 10 pixel, maybe 20 pixel, sorry, 20 pixel. I guess for now it seems okay, but again, these are the values that we can tweak and play as we go along later on. So I have now menus already set for me. So as you can see, this, my options are basically appearing in a nice way. Display inline block basically allows us to correct. So if I remove it, see, it appears in the line. But if I give the display value as inline block, which basically means that I want each component to appear in a single line as a separate block. So it just organizes things to a certain nice way. So once we have the navigation list available, now I need the navigation anchor. So inside the navigation tag, there is something called a tag. Go inside this a tag and create the font dash size. I think let's just increase it to 1.3 estimated value. Okay, and then this should increase the font size a little bit, or maybe let's just go, for example, 1.5, depending on how big or small the font you want it to be. The color can be whatever color you like. Now in this case, I think we had used a black, but I can use dark gray, or just use a black for now, I guess. Semicolon. Now I want padding bottom, and this can be, for example, 5 pixels. Okay, now padding means that whenever the component starts, the bottom area of that padding, how much it should be. So I'm leaving few pixels at the bottom, so there is some space after it. Again, just something so that after the option there is some space available for my menu. Finally, it has an underline. I don't like that underline, so I can say text decoration is equals to none. Okay, so once you do that, again the underlines are all gone, and now you have a link set up similar to your menu. Got it? So see, the designing aspect is again very important, how you design your components and how you work with that. So we place the code just to ensure that my segments are very nicely managed. Okay, so once I have the code, there's nothing happening. Sometimes we also tend to do this, that we have a navigation. Inside navigation we have an anchor tag, and we specify a event to it. Okay, so to specify a certain event, we use this double colon. This means that A has an event hover, so whenever we move the cursor over this event, something should happen. For example, in this case, I will just change the color to light or dark gray. Okay, so from black it should change to dark gray. So now my links appear more real time and active. I can obviously change the background of it. I've shown you previous videos of creating menus. You can check those out. Depends on how you want to do that. One other trick we do is we have a border dash bottom, and we can specify a border at the bottom, for example, for 3 pixels, and it can have a solid, and it can have a particular color as well. So for example, the color can be blue. Let me see how it goes. And if I move it here, so we have a blue color at the bottom as well. Okay, or inside a blue I can say light green. Okay, so light green matching the logo color, I have a light green color. Done. So now you see that my website is basically coming into positioning just by using the CSS. Once we are there, now let's go back into the code and complete the code for our website. Okay, so now we have this div tag. What we do is let me just name this as class is equals to bracket start main WRA wrapper. Okay, so this becomes my main wrapper. I have a header. So after the header, let me just create another div. Okay, now this is the div for my particular image, this one. Okay, so in this I will set up a particular image, and then that has a certain title or a button to it if that's required. Okay, so once I have this div, what I do is I create another div for the second the image or the second components inside it, and in this side image I specify my plans for holiday or whatever I want to specify here. Then I come back here and I can insert a link, or for this particular case I will just insert an image in this way, right? So I specify an image src is equals to bracket start bracket close and backslash my image is closed, control S. Okay, now this image I can have it as a link as well. In order to have it as a link, I can specify this as a tag. So once I click on this image, something should happen. So I specify, or I can specify this inside my link here. Okay, and this can be my h reference to a particular location. Okay, image, so let's just find a particular image. So I come back here and images, and here I can say header for locations, and here we go. I think I can use this image. Yeah, that should do the trick. So let me just save image as and bring it to my this image header or location.jpg. Okay, so I've saved this image exactly in the same folder where I had my files. So now I go back into the code and I can use locations.jpg, save it, and I have my code. Okay, and where's my output gone? It's not loaded. Okay, so basically I need to specify images/locations and still not working. Images/ okay, location dot spelling mistake, control S, and now we have the location. So once I have the location, I come inside the div tag and let me give it a class. For example, class is equals to, this can be my banner underscore image, so I can specify this as my banner image, and then I have a subdiv created, and then I can specify this as class is equals to banner underscore description, right? Banner description. So I created two divs, one for main image, and then I want an overlay for it, so I create two different banners for it. I specify some text on it, and then I put an image inside a particular link. Okay, once I have that, now I just move forward. So after this div, let me just go back, and then now we need to insert the sections. So we insert the section tag and we close it. Now the main content area of my page are supposed to go. Within this section tag, I would include, for example, something called articles. So I would use article tag, close it. Here's one of my articles. Within this article, we need to specify the content area. Okay, so this is the article. This article also has a logo sided. Okay, and then the title with it. So we come back here, and then I use something as we added with the previous other components. I specify an h1. Okay, so this becomes my heading one, but inside this heading I use an image tag. I specify src is equals to and bracket start bracket close and then backslash image is closed. Okay, so and then I can specify the my whatever basically I'm using. So my next trip to USA, for example. Okay, so my next trip to USA, and my image is there. Inside this image, I can go and use any particular logo that I want. So let me just go back inside the images / and let me use this checkup logo. But this time the width I can specify to be even smaller. So maybe 60 pixel should do the trick. So I have a logo with a 60 pixel, or maybe even smaller, 50. I can use any other logo for that purpose as well. Okay, so now my content area is starting to be created. So I have an article that has that particular heading inside it. After this heading, now I need to specify the paragraph tag as the component, and this can be, for example, my heading or subheading or catchphrase. Okay, so anything that you want to specify here. Once you do that, I come back here and I specify another paragraph tag. Okay, this is second paragraph, that's more description and my blog content, etc, etc. Once I have that, I can create as many paragraphs as I like. This is an other paragraph content area, and so on and so forth, and you can fill it with dummy text for now if you want to. Okay, so once you have this main area, which is basically this content area, fill it with certain contents. Now let's just create a sidebar. To create the sidebar, we come inside the articles and we come outside it, and I give it a side. So what I'm trying to do now is I'm trying to create the components, and then I will design the CSS for each components as we go along. Okay, so once we have it here, again, this was my image article, and inside the section. So inside the section, I created article. Inside this article, I created heading, few paragraphs, and then the article was closed. So we create another sidebar. Once we are at the sidebar, we need to give some information. Like for example, it's supposed to be, if I can bring this component back up, here we go, and close it. So I need to see what basically doing. So this is my sidebar. So this sidebar again needs to have, for example, an H1 heading. Oops, H1 as an heading, and let me just get rid of this. Okay, so this H1 is need to be about the about the AUTHR author, and then it has to have an image inside it. Okay, so I create an image tag and src, enter, and then let me just close the image. Now this image again has to be any particular image. So what I do in this particular case is I give images, and then I think we have a default avatar image, so I give that default avatar image. Again, I use a width, oops, width, width is equals to, for this thing, let me just go with 100 pixels, and then we see how we can adjust this 100 pixels later on. Okay, so currently I'm focusing on this particular content area. So I have an image and I can give it a particular component. Let's just do one thing, give it a class, or sometimes, like I said, we use ID as well. So ID can be arrow, or in my notes I've written it as an arrow for whatever purpose. So we have it as an arrow. Okay, so we give it this heading as an H1, we give it image as this image inside a sidebar, which is this a sidebar. Okay, hopefully that should be explainable. Then we need to have two paragraphs inside this thing. So inside the sidebar, we come here and we give a paragraph. This is description of the author in para 1. Okay, and I create another paragraph. This is description for para 2. Voila. Okay, so I have a second paragraphs available. Then we need these icons. Again, for these icons, what we do is we create a simple image tag, but this time instead what I do is I create a paragraph tag. Okay, and then inside this paragraph tag, let me create an image, src, and then voila, close it. Okay, so obviously you can find these logos on internet and you can include these logos here. In our case, if I need to find this logo, or I can just save this as an image and use it here. Let's just use it, find an image here. Okay, social media icons. Okay, if I do that, here you go, you have all these social media icons. And for our purpose, let me just say save image and save it inside the same images folder, but this time I actually don't need all of this. Okay, we need to crop this image, sorry. So what we can do is we can copy this image, go inside Paint, save it here, select the image bar and select a particular image, hit a crop, file, save as, and making sure you go inside the same folder where you have your codes available. Where is my code available? In images, and then I can say FB, okay, PNG, then Control Z, go back to the default pose, and I can have a Twitter, sorry, I can have a Twitter here, and then again I hit a crop, file, save as, and then I can say TW, and this is save, again Control Z, and I can have all these images, right? So this is the one quick way of me using the internet images. And then I can say INS Insta, and save it, and you get the idea, right? So you just save it. So I'm not going to spend too much time here. So once I come here, I go back inside my images, and inside this I have a Facebook, and what I need to do is I need to ensure that I give it a particular ID so that I can control the components. Okay, or maybe just Control C, Control V, Control V. This is Facebook, TW Twitter, and INST Insta PNG. Okay, so that should just create this particular layout. So I've used 3, you can use as many as you want. We can control the height and width and the size using different components. Okay, currently I have not set them to the link. You can set them to the link as well. So the once I click on this, it becomes an active link. So to do that, we use an A tag, but as I said, it's now self-explanatory. So once we have these components available, voila, our section is already complete. Okay, once this section is complete, let me look at the page and see this. We have the content area already available to us. Wonderful. Now let's just go back into CSS. This is without CSS. Let's go back into CSS. And now let's work with the CSS code for it. Now we had done the CSS for our navigation style. So we had a navigation, we did the navigation for that. Now after navigation, let's just come into the banner first. So I come here and let me give comment question mark banner style style and question mark. Sorry, this is just like that. Okay, so for the banner, what we need to do is I have my banner image and I need to work with this banner image as a first. So first let me just go back, and I had my class banner image. Okay, and I have a banner description. So I have already div tags. These two have banner class and banner divisions available. So I come back here and I say dot banner underscore imag image block start block close. So whichever class has a banner image inside it, use these styles. So for example, in this case, let me start with margin. Margin top can be 15 pixels. Okay, so we give this thing, and then let me just give a semicolon, px. Now what this basically means that there will be some space at the top. You can monitor it. 10 pixel or 15 pixel depends on how much pixel gap you want at that particular point. Then I can specify the height, height, height of this particular image. Now this is again interesting. 100 pixels should do the trick. This is 100 pixels. So as soon as I give the height, see this, the components are overlapping. I can do that. Maybe 200 pixels should do the trick, and then I can control the remaining aspects of it. Border, border dash radius, something I need the border to curl up. So if I say 5 pixels, that should curl up and give me a border around it. Background color, I want again to be my basic, so it appears to be in the same format, and then position this component or as a relative to my previous sections. So that would be relative to the previous component that my position needs to be. Sometimes we tend to give this CSS style box shadow. Okay, what this basically means that I need to have that box shadow kind of an effect, if you may get it. So for that, basically I need to have it on a 0 pixel with 4 pixel value, and then with 4 pixel value, and then it needs to be dark gray. Okay, so now as you can see that we got the image, we got the shadows, and we got this corner rounded off, but the image is still not being positioning properly. So one thing we can do further is let me just add a margin at the bottom and see if it can be corrected. 25 pixels, maybe I think. So this is again something that we need to play around with to see what is the exact value that we need to give. Okay, so it depends on how you want to design your website. So spaces is something that you just have to play around with. So for now, for example, if I give 30 pixels, it should be okay. So after this header, I have some space here available. we can change that later on. Okay, but still the image is basically not being corrected. Now according to my poster, the image should be in this pretty perfect order. Okay, so one cool trick that we can do is we can assign this image as a background to this thing. Yeah, let's do that. I think this is what exactly this guy has done here as well. Okay, so what you can do is you can come here, instead of giving it a background color, let me just say background image. Okay, so background image, and or in fact, let's just not use image at all. Just give it a background and then give it a URL. Okay, semicolon. Now within the URL, basically we need to specify the location of this particular image, which is my images, and I think this was my location. Okay, so now you can see this, that the background images are very accurately captured within this particular div tag. So what we did here is we created a banner image class. So if I go back inside my code and scroll up, this is my banner image class. So this is the div which is basically being displayed here at the bottom. So instead of assigning it a color, I assigned it an image. So no matter what the size of the image is, that image automatically wrapped around that particular div. Okay, based on the specifications that we have provided here. So the top height, these 200 pixels. So for example, if I make it 300 pixels, so now the div is 300 pixels and image is wrapped around that particular image. So it automatically adjusts and creates a very nice impression. So if I decrease it to, for example, 100, so now you see that image is wrapped around that particular div. Obviously we have this image in the front. Let me remove it, and then hopefully it will be more clear. So if I come back here, let me remove this image for now. Okay, and Control S, and now you can see that image is basically wrapped around that particular div. So it creates a very nice clear illusion. So instead of giving image in your HTML using image tag, I gave an image through my CSS using background and a URL property. Okay, so background image, I can use that as well, or you can just specify a background, give a URL, image location. Now what this basically means that it creates an image at the background. Now here we have, as you can see this, if you zoom into it, there is a repeat image available. So the same image, because the image was not long enough, so it had one image and the remaining portion was repeat. So it's a tiling or repeating. You can give it, for example, brackets, no repeats, REPEAT, repeat. And what this will do, it will ensure that the image doesn't repeat. But again, that means that this area has remained blank. So it depends on how you want to apply this feature. In my case, I prefer this to be a repeat. So I said, okay, I don't mind you repeat it so that my the header looks complete because my image is smaller. Okay, so here we go. So now we have image set. Again, this is 100 heights, 100 heights. If I set it to 200, now I get a very nice 200 image. Or if I can have a 250, so you can see this, now I have a very nice image. So sometimes we set an image as a header image, not from your HTML, but from your CSS. So do keep that thing in mind. Okay, next, if we go back inside the code, you see we need this black bar. So this is now we configure with my code here. So if I go back into the code, this is what basically this banner should do. So my plans for the holiday. So if I come back here, this is the text that I wrote with a black overlay, and I believe there was a button here. If I zoom out, yeah, so there's a button here. Okay, so instead of using a button, what I will do is I will create a CSS for this anchor tag, and I will use the button here. And at this moment, see this, there's a small arrow here. Okay, so for that small arrow, let me go and find my browser, and I should have an image of an arrow somewhere. So if I go back, and in my drive, I have somewhere pictures, yes, icons, web arrows, and I have small arrows here. So this is a small arrow. I don't know if you can see it. If I can increase the size of this icon, so you can see this is a small arrow that we use. So if I could just copy it, bring it to my IT morning images, and I paste it here. Okay, so this is a small arrow image that I use, which will basically be this arrow image, this small arrow image that we see here, right? So this is a small arrow, I already have it, so I will use it. The rest of the button I will create using CSS. So I go back inside my code, and this is the anchor tag image, and what I do with this is I say go inside the images, and there is a small arrow image PNG, Control S. If I come here, there's a small arrow there. All right, so you can see that small arrow. I have my plans for holiday. This is the text that's being displayed here. Now let's just bring it as a bar on this thing. So what I do is, remember I have created two classes, banner images and banner description. So for the banner description, this one, where's my code, this banner description, I will use this code here. Okay, so come back into CSS, and now I will create banner underscore des description very quickly, and now we specify the CSS for that particular description. The first thing we start with is the position, and I want it to be obsolete so that it appears exactly at the same point no matter what. The bottom, bottom needs to be at 0. Okay, so this is, now you can see this has moved at the 0 pixels within that particular div. So inside this div, I have positioned that object at absolute bottom location, so it came at this bottom location. Okay, let's give it certain border so we can see it. So I can give it border, and okay, in fact, let's give it border radius, border with a radius. Okay, starting from 0 pixel with 0 pixel, then 5 pixels from the left, from bottom, and I guess 5 pixels from the right. So if I hit save, now there should be a small bottom area that you can see. I don't know if you can see it, but there's a very small minor bottom area. Let me just give it a width, to be almost, for example, 99%, if it works. So now the border should be around that 99% mark. So if I zoom into it a little bit, hopefully you can see that border area marked here almost at 99%. Usually you can set it to 100%, but it will go beyond it because we have done some of the rounding off, so we don't need it at 100%. Usually if I do that, the border will go outside this rounded area and cover the shadow, which we don't usually like. So we sometimes set it to 99.5 or something, and again we will play with these values as you go along. Okay, once you are done with this thing, now let's just go and give it some height, height height as well. 35 pixel was my notes say, so depends on how big you want it to be. Let's back it to 100%, and then once we have it, let's work with that. Okay, let me give it the background so we can see it more clearly. So let me go inside the background dash color, and let's make it aqua for now, and now you can see the border more prominently. Now in our case we had a black border, so for that usually we use or we can use something called RGB. Okay, bracket start, bracket close, and then 24 comma 24 is the value that is specified for a black dark gray border. So you can use this thing as well. You can use a simple background color, dark gray, or any color attributes. Now, but remember, RGB is a function that uses an RGB function value that you can specify. I tend to avoid it. I tend to use it, for example, blackish, dark blackish gray, but sometimes this just works fine for us. And once we have the background, we can specify the color to be, for example, Alice blue. Yeah, that should do the trick. So we have now that particular background color information available for us. Okay, with this thing, let me give it some padding and topping as well. So I will give a padding top. Let's just make it 10 pixel. So it has a space from the top, 10, or maybe let's bring it to 15. So it appears at the middle, and then it starts right from the corner. So we want some space to be here. So for that, let me give a padding. Oops, go back, hit a semicolon, come back here, padding left, and this padding can be again 10 pixels, start from the 10 pixels, or maybe let's give it 15. Okay, so now what these two padding does is it gave it a space from 10 pixel to 10 pixel space, okay, from top and from left, so the text appears at the bottom. You can give a text size as well. So if you want to give it more of a space, of font size, for example, font size, and we can have it, for example, 20 pixel. Usually that should help me out, or 24. See this? So it depends how big you want. So if you want a larger font, making sure that your space is again allocated so it doesn't look out of the centered, right? So I have now my plans for holiday, and this button is there. Okay, now what we need to do now is we need to have it this button being placed at this top right corner. Okay, and as you can see, this border is already covered, so let me just make it smaller. I think 95, 98. Now you can see. So see, you need to play with these values. So initially I had set it to 99.5, So if I even maximize it, see this, it's overlapping and going across it. Now what I do is I go and said, okay, I don't like this. Instead of having that, now I play with these values and maybe 99, and I said no, still it's not, still it's overlapping, and then you just basically check the values at which you find that this being almost perfect. So at this point 98.8 is perfect. Now we need to have this button. So if I go back inside my code, I have an A tag, and inside the A tag I have an image of that arrow, and now I need some text content as well. Okay, so if I go back inside the code here, it says see the article. Now what this basically means is that it needs us to have that article text as a reference. So I go back inside my code, and after the A tag I will use C article as a text, Control S. So now I have a C article content here with an arrow coming after that content, and I want this to be as a button. Okay, so I will go inside my code here, and what I do is I set up it as a class is equals to, I already have a class, let me say red BUTTUN button. Okay, so what I did now is I specified this A tag as a specific class, so I can control this button separately and give it a CSS almost as this thing. So in order to do that, now what we do is we come back into my CSS code again very quickly, go back here, and now what I will do is I will try to assign the CSS for my red button. So now we come back into code and we say dot red BUTTUN button. Okay, so this now is my CSS code for my what we call button. The first thing is we call it the display, and I want it to be inline blocks so that it appears in the same line. Once we have that, let me give it a height parameter. Usually it depends on how big the button you want to be. Again, we will temper with this. So for now, I just set it to 30 pixels. Then positioning is important, so we set it to absolute value so that it's absolute position. It doesn't change with respect to the change in the body. The right side can be from 5 pixels so that the button moves to the right side. Okay, leaving 5 pixels here. So this is the positioning, absolute positioning, so that it's like an absolute stick position. Do not change it. Be exactly at the same point with 5 pixels involved. So now it moves it to that, leaving 5 pixels from the point. So for example, if I set it to 25, there's a 25 pixel gap. So if I set it to, for example, 65, now there's a 65 pixel gap. So it depends on how you basically want to set it. I set it at like 15 pixels. That should do the trick for me. So we set it position to absolute, that be at a fixed position, but where? On the right side. So these two actually need to go in a particular order to ensure that they work perfectly. So first we specify the position, then we specify that from the right, leave 15 pixels on. So it moves to the right with absolute position, and now we are here. Once we are here, let me give it a bottom pixel, that leave a space at the bottom. Maybe this can be 10 pixels. Okay, so there's a 10 pixels from the bottom as well. We can set the background. Okay, and the background can be a red color, but if I double check, see, this is a gradient effect. Okay, and for this I downloaded a gradient red button background. I don't know whether you can see this or not. Zing, right? So sorry, here it is. So if I zoom into it, oops, here we go. So you see, this is a simple gradient bar. So it's a dark here and it goes inside the light. It's a very small 2 pixel width bar that we created in Photoshop, and then I just copy this and then paste it in my images folder where I had all other things created for my red background. So for the button, I can use the color as well. So for example, let me show you with the color as well. So I can say background dash color, and I can say red, or let me just give it a brown, semicolon, Control S. Where's my code gone? So you see this option here available. But if you give it as a background and then you specify it as a URL, and then within the URL you use img images, and I say red background, Control S. So now see, it appears more like a button. So if I remove the color, and now it appears more like a button with a dark and a shaded gradient effect with it. Okay, and we can have it to be on repeat, so make sure it's repeat, repeat dash x. So this button is actually repeating on x direction. Okay, so this means that on x-axis this image is repeating, it's not going on y direction. So in x, one single bar is actually repeated multiple times to create a complete button effect. Once you are done here, now let me just go and curl the borders up. So border dash radius. Again, border radius we use so that there is a radius on the border, and now you can see this, that there's automatically a curling effect that's occurred on the border. I like to use that a lot on the buttons and other things, so it creates a very nice kind of effect. Okay, now let's just give it a border. Colon is equals to, I want a 1 pixel border with a solid, and then the color can be, for example, white. Okay, and now you can see this is a white border color with a 1 pixel solid, right? I made it a white so it appears more apparent. You can change it to whatever you want to like. Okay, text align, sometimes we do that, and making sure the text is aligned on the center. Then we give it some padding, maybe 2 pixel in x, then 2 pixel in y, and okay, so 2 pixels. Now usually we give it 4 values, so this can be, for example, 0 pixels, and I can give it, for example, 5 pixels, semicolon. Now this basically means we give it 4 values, and let me give it like this way. So this is like left, top, right, and bottom. Okay, so what this basically means, the 2 pixels from the right, 5 pixels from the top, 2 pixels from the 0 pixels from the right, and then we need basically 5 pixels at the bottom. So sometimes we just set this in this particular order. So again, this is all CSS styling. This is not necessary, it depends on what you want to do. I have certain aspects of doing some things on the button. So some piece of codes, we already set it up and write it down, so we use that. Now color, obviously I don't like the color of the text. Let me just use the same Alice blue that I use for this text. Okay, so now it becomes more apparent, and the underline, I also don't like that, so just get rid of it using text decoration is equals to none. Okay, and as soon as you do that, now you see you have your button available. Okay, perfect, very nice. The only point is I see a black bar at the bottom, which I don't like. Let's see what we have done here. Something maybe padding top left. If I increase this, I think if I set it to 8 pixels and then this set it to 8 pixels, nope, radius, border radius is supposed to be 5 pixels, and top, right, bottom, maybe reduce that to 5. Okay, this is just the positioning. This is too much. 5, I think 8, that's the center. Height is 30 pixels. Let me just say maybe reduce it to 25. Yes, there we go. Okay, so as you can see this, I'm just playing with some of the values to see and get the feel correctly done. So previously, for example, the height was 30 pixels and it was just creating that black effect. I'm not working in my order, so I just reduce it to 25, and now we have a perfect button available. So this is again the CSS that we use to create this kind of a button. So if you need a red button, basically we have the codes, we specify this thing anywhere we want, and I have a button for that. So now once I click on it, it's a link, it will work for me, and obviously I can set it as a hover button. So once I click on it, the image basically appears to be moving or something of that sort. Okay, so I can do one thing is I can go into red BUTTN button space img. So the image inside this button, when I set it to border is equals colon is equals to 0. So what that should do is once I click on it, so it has a 0 border available, and I can also set this image to be changing. So when I hover it, it behaves like a different thing. Okay, so I can have dot red BUTTN button colon HOVER hover, and then we have a code. So once we are there, what we can do is we can change the color to, for example, bluish, brownish, greenish. Let's do that. Okay, so once you here see the color changes, you can do that. Obviously, I have a background image set to it. You can have a different background image to it. So once your cursor moves over it, the background image changes and it appears like the button is being pressed or whatever you want to do with that. Okay, so once we are done with it, now we are done with it. So now you can see this, my top bar is complete with my entire menu looking very nice. Okay, finally, let's come back to the body. Okay, lots of work, lots of CSS to go through again. So now the basic idea of working with CSS is again same. We create the body style tag. Okay, for the body style tag, we specify components that are basically being used within my body tag. So if I come inside my body tag, now remember we have section. Inside the section, we have articles and aside. So what we do is we go inside the CSS and I said, okay, use article, 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 and oops. So once we are in the article, what do we want the article to be? Okay, so I say, okay, let me make it display as inline block. Okay, as soon as you start to work with it, you would see that it creates some components. So vertical alignment, I need it to be top. Okay, what this will do, it will show that the vertical alignment of the component is set at the top. One other thing I can do is article and comma aside as well. I want the same settings for the both. Okay, so aside and article, because I want both of them to be on the top and side by side to each other. So these basic settings we basically want to apply on both of these. Okay, so this is my article area, this is my side area. So what I do, I apply the same settings on both. So for both, I need to have display inline block, so they appear in line with each other, and alignment to be vertically on top. That should do the trick. And then text align, I can have it as justified semicolon. So this becomes the basic 3 default settings that I want to apply on both of these things. Then I can use article again, and let me make some specific article based settings. So let's just bring this guy up a little bit. Okay, so for article specific, I want the width, width, width to be, now this is a tricky thing, how much the width needs to be. Usually I can work with, for example, 75% and then leave the side for 25%, right? So 75% and 25%, 100% of the page is covered. Let's work with that later on and see how we can emphasize with that. The margin on the right, okay, needs to be, for example, 15 pixels, and then we will play with it. Now what this basically means that the space between the side and the article area, okay, so the space between the side and the article area, this thing, so 15-20 pixels, need to worry and see how it goes. Okay, so this becomes the article. Then what we need to do is we need to work with the components of this article. So for example, I can say the aside. So for now, I go inside the aside, and aside needs position to be where? Relative. Okay, the relative means it needs to be at the relative position from its previous predecessor. Once we do that, now the width, for this time I need to ensure it's like 25%. Again, this is something that I will play with later on, or maybe just 20%. So let's make it a little bit side. So now you see this, it's coming to this particular point. So 70% can be this thing. Okay, so it's not occupying the entire page. 70% is this, and some 20%, so 18-90% is being covered. I'm leaving 10% for the margins and the spaces. So here we go about the author, and we get this aside coming on the point. Okay, once we are here, let's just change the background, and background color can be #333. There we go. I remember this thing. So this 333 is the shortcut code for the dark gray. I can make this 30%. Whoops. 25%. Okay. So I want this to be a little bit bigger though. Now you can reduce this and, for example, make it 60, and then give it this guy more space, like 30%. Okay, so this is more 30% and this is 20%. I think I can go for 35 as well, yes. Okay, depending on the page size. So now you see, oh, this is too big and this is too small, but because I have a larger screen, it might be okay. So let's just leave it to 30% of this thing, and I will just go for 65% of this width of this blog area. Then we can temper the positioning later on. And this is where actually Bootstrap is more useful. We will talk about Bootstrap in next videos. Bootstrap basically allows us to control these positioning very easily. You know, that's the major advantage of it. You position the components very easily, and it handles everything as it goes. Okay, so what I know, I go inside and apply some box shadow. I have a setting that basically works for me. That's 0 pixels, 2 pixels, then 5 pixels, and then I specify the color as, for example, dark gray. Okay, so it creates that shadowy effect. It should create that shadowy effect. 0 to 5 with it, and then I give it a border dash radius to give it that curling effect where my effects will be. So you can see this now, it's more curling round like a panel with a very light shadow appearing at the bottom, and voila. Once we are done here, let me give it some padding as well, so the contents inside it have a 10 pixel padding. And now you can see this, that it's jumping here because since we added the padding, it's moving. And if I increase the size of the page, here we go. So this should be all okay. Now, because we have given this size in terms of percentage, its values is in percentage. You can give it a fixed value. So for example, 200 pixels. What this would basically meaning that now this is a fixed 200%. Okay, if I just come back here, this is fixed 200% aside. Sometimes that might work as well. So for your article area, I can go, for example, like 75%. Okay, so this is 75%. But as soon as I give my area, this is now 200 pixels fixed, depending on how basically you want to set it up. Now again, because 75% it has reduced, so it jumps down here, making it a little bit responsive. Again, responsive is not our target, but that's basically what it's doing. So for our sake, I will leave it to 250 pixels, so it has more, or in fact, let me just go for 300. Let's see if I can spare that. Not 3300 pixels width should do the trick. So if I go back here, that's a good width for it. Okay, and then let me just go back into this point. Okay, so once we have that padding available, obviously the color I can change it to, so the text appears to be again Alice blue. I kind of like that thing. And font size, let's just use font dash size to be 12 pixels. I think that's too small already, right? 16 pixels, that should do the trick. So now my aside is also clearly set. Okay, now what we need to do is we need to go inside our components. Okay, these images are already too big. We can control their size from my HTML as well. So here we go. If I come here, I can specify the width to be, for example, 25 pixel, and there you go, it's a 25 pixel. I said that's a too small. Let me just use 100 pixel. That's a too big. 50 pixel, nah, reasonable. Let me just go for a 60 pixel. Control C, and then I can use the width here. I can use the width here. Control C. Now you see all this is basically set up based on the components that I have available. Ready? Perfecto mundo. So now we go back inside the blog area. And article, I think I have not given this a color, so let me just give it a background color to be same as basic. Here we go. So it appears to be more of a image on the side. And now you can see this, you have your components, you have your setup things, and all these things are basically working nicely. Finally, let's just go and give it a footer value. So FOOT footer. Okay, the footer needs to have a background. Background, where's my back? GROUND dash color. Oops. Background color to be 333. Okay, and then I can say padding can be from top to be approximately 30 pixel. Okay, so what this will mean, that should mean that I have a padding back footer is available. Where's my footer gone? Okay, we have not created the footer yet. Okay, so this is a section, this is the division. Here's the footer. Okay, and inside the footer basically we need to have certain components that are required to be placed. Okay, so you can place them. In other words, we can say I create one div. Let me give it a class, and for example it can be div foot. Okay, oops. Okay, inside this div I give a h1. This is footer div, and I can give a paragraph. This is footer, let me just say this is blog example code from Zynga. I think let's just use it here. Okay, and you get the basic idea, and obviously you can put an image inside this as well, have an icons like we have in our here content area. So this was supposed to be my footer area with particular pictures and components. So you can have this my blog, and I can create another div that can have images inside it, and I can use that as well. Okay, so once we are done here, I go back inside my code, and this time you can see my blog is basically working, and I can give it more content. So footer is there. I can use footer h1. So the h1 inside the footer can have, for example, font dash size to be, let's just say 20 pixel. Okay, or let's just give it a little bit more space. So basic idea is you can control it. You can specify the color to be again Alice blue. I've been using this color throughout. So the same concept now you use the styles that you want, you use the tags that you want to use and apply those styles on those particular tags. This is how basically we want to work with that. Similarly, div foot, we created a class there. I can use this to be as display. One thing would be inline block. Okay, and vertical alignment I would usually use as top. What this will basically mean that you can see this, if you can have an idea, there is one block here. So if I come back inside my code and copy this div here and come back and paste it, and let me just copy these images. So I take these paragraph and images that I used here, and for now I'm just duplicating it here instead of this line. Control S, so I have these images. So you can see this, there's a blocks available just for the demo purpose, just like this. So find these three images, my pictures, and I can have used this. This is, and I can change my SOCIL. Follow me on social media, right? Follow me on social media. Here you go. So follow me on social media is there, and I have an images available. Then I go back inside the CSS. Oops, save it and go back inside the CSS. Okay, so I have a div foot available. I use this div foot for a block value. A vertical alignment is there. You can give it a padding, you can give it some space as well. So for example, I can say margin dash left can be 10 pixels. Okay, so there is a space between these two blocks, or maybe 20 pixel. So there's a space between these two pixel blocks as well. And then we can give it a padding, maybe padding left, which can again be 10 pixels. So there is some space between the components. So if I scroll up, you can see this. Now I have a website that basically contains this entire sections. So with the footers, with the sidebars, and with the menu, obviously the more text you add, the more face blending it would create. Okay, so let me close it here. If I see here, this is the basic requirement. Obviously the page is entirely yellow, we have a white background available. So what I can do for that purpose is that, I can come back here and and if I come back here, let me write a body tag. Okay, so now I specify an attribute for the body, and this can be my background color can be this beseech. Okay, here we go. So once I specify something as a body, so everything is now in a yellow background, making it look like a fantastic thing. Okay, content depends on the color. For example, in this case is black, and the font is something different. I've used the standard font. You can use whatever font you want. You can change the fonts as well. Just Google something. You can change the font family and font color with it. So now if I come back here, we got all the components basically ready. Okay, obviously this is the screen size is a little bit bigger, so the components are stretching, but if you got the idea, here we go. So now my blog website is basically created with my content, my header, my buttons, my side panel, and my content area with my footer areas. Rest you can spend more time and customize this as much as you like. Once you have this template, you save it, you just change the content area, all the links should work fine. So hopefully you understand it. Playing around with the CSS and the components is essential. And in today's lecture, we will learn how you can design a very cool looking website very quickly and from scratch using HTML and CSS. Make it responsive, have a drop down menus, add famous icons, famous font icons to it, and make it completely an image gallery type of website. Very cool and fun. So for example, if you're here, this is the website we will be using, having drop down menus with font or some icons on the menu icons with this icons, and then we will convert it into a complete image gallery type of a website where you will have headings and image gallery of your famous locations, and you can change these images, change these icons and use them and have them link as well. So when you click on it, another page displays with the particular information. So to create this entire website, we will be going through from a very scratch, very basics, everything will be covered from CSS to HTML and making this website a complete responsive website so that as soon as you move it, the icons in the image basically change and update according to your preferences. Okay, so how do we make it responsive? How do we create a drop down menus? How do we add icons in your menus? Lots of things to cover. So let's get started. My name is Dr. Zeeshan Bhatti. If you're here for the first time, don't forget to subscribe this channel. Hit that bell icon so you receive the notification information regularly. Let's begin. In order to develop this website, let's start from the scratch again. And as usual, we create a new file in my brackets window. Let me write HTML /HTML. Now, I will not go into very much details, assumingly you have watched my previous lectures. If you haven't, kindly watch my channel, subscribe it, so that you follow these lectures very quickly and easily. So first I go and save this folder, and let me just save it in the drive that we've been using previously. Okay, and spanning and menu, and let me just name this as index.html. Okay, so now we have this page. I create a head and I create body tags. Body tags. Okay, and let me just get rid of it. So this is the standard code that we have been writing for every single page. Now in this case, let me give some title to this guy, and voila. So this is menu with drop down and icons. Okay, now what we do is we come into my body. Inside the body, we basically create various different components that are required to create this website. Now, first thing, we start with something called div tag or header. Let me use the header for the header aspect. Within this header, let me give a div. Oopsie daisy. Okay, div. Inside the div, basically we can have h1 as this is my header, or let's be more specific. Let's visit. Oopsie daisy do. Let's visit Pakistan. So here's my header. This will let's just make it as a tourist kind of application. Tourist fun, we'll try to put more places inside it. So I have my header available. Now inside this header, I will, after that, let me go into my navigation. Inside the navigation, what we do is we give a div that allows me to control the components in a better way, and then we create unordered list, and inside the unordered list, we create the list items. Okay, let these list items be an anchor tag. A is equals to href is equals to bracket start bracket close hash, and then close this a tag. Here we go. Okay, I'll make this home. So what we did, we create one link. Let me just copy this and paste and paste and paste and paste. So now we have 4 different links available. Now I create, for example, home, about us can be one page, so I can give you this about us, or for example about Pakistan. Okay, about Pakistan, about PK. Let me just use a short name for that. Places, for example, we can use restaurants or food in Pakistan. I can say ARCHI archaeology, and then you can include as many links as you require in this. In fact, okay, so we have places to visit, food, archaeology, and what else can we do is PEO, people, and so on and so forth. Okay, so we have some of the links and contents available to us within this link. So if I click on the live view, it should give me some of the live view component. Here we go, here we go. So let's visit Pakistan, and I have few links available. Now we need to write an external CSS for this particular guy. So create a new file, Control S, save it. Okay, so we have this location where we use this file. So I go inside it, and inside the menu, and I say menu st style.css. Okay, so menu style.css is there. Inside the head, we go and let me create a link. Link relation needs to be style sheet. Okay, and the type type is equals to text/css, and h reference will have menu style.css, right? And let me just do that. So now what we did here is we linked our menu.style CSS with my HTML. Okay, so this is an external CSS example where we write CSS in an external file and we link it with our main file. In order to do that, we use this link tag. We need to specify some metadata, data about this link tag. So we provided the relation, that the relation with this HTML and this CSS is that this is a style sheet, and the type or the content type, in other words, would be basically text based and CSS tag based. So this is like a predefined variable names that we specify. This information is actually for the browser, not for the user. So as a user or the people who will view this thing will not be worried about it. This we tell to the browser. Okay, so now we come back into the menu, and now we specify various different styles that we want to do. So for example, we specify style for my header. So I can go inside the header, and I can say my header should have, my keyboard is moving. Background color, usually in this time I would like to give LIGHT light green. Okay, that will do the trick. And then maybe font size can be, for example, 24px. This should do the trick. Text align can be center. That should do the trick also. And so on and so forth. So you get the idea what you want to do. Maybe color itself can be, for example, aquamarine. Oh no, I don't like this. This can be, for example, white smoke. This can be fine. So I did few changes here. So let me just move this guy here so we can see this better. Okay, so let's visit Pakistan, and we have it available. Second thing we can do is we can go inside the body tag, and we specify, for example, background image to be a URL, and this URL can use images, and inside images I have a back image already set up for me, and here we go. Okay, so what this basically means that I will have a background image for my complete website. Looks nice for this. Okay, what this will basically mean that I have a complete website already set up for me. Now I don't like these colors that much, so I can go and change this color. So the light green can be, for example, I can remove this maybe. And now let's visit Pakistan, seems more apparent. And text align center, that's okay. Maybe we can change this white color to some other color later on. We will see that. Okay, so we come back here, and some other thing that I like to do with my background when I set an image here is background size. So GROUND background, and where's my size gone? Okay, so let's just make size to cover so that the background image is actually covered with my particular image, right? This just organizes the background image in a better way. So entire background is covered. Sometimes also we tend to use, in this case, the position as well, and let's just make it to center so that image appears always at the center. So now you can see that image is organized in a much better way, even though screen size has been reduced. So as soon as if I adjust it, my background would be appropriately adjusted with my image. So previously, if I don't use that, so let me just, for example, move it here. If I don't use these two things together, Control X, see the image is not completely showing you clearly, so it's almost cropped. Okay, so these are some styles that we tend to use with this thing, specifically when we are setting a background image like that. So cover means that cover an entire image, and then center means that no matter what size you are getting, show me the center image as well. So this would automatically organize my image to the center of my page, will make sure that my website looks nice. So the background image is actually clearly displayed here. One other thing sometimes we do in certain cases is that before even any of these tags, we use something called static dandan. Static dandan. Now this is sometimes used, sometimes not even recommended, but I found it to be helpful at a point. Okay, what basically this is, we are trying to set a global thing. So 0 pixel, 0 pixel. Hang on. So what this basically means, that static means everything. So every tag that uses will by default will have now 0 padding, 0 margin, and now we will set margin and padding manually for every single tag and specify it ourselves. Sometimes it helps, sometimes it creates a problem as well. Some people don't recommend it, and everybody has its own aspects to it. But this, you will come across this once you start working with different form of codes. Okay, so once we do, we set these values to this particular point. This will again mean everything is 0 0, every tag is set at 0 0, and then we can set our content accordingly. Okay, so next thing now we do is we come inside our code, and in here we had created a div. So let me just give it a class, menu bar. I guess that should do the trick. Save it, come back in here, and let me give menu bar class name, and we specify a code here. Okay, in this case we will set the background, okay, to an RGB value. Oopsie daisy do. And this can be, for example, 0 0 if I give 100. Okay, so what should be happening? Menu bar background RGB 100, and oh, okay, sorry, dot menu bar. Okay, so dot menu bar would set a blue color menu with 100. Now RGB is, again, sometimes we use it, sometimes we don't use it. People tend to refer. Sometimes we just give directly the color names like we did here. But sometimes there is an RGB value, sometimes hexadecimal value. In my previous lectures, you would find I'm trying to use different things so that as you go along and as you follow my lectures, you understand that there are different ways of doing it. So it's not only one way of doing it. You can use an RGB value, and this stands for red, this stands for green, this stands for blue, and you can play with these values to get whatever effect basically you want to create. For our sake, I just use 100 value, which gives me a good strong blue color, and for that which I actually required. Okay, similarly, for example, if you need a green color, so if you set 100 in green, so now it's 100 of green and 100 of blue, which is basically a mixture. You can also give 100 of this thing as well, which makes a dark gray. So for now we just set it to 0. If I just remove this and set it to 0, I get a pure green. I can use green as well, but well, you get the idea basically what you need to do. So sometimes you just find the RGB value online as well for exact color mapping that you are basically going to create. Then the next thing we do is text align, and I need to make sure that's also center. Sorry. So as soon as I set that, the values are set here. One other thing that we did miss out is called box sizing. Now I have one thing available somewhere around here. Here we go. Okay, now CSS boxing is something that is preferably done in order to ensure your components are properly boxed. Okay, so what basically does that, there are two forms of doing it. By default, when you set a width and height of any components, it does width plus padding plus border makes the actual sizing. However, we tend to use this thing in a different way. So W3Schools, if you follow it, it will give you more detail of what exactly box sizing is. So what we do is we specify this box sizing on the body, and we tell it to be in border boxed. Okay, what this will basically mean that my border box of an element padding are included in the width and height. So whatever width and height we set basically will be included, and it will ensure that my components are now organized in a better way, or the sizing basically allows me to be very easily calculated, if I make a sense. Okay. In other words, whenever we set a boxing, padding margins are all calculated. But when you set it to border box size on an element, the padding and the border are included in the actual width and height of it. Okay, just like as it is shown. So it just makes the calculation little easy depending on how basically you want to go about it. Okay, so once we are set with this thing, so now basically we need to go dot menu bar. And then inside the menu bar we had unordered list, so we set the values for unordered list. Okay, now this unordered list display needs to be inline block, so that the components currently are in this order, in the list order. Once you set it to inline block, they need to be ordered in a continuous line, and the list dash style, we need to remove that as well, set to none, so that the list style is set to none as well. Menu bar dot ul, I think if I'm all okay, menu bar ul, yes. So it's not happening. My list, and the color can be, for example, in my case, okay, let's use this thing FFF, and if it's not refreshing or it's not applying, menu bar ul, it's not applying. Why not applying? Okay, so it's not applying. Okay, let's just do one thing. Let me change the display to inline flex. Here we go. Now we get the flexible border appearing, and then we can go inside it again, and we can say dot menu bar. Inside the menu bar there is unordered list, on side there is a list item. Okay, now this is one way of doing CSS multi-structural multi-layer, that go inside a menu bar class. Inside menu bar class there will be ul, inside ul there will be li. So if I come back into my code, go inside the div of menu bar, inside this div you will find ul, inside the ul you will find list item. Okay, so inside the list item, now whatever is inside it will be applied on it. Then again inside the list item we have anchor tag, we will work with that later on. For current thing we will just set its width to include, for example, 120 pixels. Usually that gives me a good value, and now you can see that the components are separated. Now what we did here was with box sizing, that I included it as a border box, so that every component is measured with border. Now when I set it to width 120, that's the actual width of each component, including the padding of that component as well. So it just makes few things to organize in a very easy manner. Okay, we can set the margins to again as a 15 pixels. So this margin again means the component's margin before and after that component. Because we have not used top, left, bottom, right, this margin would mean top, left, right and bottom. So all four are included for every single component. So for every single component there is a 15 pixels gap, depending on how big or small you want the menu to appear. Okay, then we can also specify padding if you need a further component. So now you can see these buttons are appearing to be more big and prominent with our own menu system. Okay, so once we are done with that, now we have an output. It's working very fine. Okay, one other thing we can do is, if you look at it, there's a sizing issue. So if I can take and move this box sizing, Control X, save it and move it inside this global parameter. Okay, now you can see there's a shift in adjustments and the component look more appropriate this time. Okay, so if I adjust the page size, now it's adjusting more appropriately. Previously it wasn't. So what I did was I moved this box sizing from the body only to the whole steric, which means applies on the whole page, and this will give me a better way. If you want to check, I can Control X here and move it back into the body. See, this component is now completely different behavior. But once I save it again, Control X and move it to this point, and the adjustment of all components is much better now, and the components are placed in a better organization way. Okay, so basically it just makes the calculation easy and the components are aligned in a much better format. So these are just like some of rules that we save and we tend to follow as we go along. Now after this, still the font of the color is not appropriate. So what we do is we say, okay, go inside the menu bar. Inside the menu bar, there's a under unordered list. Oops, dot menu bar. Inside the unordered list, there is a list item. Inside the list item, there is an anchor tag. Okay, so menu bar ULLIA, we'd refer it to directly like that. And then we said it, okay, once we have the menu bar, the text decoration, let's just get rid of this thing and it has to be none. And the color can be anything. In our case, let me just use Alice blue. And now the content is more appropriately visible to us. Okay, then one thing is, as I move my cursor, there's nothing happening here. So what I need to do is I need to move it again. So what I can do is I can select all of this, paste, colon, and I can use hover. Okay, and then I'll colon again. So what this basically means, oops, that menu bar UL list item, inside list item there is an anchor, colon hover is basically an action, an event, that in case of this event what should happen. So I can set that in case of this event the background can be changed to, for example, any particular color. In this case I have a value to BA and B0D, and then border radius, border dash radis, radius can be set to, for example, 3 pixels or so and so forth. Okay, once we do that and we come back here, there's nothing happening. I think this value is not recognizable. Here we go. Okay, so you can see this, we get a different color range now. That this button becomes green as soon as I move it. Obviously you can use it to any different color value. For example, I can make it background dash COLAR color, or sorry, background. I can make it an RGB value as well, or I can say dark blue. So once I have it, I get a dark blue, which almost is same, it's not visible. Let's just make it LIGHT light blue, and now it should be more apparent. Okay, now once we are done with that, let's just move forward. Okay, so now as we move here, you can see that we have our border color, background color being changed. However, what's happening? It should be complete box. However, it's only covering the text area, should not be there. Okay, one thing we can do is, if I come into side index, sometimes what we do is, as you see the home button, this is the default page, it should already be active. So we come inside the links, inside the A tag, we specify class. Oops, it is, you do CLASS class, and is equals to quotation marks, and let's just make it as active. Okay, what this will do is it will ensure that your home class, the active is, your home button is actually active. Okay, so once I do that, I come back here inside the menu where we had set the hover keys to be blue, and before it I can place active, comma, dot active, comma. Okay, what this should include, or what this should mean, that this home should be active now. And if I haven't changed it, okay, Control S, now it's okay. So here we go. So I just saved it. Now we set the home button as an active class. We go back into the CSS. In CSS, where we wrote this hover code, before it we also gave it active, comma, dot menu. Now what this means, that we need to have the same style set on two different things. So instead of repeating the code or making the code redundant, we just use it as a multi-class code, if it makes sense. Okay, so by multi-class code means that the same code or the same style will be applied on active, comma, menu bar, on two different things. Menu bar with these properties. So the same code will be applied on two things. So it's called the multi-properties. Okay, so, or multi-class properties. So now I have an active code and I have an hover code. So whatever hover will have same code as well as whoever has the active class on it. So this way we'll ensure that I just need to change one property. It's adopted on both things. So once we've done that, now again the problem is this is blue. This should be highlighting a complete button. Okay, let's just come here inside the anchor tag, and let me just make it display block. Here we go. Something is happening. And then maybe add a padding to it, and I think 15 pixels. That should do the trick. There we go. So now we have a buttons and everything working fine. Okay, so see this again, display, blocks, padding, margins, just play with these things. These are the beauties of CSS that will create the marvels for you. And the margins and padding here, I can reduce it from here to 10 or even to 5. So this should reduce the size to even further. I can reduce this as 5. I think 10 is okay. Oopsie daisy do. 15 is okay. Okay, so now I have a large, very nice buttons with a very nice menu system going on for me. Okay, perfect. And Control S. So we have the buttons, we have the menu systems now working for us. Now what we need to do is, let's go further and add icons to these buttons. That should be fun. In order to add the icons, we will need to move on to something called font AWESOM awesome icons. So first thing is you move to the font awesome icons, search it on Google, and you should be brought to this particular website that has these wonderful icons for us already there, and we just need to use it. In order to do that, what we need to do is we need to have this font awesome library linked to our code. That way we can access all these wonderful, beautiful icons without even writing a single code, or in fact just writing one line of code, and without actually needing to download all these icons. Okay, so I don't need to download them for include them. All I need to do is I just need to include one single line in my piece, in my code, to inherit this font awesome library. Let's do that. So in order to do that, we go inside my index, and here we need to write that CDN code for my font awesome. Okay, so what we need to do is we need to come here and write font awesome bootstrap CDN. Okay, so if you write font awesome bootstrap CDN, you will be presented with this one main link. If I come inside this link, let me show you. Now we have this font awesome CSS bootstrap link. All you need to do is just click to copy. So if I select it, Control C, come inside your code, inside your head tag, just after this code, paste it. Okay, but this is just a URL. So in order to do that, what I do is I need to have this code. So first I will copy this entire link code and paste it here. And instead of my hrefs this file, now actually I need my CSS code. So Control X here, and in place of my menu style CSS, I will paste it, this URL that I just copied. So we basically provided a link tag with a relation style sheet type CSS, same thing with hrefs, but instead of now specifying my own file name, I actually have specified a path name. So what will happen now that every time I run this code, I have to be connected online. That's one thing, and assumingly we are creating a website, so it has to be online. So it will, I don't need to download anything. It will automatically go on this particular URL, find the CSS and apply it on my code wherever I'm using it. So this is a way, or this is a very quick way of applying an external library, specifically in this case a bootstrap library. So I can download it myself as well. Okay, I will show you in other videos that how you can download this library and include it as an offline file. But in our case, we're just using it live now. Once you're done it, now we come back into font library, and for example, I need to have these icons. So now in order to use these icons, for example, the first one we can have is home. So if I search home, so if I type home, we get a home. If I click on home icon, we will get a small piece of code that will tell me that how I can use this icon. Okay, so now what I need to do is I just simply need to copy this I. This I tag is for icon with a class fafa home, Arial hidden true, and icon close. This is the code for showing me this particular icon. Okay, so I copy this, come back inside my home, and after or before the home icon, okay, this is where I want it. So before the home, I paste this code. Here we go. And maybe Arial hidden true, we don't need this. Sometimes we don't use it. So I place this icon code at my code, press Control S, and just open it, my own file name, and now you should see this small icon here. If I refresh it, so right click, copy this, come back here, or I come here and Control V, save it, go back here. Let's see this works. This works. So I guess को path का issue है. ठीक है, so bootstrap का CDN, so you need to have that, ensure that you can use a correct particular path with it. Sometimes this one didn't work for whatever reason. This should have worked, but this part didn't work, so I searched for another bootstrap. I think this is a different URL, and this time it worked. Okay, so anyway, so we get the bootstrap icons on our my icon. Similarly, we need icons on all these things. So what we do is we come back here and for my about I can search, I go back, and then you can use any of this information that you want to make available. Okay, so for example, in this case we can say about about about. Let's see if there's an about available. There's no about available. Me, me. I don't know. COUNT. All right, so country, I have a globe available. Let me use this globe. So I will use this country. So it's as simple as this. You just copy this icons, paste it, and in this case, Arial true hidden. I just don't need this, so I remove it. So if I soon save it, come back inside my code, and you can see this, I have an about icon available here. Okay, similarly I come back here, I go back, and next I have places. So for places I can use, which icon we can use? So you can see there are so many icons that you can use. All you need to do is include one thing, this link CDN, and then just import this icon here. So I can include places, with place icon here. There was supposed to be one icon that I had in mind. PLACE place, location, map. Yes, I can use map, I guess. This one was in my mind. So I can select this, Control C, and before the places I placed here, I remove the Arial. Wonderful. Okay, food, I go back here. This one is easy. So I can have food, and there are many icons here for the food, but I will use cutlery. Okay, and then I can copy this code here and place it in front of food, and then I remove this Arial thing. Okay, archaeology, and then again this can be places, locations, globe, buildings, I guess, BUILD, building. Here we go. So we have a building here, and I can use this code, and then I can paste it here. I don't need this Arial true, I just remove it. People, again this should be plenty as well. PEOP, users, this work fine for me. Control C and Control V. Let me get rid of this Arial. Okay, so now you can see this, that if I reduce the font size, we have list icons, list. Inside the list we have anchor tag. Inside the anchor tag we have placed an icon here, which basically allows us to control the people. So this way we get an idea what's basically happening. So now if I come back here, and you can see this, we have all these wonderful icons being used in our cases. Okay, archaeology is a new line. I don't know why, should not happen. Let me see why this has happened. I think it's little bit the size issue. Yeah, I think the size issue. So if we go inside the CSS, there is supposed to be width somewhere. So let me just make it 130 pixels. Nope, 140. Now it's okay. So now archaeology is okay. So we just increase the width in my icons, and now I've got archaeology as well. So as you can see, this becomes very perfectly manageable. Now one thing we need to do is add some space between these icons. I don't like that much gap between here. So if I come inside the index, you can see that I can add one space just like that, and that should add one small space. But if you want to add more space, you can write a CSS for it. In order to write the CSS for this thing, what we need to do is we need to come back here. CSS, here we need to write that .menu menu bar. Inside menu bar there is called .fa. Now .fa basically is a class name that's already being used here. So as you can see, this class fa is already there. Inside this there's a subclass fa user. So we are going to target this fa. So whoever has the fa, we will basically set its margin dash left or right. I think right can be tricked into giving, for example, 10 pixels. Let's see how it goes. So now you can see this, there's a space between all of these. We can reduce this space to 5 pixels, and there is a less space between them. Now keeping in mind archaeology, so this can be 150, and now we go all that. So you control the space as well from margin for how much you need. in this case, I think this looks good. So we have a buttons available. Each button has its icon available as well. Now let's just go inside the code and add a further drop down menu inside each of these buttons. Now in order to add the sub menu, let me just bring this code. Let me just make it, oops, a little bit bigger font so it's more legible, and come back here. So for example, we have a home button, that's okay, but inside this list item icon about, I need to add one more code. Okay, I need to make sub menus. So inside the about, I want to have a sub menus. So what I do is I take this list icon, after this a tag for this about, I press enter and increase its size, right? So now there's some space here. Inside this list, I will need to add another div tag. Okay, so because we want to add a drop down menu inside about, so inside the about list item, we add a div tag. Inside this div tag, we will add the unordered list. Inside the unordered list, we will add that list item. Inside that list item, again, we would add the h reference a tag. Okay, and this can be, for example, about Pakistan, about its provinces. Okay, and then control C, oopsie daisy do, control V, and I can say provinces, about government, or whatever we want to add, GOVER and M in government. And for example, about its economy, economy, I hope I spelled it correctly. And then for example, the education system, and so on and so forth. So as many links as you want to create. Now as soon as I save it, you would see that underneath about we have these menus available. So technically we got the menus working, and I said, oh, okay, tick, looks okay, but that's something that I don't want to do. I want to make sure they are hidden and they appear when I click on this particular button. For that, I will create a class inside this div tag, and I can say sub menu 1. Okay, so this becomes my sub menu 1. So this is a class name, and now I need to control this class name with this particular sub menu. So after doing that, let's jump to the CSS. Inside the CSS, zinger, what I need to do is I need to add my code. Here inside this code, I will come back here and I will say dot sub menu 1. You guys, you need to have display set to none. And what that should do is technically it should hide that menu. About PK, that should be hidden. That's because now this menu is gone. Okay, so because we set the display to none. Now it should be displayed when actually my cursor moves over it. So we need a hover event. So for a hover event, we would say that go inside the menu bar. Inside menu bar, you have an unordered list. Inside this, there is a list item. Inside the list item, there is a hover tag, and that hover tag is triggered for sub menu 1. Okay, so we have told it that there's a main menu bar because that's where the event needs to go. UL list item, inside list item hover. Hover means every list item that we are going to hover, it will check whether I need to have a submenu for that or not. So I said, okay, because I can have a submenus in other items as well. So in this case, we said dot submenu 1. Okay, so when we hover any of the list items, find submenu 1. So wherever there is a submenu 1, what you need to do, you need to set its, sorry, not direction, display set to block. Okay, position, POSI, position needs to be absolute. So it needs to have a fixed position. The background can be RGB with 0, 0, same 100. Oops, it is 0. Okay, so I set it as the same background as this blue one with submenu having a block as a display and absolute value as a position. So when I move over it, now you can see this, I have got a cursor. As soon as I move my cursor over, it hides, this menu is appearing. Now the problem is this menu is appearing like a inline menu. You can have that. You can have a multi-row inline menu. Some websites have that if you need lots of menus with it. In our case, we do not require that, so we need to change that with our CSS. Okay, so in order to change that, what we do is we change the values. But before we do that, let me just add a margin to it. Margin dash top, I think, should do the trick to 15 pixels or something like that. So now I have a certain gap at the top area of this menu, so it doesn't start right from underneath this thing. Okay, so one other thing, margin, let me left can also be, for example, 15 pixels. Once we are set with that, now again, if I come back here, see this, we have a little bit space from the left side as well. Now, in order to move this downwards, what I need to do is, let me just copy this entire code, Control C, Control V, and bracket close. What I need to do is, I need to tell it that inside the menu bar, list item, when the list hover occurs, find submenu 1, inside find submenu there is again unordered list. Okay, inside this unordered list, what I want the display to occur as a block, and after that set the margin to 10 pixels. Okay, so what this basically means that inside this submenu 1, the list item. So if I come back here, inside this submenu 1, now we are talking about this list item. So once you do that, now if I come back, see this, it's automatically occurring in a perfect order. Voila, wonderful, right? Beautiful. But you can see there's some space and alignment issues. We need to correct that. Again, you have these margins available, so you can play with these things as much as you like. So if I set to 5, now it should occur as a 5. In fact, let me just set it to 10, and then we will see how margin left goes from the 10. And then let me add one more thing to it. So if I select this, paste it, in unordered list, the list item. Now I need to control each list item as well. Okay, so submenu 1, unordered list, list item. So inside submenu 1, there's a list, unordered list, so we control the unordered list. But now we need to control each element. To control each element, let me give its width, width, width is equals to, for example, let's just set it to 150 pixels, almost same as this one. Okay, so that should do one thing. Then add a padding, maybe 10 pixel, depends on how we gonna see in the end the results. I also need to add some border bottom, right? So I need to have a line at the bottom only. This can be 1 pixel line. I don't want it to be big. Let's make it just dotted or dashed can do the trick, and triple F would give us a nice white color. So if I come back here, you would note that I have a dotted line at the bottom. Okay, now the menu is looking more and more appropriate. At this time, after this thing, let me just say that the background can be transparent. Okay, and then after transparency, let me just give border dash radius set to 0 pixel, and okay, and then the text alignment, let me just make it to left. So now if I come back here, you would see this, that my contents should be aligned. So once I come back here, you can see that there's lots of spaces available between this. One thing I noted, hang on, TRANS. So if I set this to 0 also, so now there's not so much space between these two buttons. This, if I previously 10, so it had a huge buttons available, and it's not working right. Okay, so what I do is I set it to, I think 0 should do the trick. I don't want big buttons available. Transparent is done. So now once I come back inside this menu, you will note that there's a line bit after the education, okay, which we don't usually typically prefer. So it is a very cool trick to do that. So if I select this link again, come back here, menu, UL, LI, hover, submenu 1, list item 1, action, last child. Now this is again another event that what I need to do after the last child. Okay, so list item, last child. So when you find the last child, make the border dash bottom, bottom, that we specified as none. So what this should do is, this is another event that we called like hover, but this basically means the last child. So once there is a last child added, there is no underline after the education. Previously there was, right? So if I hide this, now after education there is underline. if you use this, now this is not aligned. So just makes things look more interesting. So similarly, if you need to add the same menu on other places, all you need to do is come inside the index tag, and then we have this submenu div available inside the about. So for example, in the places, I can come here inside its list item, I can add more tags. So for example, I can say northern areas, I can add SWAT Sawat, I can add, for example, MUR Murray, and all the famous places that I want. For example, Gilgit, Baltistan, and so on and so forth. And I can add as many links as I want, and that should do the trick. For example, I can say, let's just go into Islamabad and okay, and then I can come back here and, for example, Karachi. And so if I come inside the places now, see this links is all working. So it becomes as simple and easy to add the submenus as well if you want to add that in your particular website. Okay, so now continuing from this point, we have created the basic structure. Let's just add few more components inside the main page body area. So for that, again, we go inside our index page. We had created the navigation. Navigation is complete. You can add a what we call a carousel or a thumbnail image here. Depends on basically what you want to do. There's lots of code segments that are available. In our case, I just want to create, this is a tourist website. So basically the idea is that once you come here, you get a bunch of images and icons. So and then you can select which details you want to read more about it. So what I do is inside, after this navigation, we come here. This time we add the section tag. Okay, so once we have this action tag inside these sections, we can add more articles. For our sake, what I need to do is I need to add more basically components here. So inside this section, I can say that let's just start with the H2. The place, in fact, let me just say this thing. Usually we give a div. Inside a div we have an H2. Okay, this can be the places, the famous places, the FAMOUS, famous places in PAKIST and Pakistan. Okay, so once we are here, we get the famous places in Pakistan, and we will work with the padding and everything as we go along. After this, let me just add what we call another div. Okay, inside this div we need to now create a gallery kind of effect. For that gallery kind of effect, what we do is we create this div, and this can be, for example, class is equal to responsive. Okay, so because now the main target is that we create a gallery kind of effect here for our tourist applications. Depends on how you want to add the components, but I want a gallery effect where there's lots of beautiful locations and we can click and visit those locations, but they have to be responsive. So that was our main target initially as well. So that responsive website will have that responsive tag inside it. So inside this, let me create another div, and this div, close this div class can be, for example, CLI class is equals to class is equals to gallery. Okay, and once we have this gallery class, we create an A tag. Inside this A tag, we provide a, for example, H reference is equals to for now, let me just again use this dummy. Okay, and I close the A tag. Now we are using the A tag because inside this A tag we will put an image and our entire gallery icon. So no matter where you click, basically it should take you to a particular location. So this will be src is equals to double quotation marks. I will provide the image name later on. Then let me just close it. Okay, so now we need to do we need to have few images available for our particular locations. Okay, what we can do is we can go inside this images, In fact, we tend to use these beautiful, you can search for this thing, free images, and this is Pixabay. I tend to use this a lot. And if I can find Pakistan here, and we have some turn images of Pakistan available here. So you can take these images and you can use them. They are supposed to be free. So I select them and you can free download. The size is essential. Initially, I don't want them to be too big. So I will just use 640 by 480 and free download. It will download to me. I don't know where it downloaded. Show in folder. So I don't want it to download here. So Control X and go inside this folder. We have been saving our images here, and let me just rename it as LAKE Lake 1. Let's go back here, maximize this. So if I go back, so I need a couple of images that I can use. So I download one image here. Let me find second image of Pakistan where I can say, for example, this one. Again, another beautiful image. So download, and I will just download 640 image, and it's also downloading. So okay, I think it's going on the default location. Let me find another location. Yeah, that sounds fine. Download, and it's also downloading. Let me go back. So basically, yes, you need couple of locations and of images. So let me just have them. If you have many, that would work fine. But if you don't have, blum 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 blum. I don't know where. Let's Hill Valley side. Okay, we will donate later. So I've downloaded couple of images, and I think they all are in the same folder. So let me just go and show in folder, and we had downloaded these 1, 2, 3, 4 images. Let me just cut them and paste them in our images folder, and let me just rename this as Hill. This can be Lahore, and this can be LAKE Lake 2. This can be as ROAD Road. Okay, so we have couple of images that are available. Obviously, when you're developing a website, you need to do a good extensive research, and you can find all the code available. Obviously, when you're doing research, find your good images for your code. So if I come back here, what I do is I have this image, and I can now say that go inside the images. Inside image, you have something called Hill. So use that Hill image. Now, one other thing that we sometimes tend to do is we need to specify the width and height. So I can say width is equals to, this can be fixed, for example, 600, and HEIGHT height is equals to, can be fixed at 400. So this should ensure that my images reside with a particular height and width. Sometimes with images also we tend to provide something called altered is equals to bracket star bracket close. What alternate means? Alternate images. So I can say hillside image of PAKIS10. This is like the metadata. Data about your image. So information about image. If the image is not displayed, somebody can use this alternative tag to search about my particular image. So what I did is I created an anchor tag. Inside anchor tag, I provided an image. This again has been encapsulated inside a div tag of a gallery. So once this A image is closed, I have a div that is being closed. After this, I think, okay, after this A tag, let me provide one more div. And let me just close it, and this div can have a, for example, location name. So I can have same thing, hillside image of PAK Pakistan. Okay, let's just name this, give this a class as well, and this can be, for example, description, DSCP. Okay, image description, that becomes more clear. Okay, so I have gallery, or in fact just leave it description. Let's just make it small. So this is a piece of code that we do create for an image piece of image gallery. Now if I come back here, and you can see this, I have an image which is 640 by 480, and there is a small text here. It's a hillside image available. I have one text available here as well. So obviously not looking very nice, but this is just pure HTML. Now what we need to do is we need to go back here, go back into my CSS. Okay, so once we are in the CSS, the first thing we do is we say, okay, let me just give a comment, gallery style. So I know that from this point forth, I have styles for my gallery. Okay, so now in order to set up this gallery, first thing we do is we set, say, div.gallery. Gallery. I think that was the name. So just ensuring class name gallery. Yes. So div.gallery bracket start bracket close. We need to set a div style for this particular entire gallery. For this thing, I will say there needs to be a border. It can be 1 pixel. It needs to be solid, and I can have a color, for example, CCC is considered as a light blue. That should do the trick. Okay, so I set a light blue color around this particular single gallery. Then I go outside, I said div.gallery again. Now remember, previously we have not been using tag names. In this case, these. But it's up to you. Sometimes we tend to use it. In this case, the first thing is I will say gallery image. That once I go inside the gallery, now what I should do with the image. So I can set the, not width, width, set it to be, for example, 100%, semicolon, and HEIGST height can be questionable. Let me, for now, let it be auto, but no, it's not auto. Let's just set it to 200 pixels. Yeah, I think that's a big enough. Maybe 400 too big. I think 200 is okay, and we will come back to this point later on. Okay, for now I have set height width to 100% as well because I want it to be responsive. So I want to ensure, and I will add 2-3 more gallery I concerted, and we will adjust it later on. So for now, let it be 100%, but we will come back to this point later on. Okay, one thing we are also inside it, the div.descp description. Once we set to description, we want the padding of this description to be, for example, 15 pixels. So it's a little bit inwards. And then the color can be, for example, Alice blue. We have been using this a lot. Text alignment can be centered to this particular block. That should do the trick. Okay. Once we are here, I think that's one thing. Maybe one other thing we do is sometimes is that div.gallery colon HOVER hover. Now same concept. Hover means that when I hover the cursor over this, something should happen. So I can set for now border to maybe 1 pixel, and let it be solid or dotted, 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 and let's just change the color to 777. So what this means, you can see the from solid it goes to dotted and light gray, indicating your cursor is being selected. Okay, so that's one thing. Okay, so once this is done, now I go back into index. Now obviously this is my card 1. So what I do is I give it a comment, question mark, dot, and dot, sorry, exclamation mark. Okay, image card. There we go. So just name it image card, and we copy this thing, making sure, yeah, that's there. Control C and go back, Control V and go back, Control V. So I copy pasted 3 times, 4 times, 5 times, 4 times. Okay, so now we get an idea. Okay, this is what's happening. Same image is being repeated. So let me just say image / lake 1. Let's just make this as LAKE lake 2 and / this can be, for example, road. Save. So now we have 4 different images available to us. Now how do we bring this side by side and make it look like more of a gallery kind of a behavior? So we again go back into my CSS. Okay, inside CSS we need to work with the first main thing is .responsive. I think that's the correct spelling for RESPONSIV responsive. So remember, each div has a main tag called responsive tag. So we use this responsive tag and we come inside here and let me just say responsive, and then inside this responsive tag we need to work with our code. So this is where actually it has to be a little bit responsive. So let me say the paddings can be 0 to 6 pixels. Okay, so from left it has 0 and top reference. Then we need to work with the float, and float can be left left. Here we go, here we go. So now you start to see these two images floating to the left point, and then the width can, oh, not width, okay, the width can be something that now we need to calculate. So for now let me just use it 25%, okay, semicolon. So what this should mean is that if I come back here, now each has a 25%, 25, 25, 25, 25, and now you get to see a better hillside formation created. And if I reduce the size, hopefully we will get something of a responsive attitude. But now typically it should mean that as soon as I go beyond a certain limit, these icons should jump down, okay, that would make it pure responsive. So now if I have this is not going down in a particular manner, but you get the idea what's happening here. Okay, so now I like it. So this becomes now my content area, which is more appropriately being done. At the same time, I can use, for example, H1. I don't know what this was. We have used div H2. Let me give it a class. Main subheading. Okay, so once I go back into the CSS, let me say H2 dot sub heading heading. Okay, the color can be, for example, Alice blue. I've been not Alice blue. Okay, let's just use Alice blue. Background can be Azure. Nope. LIGHT light blue. There we go. Okay, and font size can be 20 pixel, maybe 24 pixel. So now we have a subheading. Maybe I'll need to give a little bit padding to this guy as well, 10 pixel in all around. So top, left, bottom can do the trick. And maybe I need to have some margin. Margin dash left can be 20 pixels. So it just moves a little bit forward from here. And let me do the prakam. Okay, and then we can set the display to be block. That will do the trick. So subheading is done. Now we have the 4 images already done. Let's make this responsive. So in order to make it responsive, there's a specific code that we need to write. And this code sometimes makes things more complicated and difficult. So what I do is I have it already copied, and let me just paste it and let me explain this code for you. And we paste it, copy here. Okay, so this is a copy pasted code that I use now. What we do in this code is that we say the media, only screen, and maximum width you want it to be. Okay, so this is a CSS code, obviously, to make things more responsive. So we set the media, only screen, and maximum width to 700 pixels. Then this is the responsive code. So this is my responsive tag class name. So make that particular class width set to 49%, margin to 6%, and 0 now. So what should happen if your media screen size is reduced to a certain point? Then media only screen and maximum width 500 pixels, make the responsive width 100%. So if the height is more than 700%, we reduce the height width size. In other words, this becomes my responsive side as well. Okay, so what this should do is it should create a reasonably good effect with our content area. Okay, so now as soon as I move it down, you can see this, my images are now continuously in the responsive order. Okay, so if I move it down, here you go. So my images are now basically adjusting accordingly. So if there are 4, at a certain limit 2 images, after a certain point they come down as a single image site, simply making my images very responsive. Obviously, we have not made the menus responsive yet, should have done that as well, but we'll talk about that in a clear point next on. So here we go. Very simply, we have the components available. They are working. We have a hillside available. We can make the description BSCK background. Oops. Color can be same light blue. So these background images also appear to be the same thing. Save it, go back into index, and now I have my image cards available. What I can do is I can copy this div. Where is my div gone? Here's the div up till this point. Control C, Control V, and now we have second line, and we can make it, for example, the famous famous foods of Pakistan. Similarly, I can copy after this div another Control S and then make it, for example, famous ARCHI architecture in Pakistan. There we go. So now you have multiple websites that has a very nice backgrounds and colors to it. This is something we can control H2 background color light blue. I don't like it, so we can remove it so it looks like this, or we can give it, for example, light this thing. Nah, let's just make it transparent. Leave it transparent. Colon and only none. Okay. Semicolon. So we have a famous food places for Pakistan. Now the front color can be anything you want, and I think this should look better now. Damn. Okay, so we have our website created for us with a certain background and the foregrounds having a content area, and you can give whatever information you want to give in this thing. Finally, the last thing component remains is after this section we give a footer area. Okay, and then you can have any footer content area inside this. So we give a div here, and that div can have any H2, H3, for example. This is CO copyright of ACADE Academy. And then we can have a paragraph. For details, please visit my YouTube channel. Okay, here we go. So now we have a footer area that's available here, and we can set various different styles for this footer as well in the same way we created here. So hopefully this will make things a little bit more interesting for you. You can add 5 images, 6 images if this are too word, because initially we had a horizontal image, so we have used it. But now if you see, as soon as you depend on the screen size, you get a very nice effect for your image gallery. Create more components with it, rearrange with it. You can add a left side, right side panel, have 2-3 images displayed, have a one large image displayed, and you can change the carousel with it depending on how you basically want to do. So thank you very much for watching.